Right to the top left, we're going to go now. We've seen two different strategies coming out of teams in the Waycrest in previous weeks. One is to just skip these 7 soul essences right away, as we're seeing here from Abrakeydabra, that immediately mass stealths to the top left. Else the eligible Gamerdads just go straight for the kill.
Yeah, it's definitely important to note the soul essences without multiple amounts of knocks are actually going to be relatively challenging to get outside of the Sanguine without the Ring of Peace. So they only have one Typhoon, so making sure that they make good use out of it, as we do see, is actually important. We actually see a huge pull on the side of Abrakeydabra, where they end up pulling a bunch of the trash and popping Bloodlust here, with Divine Field tanking them out in the corner.
Yeah, this is a monstrous pull here for Abrakeydabra. Keep in mind, folks, of course, we're in that Sanguine environment that we alluded to, where once a trash mob dies, it drops a pool of blood on the ground that will heal all other trash monsters in it, but also damage enemies, so you constantly have to kite or punt enemies as they're about to die out of these pools before it arms with that 1-second arming time. Else, of course, we're in the Grievous. Once you're 90% or below health, it will start stacking a damage over time bleed on you. So definitely want to keep on top of that as a healer. But huge pull coming up here, as mentioned from Abrakeydabra, as they're looking to finish off the rest of it. Their Bloodlust is now gone and most of their cooldowns. They try to kind of backpedal Tettles over to the Triad and get ready for that first boss with efficient movement here.
I think Divine Field's kiting is actually incredibly good here. With this multi-captain, multi-guard pull, the tank survivability is by far the most dangerous thing here. Divine Field's expertly use of cooldowns allows him to not go down, and then we do see on the side of eligible Gamerdads, they do a similarly large pull, but they ended up not pulling the guard captain pack, so they're getting just a little bit less efficiency out of their Bloodlust, as we did see on the side of Team Abrakeydabra.
Yeah, and this trash, especially in Fortified, is absolutely brutal for tanks, especially this wing particularly. The captains just do an immense amount of damage, and then you have the guards as well with some of their shadow cleaves too. So a lot of damage coming in on these tanks, as we saw some of the warriors yo-yo in health. Eligible Gamerdads going straight for it. They're cutting to the chase and getting over to the first boss of the dungeon, the Witch Triad. Now, kind of a two-phase rotation here. You do fight each witch individually, and once they're active with the Iris, they will have an aura that pulses on the group, and of course their main cast bolt will hit significantly hard on the tank. But once again, Tettles, advantage here for that spell reflect for the warriors.
Yeah, for sure. So whenever the sister is active, they'll end up casting a bolt depending on what boss it ends up being, and spell reflecting the bolt back onto the sister is actually super important. So on Selena, she'll end up mind controlling you. Milady ends up putting a curse around all of the group's members, and Sister Briar will end up casting the Jagged Nettles at you. So getting them out of the phase is very important. Selena being the most important because that's where you save the most amount of time, because having a player on your side mind controlled for a prolonged period of time is normally not great.
Yeah, you certainly want to burn those cooldowns before you get mind controlled, else you could actually end up crowd controlling your own players. But we see Jagged Nettles come out there from Sister Briar as it hits one of the players. Now, it's basically a double Grievous effect here. The Nettles will take you below 90% max health and also tick until you're healed above 90, and that will snowball easily plus Grievous. So quite dangerous here this week, but fortunately no Tyrannical for the teams. Eligible Gamerdads now well into their second phase as they're looking to finish off Selena. You do want to kill these sisters before they reach 100 energy, else they will explode and frankly wipe your group unless you have a heavy damage reduction cooldown or an immunity. Abrakeydabra not too far behind, but once again, they efficiently proc their first reaping, brought it into the boss, and cleaved everything down together.
Yeah, so right now we do see Abrakeydabra significantly ahead of Gamerdads, not only in percent, but they had by far a more efficient lust than Gamerdads, but you do also see the Gamerdads having a little bit of an advantage on boss HP, but overall we do see Abrakeydabra in the lead a little bit here.
Abrakeydabra just now starting their second phase as they look to down Selena. Sister Briar at 35% now for eligible Gamerdads as they bring in a bunch of trash on top of the boss. Now, these sisters are largely mobile, so they certainly don't want to be killing any of the mobs with that Sanguine under the boss, as they finally move Briar just at the last second with those toads dying. Unfortunately, we do have the Acolyte that just kind of sits and bathes in the low HP mobs, resulting Sanguine on the ground. So a bit of time lost there, but they're looking to finish off these two Acolytes before moving on in the dungeon. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough to actually proc their first reaping wave, though.
No, it definitely won't be, but this was a really efficient pull for the Gamerdads. They had Briar at bottom 30%. Nothing was too scary going on, so they decided that it was a good time to pull all those frogs in. Unfortunately, Briar got a little bit of HP back, and the Acolyte's obviously sitting there draining essence, standing inside that Sanguine, really absorbing, getting a bunch of health back. So that wasn't the most efficient thing, but it was an efficient pull, and it was actually a really good strategy that we saw out of the Gamerdads there.
So 18% for eligible gamer dads as they kind of edge on the path to their first round of reaping here. Abrakeydabra is already rifled outside to the to the courtyard and done a pretty big pull. Now this is a deceivingly big pull. There's a lot of jagged hounds in there which aren't too dangerous. They will die very quickly. We see once again the utility mentioned earlier from that Ring of Peace with Sanguine immediately goes down as the jagged hound packs die and dropping a huge amount of Sanguine. Now important to note on Sanguine is it does stack, so if you kill 10 enemies, let's say in one area, there will actually be 10 Sanguine pools there. One of the soul fetishes, unfortunately, on the Thorn Shaper did get off here, so if they are to die first, they will pass on a buff to a nearby enemy that increases their haste and damage by 50%, 5 stacks, 10% each, and does quite a bit of damage. But a bit of trouble here for Divine Field. He dips to 13%, kind of desperately trying to run away, but this Thorn Guard not only has his own Enraged, but has that soul fetish buff on him. That's why he's glowing blue, just doing so much damage right now. Elstrad is having a tough time healing everybody out of this Grievous stack right now.
Yeah, everybody 4 stacks deep into Grievous except for Ashine. Elstrad is really struggling here to get everybody out of that Grievous. We do see eligible Gamerdads on the right-hand side. They ended up doing a pretty large pull, and they're actually chaining that pull into another Reaping pack. So they actually end up getting their first Reaping finally procced. They're having the Grey Bolt casted at them. They're trying to line of sight the Reaping to get it all grouped up so that they have a little bit more efficient cleave. While on the side of Abrakeydabra, they're doing a triple Thorn Shaper pull out here in the courtyard.
Thorn Shaper not too dangerous individually as long as everything's killed at the same time. But the problem is the combination of Thorn Shapers and the Thorn Guard. They will cast Effigy Reconstruction, which will, of course, heal the Thorn Guard back to full. And then if you pass on something like that Soul Fetish we saw earlier, I mean, it's quite disastrous. One mob's damage just becomes almost boss-level style, and the tank desperately kites away. I think they got the Thorn Shaper interrupted the last second on the star mark there. They're looking to make sure they kill everything around the same time, makes it easier for Sanguine to, amongst the plethora of other affixes as we've seen in the past bolstering. It was a good idea to do that most of the time, at least. Ashine and Divine Field getting quite low again. Divine Field dipping once again into that 4 stack of Grievous. The team trying to use some of the fire to their advantage in the courtyard here, but the problem is it's really hard to just plant in position because as soon as one trash mob dies in the fire, then you got to move out because of that Sanguine.
Yeah, and you do actually see they end up pulling the dogs with the Matron here, with the maggots. So something that they've recently changed about the maggots is the maggots don't actually drop affixes anymore. So this was actually a very good change for Waycrest Manor because Waycrest had a lot of these small health maggots that were very difficult to get out of Sanguine. Also, they would bolster very large for no reason, end up killing you with spit instantly. And you actually do see Matron sitting here bathing in the Sanguine, healing all the way up to full.
Yeah, I was just going to say that was not well planned by them. They killed the 3 kind of jagged hounds that come with the Matron Brindle there as she started doing one of her chain casts, and it just healed her to full. This is a mini boss in this dungeon, one of 2, and she just has so much health, so that's a ton of health that they need to chew through, especially in this 19 fortified affix. Pulling some more mobs from the hall, just trying to make it as efficient as possible. Brindle shouldn't be too much struggle for the tank, so they're just looking to cleave as much as they can down. A few maggots here on the side from that peasant that they want to be cleaving down. Divine Field finally getting healed out of that Grievous stack as Gamerdads themselves working through the courtyard area at 35%, 37 now, looking to proc their second Reaping as well.
Yeah, so we're even in count. We're getting close to even in count here. Abrakeydabra does have a little bit of an advantage getting Matron down here in just a couple seconds. They will be able to engage the boss here in just a little bit if they do so choose. We actually did see Divine trying to kite some of the other trash into the fire earlier on, but I think overall making sure that you get Matron in the fire is the most important thing. So for those of you who don't know, whenever the lightning strikes inside the courtyard, it will spawn a fire. The fire actually does percentage HP, which for some of the other the Thorn Shapers and the Thorn Guards and stuff like that, it's not that big of a deal because they don't have a ton of health, but Matron Brindle actually should get moved into the fire if so possible, just because it does have so much HP and you get a lot of efficient damage out on the fire. And now you do actually see Abrakeydabra here pulling Soulbound Goliath, while you do see on the side of eligible Gamerdads, they're just trying to chunk through a little bit more trash.
Yeah, they proc their second Reaping over for eligible Gamerdads, but Soulbound Goliath here pulled for Abrakeydabra. A pretty mechanically sound fight, but a big numbers fight. Soulbound Goliath does have a stacking damage buff on him that will obviously increase the damage output on the tank. The only way to reset this is to run him into the fire, but then the problem is the group will get AoE'd with a bunch of fire damage akin to those stacks, so you have to find the perfect balance of when is good to clear and what your survivability as a tank is, how much you can handle to make the healer's life easier. Else there are, of course, just kind of a thorn trap that he sets out, essentially, that will trap a player, and you just have to cleave it down quickly. You can use Blessing of Protection on it, but of course Paladins are just not part of the current meta right now, so players will have to cleave it quickly, as Soulbound Goliath Goliath is now put in a position to get taken through the fire to reset those stacks. And here we see it right now. There will be some red ghosts, of course, Tettles, that spawn on the side, though.
Yeah, so basically the red ghost will end up aggroing to the healer because of healer threat. And so the healer needs to be running away from these orange ghosts that we do see on the left side of Abrakeydabra. On the side of eligible Gamerdads, you see them engaging with Matron Brindle. They accidentally ended up sanguining her, similar with the dogs. So what a lot of groups will end up doing sometimes, well, they'll end up pulling the dogs almost separate of Matron Brindle. They'll have the tank grabbing Matron Brindle, and then they'll either use like their DK or their monk or their rogues to try to grab the dogs to where they're able to kill them separately from one another in order to not bolster or sanguine or apply affixes to Matron Brindle.
But that's not enough for eligible Gamerdads as Trell jumps away, leaps away, and grabs the remaining 3-pack in the corner of the courtyard as the rest of the DPS finish off Matron Brindle into that fire. Now, she has a bit of health left. She did get dragged out by virtue of the tank moving, but they should be able to kill her before the remaining 3 and not risk any more sanguine there. Soulbound Goliath, well on its way to dying here for Abrakeydabra, 10% right now, sub HP, but it looks like a disaster here for eligible Gamerdads as Trell does go down. Just a bit too much damage to handle. The Rogue's barely hanging on by a thread. We see the cheat death proc over here for Morning as just huge struggles coming out of Luffy to get as much healing on the group as possible and get out of these Grievous stacks before they get to 4, but it's a pretty nightmare scenario here. So Star barely doing what he can to help Death Strike some of that healing up as well. Trell has been res, but already back down to the 4 Grievous. It looks like they've managed to stabilize, but at the cost of a death, a battle res, and 2 cheat death procs on the rogues, so leaving the team quite vulnerable for future content.
Yeah, so they definitely do salvage that pull, and on the side of Abrakeydabra, they finally finish off Soulbound Goliath without too many more hiccups. It looks like they only ended up having to reset the boss one time. Obviously, on lower level keys, you actually don't even have to reset them at all. Do you actually think Prot Warrior's strong enough to not have to reset on this 19 level? Or do you think it's
I think so. They're likely playing Bolster, Last Stand, and depending on their haste levels, which I assume most of them stacked a lot of haste. We'll have a look at the trinkets here in a moment, but it is totally possible for them to do that. I don't really know to what benefit, though. You kind of want to cut your losses at some point and say, I don't really want to spend all of my cooldowns here just to make sure I'm surviving this boss when I'm going to need them for trash later. But nonetheless, one reset should be fine. I think this healer can certainly handle that. Eligible Gamerdads now pulling even more trash. It seems to me that like they're trying to proc their 3rd Reaping Wave perhaps and take that into Soulbound Goliath as we see the 2nd Bloodlust popped here for Abrakeydabra with a ton of trash that has been line of sighted around the corner. Going to have to be a lot of good movement. Ring of Peace should be coming up soon as the mobs are dying and Sanguine will be going down. They get regrouped up just before death with that Ursul's Vortex from Elsarat. Divinefield taking a ton of damage though.
Yeah, so in previous weeks, on previous affixes, we've actually only been seeing about 2 lusts coming in for Waycrest Manor. However, on the Sanguine affix, it ends up like artificially slowing down the instance just by virtue of you accidentally end up healing the mobs here and there. This is obviously one of the most tightly restricted dungeons in terms of space, just because the aerial denial of Sanguine and then additionally the hallways themselves leave a lot of room for you accidentally sanguining mobs and healing them up. So a 3rd Bloodlust could be actually used in this instance, and we actually did see Abrakeydabra getting their first Bloodlust off really early on, and you actually see them pulling Raoul here right now. But they don't have Bloodlust as they did use it on Trash previously. That
is correct. We're all getting pulled here. We're in a fortified affix. And we do have the 1 Steward in there. Now, the Steward not too dangerous. Melee is fairly hard. A bit more of a Lieutenant-ish mob. I would say a half Lieutenant mob. Doing a fair bit of damage to the tank. Most importantly, you want to make sure you interrupt the Dinner Bell cast because anything caught in that area of effect radius will get silenced for, I think, 3 seconds, 2-3 seconds. So want to interrupt that. And most importantly here, got to get him away from Rawl before he dies. If that Sanguine touches Rawl, Rawl is an immobile boss. Will stay stationary the entire time and get a lot of healing from that. So well taunted there by Elsarat as he goes into bear form and make sure to growl that servant out of the way. Now Rawl himself, not the most difficult boss in the world, as we also see eligible Gamerdads engage on Soulbound Goliath and pop their Bloodlust as well. So teams working on 2 different bosses. Of course, Abrakeydabra already killed the Soulbound Goliath, and they're only slightly behind Trash, so certainly looking in a good situation here for Abrakeydabra.
Yeah, so basically both teams ended up proccing their 3rd Reaping of the instance. They ended up both pulling it into a boss. We saw eligible Gamerdads pulling a little bit of Trash plus their 3rd Reaping and popping Bloodlust here on Soulbound Goliath, while Abrakeydabra ended up popping their 2nd Lust of the instance on some Trash. They ended up pulling their 3rd Reaping into Rawl, and they end up they're like almost 1 full boss ahead here.
Yeah, it's certainly looking good for Abrakeydabra here. Rawl down to 30% as they sit at 60% Trash as well. And we see eligible Gamerdads 63% trash and 46% now on Soulbound Goliath as they look to chew through him and try to not reset as often as possible, as we discussed earlier here with Tettles, making sure that you keep the damage in check for your healer. We're all down to 18% as they kill off some of the servants. Now, the servants that come in on Raw, really not too dangerous. They do permanently increase his damage for the rest of the fight, but he has such a low base damage on the tank, and all of his other damage is avoidable that we can see here with Tenderize. You just have to move out of the way of the cone, that it's really not a big deal, and you should not detract DPS from the boss just to help kill those servants. So most teams just kind of make sure they tunnel the boss down as quickly as possible, and indeed that's what they did as Abrakeydabra downs Raw, the third boss of the dungeon, and looks like they're rearing up for a hallway pull here.
Yeah, they're looking like they're about to pull a pretty sizable hallway pull. You see Divine here dropping this red marker. He's probably telling his teammates, hey, this is where we're going to be grouping up the mobs. Be ready for it here in a second. You might be looking to leg sweep on this marker or something like that. And you do see Divine popping his Lightfoot potion, getting incredibly low here, stacking up the Grievous. Here in comes the leg sweep. Divine his health starts going back up as the mobs are no longer hitting him. And he's looking to kite away from all these maggots that he've just recently pulled. Yeah,
so really vulnerable on that pull there. He already dipped quite low and had to pop shield wall right away just to make sure that he survived the onslaught of the incoming mobs as they hit him, and getting the rage for the shield block and spam if ignore pain that he quite direly needed there. The only issue here is that, well, perhaps not really an issue, but it did not the most efficient trash in the world in the hallway, but they do want to skip a lot of the downstairs trash in the basement. It's quite dangerous regardless if it's higher percent compared to these maggots. Into the kitchen we go here as Divinefield pulls the remaining maggots, and we see the Rune Weaver Lieutenant spawning here as expected. Want to make sure, of course, you move her out, but actually no, they're maggots, so they don't drop the Sanguine anymore. We're so used to seeing that. But you want to make sure that you do bring her downstairs for some efficient cleave, as we see most groups in previous weeks on Manor do, bringing her into the basement.
So we actually just saw on the side of Team Eligible Gamerdads, they did a very sizable pull with Trull running into the room with the Survivalists and the Marksman, pulling them all the way back and pulling everything back into the Courtyard. So they end up backtracking a little bit, not the most pathing efficient in terms of where they're pulling the stuff back to, but if they're able to pull this, make this pull work, and they're able to not wipe here, this will actually be a really good pull for their count. While we do see on the side of Abrakeydabra, they're making a little bit smaller pulls, as they are a pretty decent amount ahead, as they've already killed Raw.
Trying to make it count as much as possible, but really unstable here for Eligible Gamerdads as another cheat death procs from one of the rogues, and so much struggle here for Luffy to get everybody out of that Grievous stack. Troll taking below 10%, getting all the healing that he can in the world, but Luffy has to pay attention to the rest of Group 2 that is sitting on that 4 stack, except for Sistar. Luffy does go down now, and there is a battle res available from the Unholy DK, but it looks like he actually just released by the looks of it, so they didn't manage to get that up as the group dies. So that was the better call here as they drop the Fish Feast, get out of combat, and everyone heals back up above the Grievous mark, saving that battle res. Now, if there was too much trash left, they definitely would have had to been forced to use it. So if Luffy had to die, it was a pretty fortunate time to do so there.
Yeah, definitely. There was only one mob left on the side of Eligible Gamerdads. Unfortunately, they still have to go through all. That was actually a pretty sizable pull, but almost at what cost, right? Because they're still behind Abrakeydabra, but at this point, all we need to see is one mistake from Abrakeydabra, a full group wipe on Lord and Lady Waycrest, or Gorak Tool, and then you would end up seeing Team Eligible Gamerdads. They're still in the running here for sure.
For sure, but I think some of the worst of it is really over right now, especially in this fortified setting. There are 2 bosses remaining. Abrakeydabra getting ready here to pull the Waycrest couple, as Lord Waycrest will jump into action here in a moment. Lady sits on the side. Of course, there aren't 2 lords. There's a lady as well, but she will siphon her health every time Lord Waycrest reaches 30% health, and sacrifices 30% of her own maximum health to heal him back to full. So you have to kill him 3 times over. Once he reaches the 4th time and she's at 10% health, she will actually start phase 2 and join the fight as a result. Players will have to cleave both of the targets down and make sure to interrupt her every 10 seconds or so for her cast. So you need a 2 DPS interrupt rotation. Now, the key here, once again, as we've seen with many situations, Spell Reflect. A very important and very useful tool on this boss to just get a ton of damage back on him and get some survival.
Yeah, Wasting Strike is able to be spell reflected back onto Lord Waycrest. Honestly, Spell Reflect is one of the most ridiculous abilities in the game right now. It makes Prot Warrior significantly better than your beloved Prot Paladin. So honestly, if Prot Paladin had Spell Reflect, I feel like that class would be significantly better, aside from not being allowed to be Night Elf. But on the side of Eligible Gamerdads, they have engaged with Raul, while on the side of Abrakeydabra, they're pushing Lord Waycrest into their 2nd phase as well.
2nd phase coming up as both of them come down right now, making sure that everything is interrupted now. Once again, efficiency of DPS as they interrupt that cord cast would be to cleave both of them down efficiently. Looks like they're going for the safer play, though, and getting rid of Lord Waycrest, who by now has 3 stacks of increased damage throughout the phase. Raul Vol'kaal at 54% for eligible Gamerdads, not to be forgotten, but they're at the same percentage as Abrakeydabra right now. So as a result of still being upstairs, it looks like they have a fair bit of trash they can and will be able to skip once going downstairs. So they'll probably move a bit quicker through this basement area, whereas Abrakeydabra will likely need to deal with the horrors right after this boss, which are actually quite particularly dangerous as well. So they'll need a good rotation of crowd control to make sure that nobody dies, unless they go to kind of that cheat spot on the side.
Yeah, so after Lord and Lady Waycrest die, I expect the healer Elsarat here to walk over and walk to this spot where you have a pathing terrain error where the dogs end up not being able to jump on you if you do pull these gloom horrors inside of range of the mobs.
I don't know what world you live in that you think they're dogs, but nonetheless.
What are they? Are they not dogs?
Elsarat jumps down. We'll talk about this later. Elsarat jumps down and starts to bait on the side that jumps, and as you can see, there's going to be a nice rotation here involving Ursul's Vortex, leg sweeps, shockwaves from the warrior, and then ultimately the Ring of Peace that prevent them once again from jumping onto Elsarat. The problem is if they don't kill them within the window of that happening, Elsarat is going to take a lot of damage and dips down sub 10%. Fortunately, they were desynced. There were two sets of 2 that jumped on him, so it allowed him just enough healing time between the jumps to not die and get himself back up, as Tranquility was popped there as well. But lacking a bit of damage there, that was almost a disaster for Elsarat. Fortunately, they would have, of course, had the checkpoint at Lord and Lady Waycrest. Yeah,
so Gorak Tool being engaged here by Abrakeydabra. And so basically, if you're Abrakeydabra, what are you thinking about moving into this next match in Freehold?
Nothing yet until I actually win this game.
I mean,
so I'll have to see.
This match is for better or worse pretty much over at this point, right?
Yeah, perhaps. They still have 9% left. Eligible Gamerdads 83. True. There's a fair bit to go for eligible Gamerdads, and they have 2 deaths on the board, so 10-second difference. But moving into the match, I mean, it's something we'll analyze at the desk regardless when we come up, but likely just a lot of large trash pulls as we saw yesterday. Much more free, a lot of damage on the tank, but wouldn't be shocked to see a DH come into play. Excuse me, DH, a DK, and then Holy Death Knight come into play for Abrakeydabra. Nonetheless, Gorak Tool now down to 55%. Mechanically sound boss, but can ramp out of control quite quickly as he summons the Death Touch Slavers occasionally. Those will get healed or resurrected to full health every time Gorak Tool reaches 100 energy with that Dread Essence right there. So you want to make sure that your healer, usually at least, is the one collecting the torches on the side of the room and burns the corpses of those slavers before they're able to resurrect.
Yeah, Abrakeydabra here just doing the fiduciary, killing Gorak Tool. So basically the bottom half of this boss isn't too scary. You end up being able to burn Gorak Tool pretty easily. You don't have to end up killing these slavers. Once you get about below 20-ish%, you actually do see Bloodlust coming up for Abrakeydabra. They're going to end up having to pull some of the mobs that they skipped at the very beginning, plus a little bit of the survivalists, which are actually kind of scary, but if they do, since they do have Bloodlust left available for them, it's not actually going to be very scary for them at all.
Yeah, usually a pretty scary pull, especially in this 19 fortified environment. We've seen a lot of, that's actually the first time we saw Method use kind of, you know, humanity, so to speak, so they're on this dungeon, but they got there without their bloodlust. 6% on Gorak Tool as they look to down it. Eligible Gamerdads just falling further and further behind at this point, as they're only about halfway through the first phase of Lord and Lady Waycrest, an entire boss plus some trash behind. Equivalent trash percentages for both teams at 91 apiece. Here comes the teleport upstairs from Abrakeydabra, looking to pull these essences that they left alive at the beginning of the dungeon.
Yep. Who's your daddy, Sloot?
Well, not you, that's for sure. I'm twice your age, I'm pretty sure. Abrakeydabra now popping the Bloodlust on the remaining essences here as we get to 92%, 93, and increasing. It looks like they won't, they might actually need a couple of the survivalists. Yeah, they will. Just 4% left, and the 3-pack around the corner here should be enough, but they might not settle for that as they sap. They sap just to make sure nothing proximity aggroes them and looking to clean up the rest of the pull here, but you know, this is the Abrakeydabra titles that we were kind of toting yesterday and hoping to see today. A lot of mistakes yesterday, but this is the team we know they can be and have the potential to be.
Honestly, this was a super clean run from both sides. We saw not too many mistakes on the side of eligible Gamerdads. They end up having a tank death and a healer death here and there, but it ended up not costing them anything.
In the series, we move on to Freehold.
So definitely titles, all eyes on this first pull, especially once we hit a raging. Now, Abrakeydabra themselves had a bit of struggle with this first pull yesterday. Remember, Divine Field got thrown from one of the enforcers in this corner, and then was just because of the way mob pathing is, somebody was behind some of the terrain that was a bit funky and ported him right back into the pack full of enraged mobs, and he just got instantly killed. A bit sloppy too on the pull yesterday was Dr. J proccing his cheat death immediately before Divine Field even had a chance to get in on the action, but here's a lot of damage coming in. Ashen dipping quite low, 3% on the board as he ripped aggro, as Sour said a bit earlier, on a couple of the mobs and had the disease that decreases healing. Luffy going down here and Swagfist going down as well, so a bit of sloppiness from both the teams to start.
Yeah, so Luffy actually got kited into with the brutal backhand. It ended up getting clocked by the Enforcer there for a second. On the side of Abrakeydabra, Swagfist going down is actually not as scary as Luffy going down on the side of Team Eligible Gamerdads. However, Luffy is stealthing back. It's not going to be too much of a loss. You see Skycap and Crag here. They've procced the RP. They've procced the first Reaping. Skycap and Crag will be spawning in here in just a second, and they'll be end up popping Bloodlust and Skycap and Crag on the side of Eligible Gamerdads. Abrakeydabra finally finishing up their pull. You see about a 3% trash count differential between the two teams currently.
A couple of Risen Souls getting ripped, healer aggro from Elsrat. Abrakeydabra finally going in and stabilizing on top of Skycat and Crag, popping their own Bloodlust. The teams just only a couple seconds apart now, kind of having the same mistakes at the beginning, just around the end of their large pull packs. But this boss is probably, at this point, we don't have Eudora in the rotation for the Council of Captains, excuse me, so it is the most dangerous boss, at least in my opinion, on Tyrannical in here today. Just so much one-shot potential, up to 70%. We'll just kind of fire at random players doing a bunch of damage, but the real action and one-shot potential starts at 70% Tettles, especially with that fire frontal.
Yeah, for sure. So with the shot, you're actually able to line of sight it as a melee if you do hop in line of sight whenever he's looking to be queuing that shot, but that's actually, it comes at a pretty big damage loss, and the rogues do actually survive and don't get one shot, so there's no real need for you to be looking to line of sight it, but it is something they could do if they were really worried about the survivability of their melee DPS.
As Ashine gets hit there right below 20% from max health. The combo, if you're topped off, the shot won't kill you on the 19 with the amount of gear that these players have. However, it is the combo of this Guana going down, as we see Swagfist get shot right there. The combo of the Parrot Poop going down, plus the frontal shot could be lethal. Now, the Parrot does actually fire that off on the closest member, but unfortunately the melee pack is the closest member, so it's kind of scuttling them around and just makes movement an absolute nightmare with a 4 melee pack, as Elsrat sits on the side trying to bait it out.
Yeah, you actually do see Shift Mage, the rogue, hopping out of melee too, trying to drop that back guano, or the Parrot guano in the middle of the room. You actually do see Sistara going down there, getting clipped by the bird. They do have a battle res to expend for him, so not all was lost, but that is something that they need to think about moving forward for sure.
Yeah, certainly an advantage that they had over Abrakeydabra and don't anymore, as both teams have 0 battle reses on the board, about 6.5 minutes, 7 minutes or so until they will become available again. Gotta be careful with that bird charge, so a bit of miscommunication likely from the part of probably Luffy on Eligible Gamerdads, just because it's a bit hard for the melee to see unless you're constantly panning your camera. Once again, Morning gets hit right out of the arena with it. Somebody's got to call out that the bird is down and it's charging directly across the middle of the arena. That's twice that they've been hit now. Fortunately, the rogue did not proc the cheat death.
Yeah, you actually do see Trelskier getting hit out of the arena. That could have actually been really scary, because if that resets Skycap and Crag at 15% health, that would have been a tragedy for Eligible Gamerdads. You do see on the side of Abrakeydabra, they end up getting the boss down a little bit quicker, even though Eligible Gamerdads ended up pulling Skycap and Crag a little bit earlier.
Yeah, certainly a bit of miscommunication from Eligible Gamerdads there. A lot of players getting hit. It cost them a death as well. Abrakeydabra finally downing the first boss. One of, if not the most dangerous bosses in the instance. We'll have to see exactly how they deal with Senor Sharkfist when they get to him. But Abrakeydabra, once again, running across the bridge here from that one Enforcer, something teams don't often deal with. Either skip it should you have a Warlock portal, or just kind of shadow meld it at the end. We can see the players dismounting here for Abrakeydabra, doing just that to make sure they don't deal with that slow lumbering Enforcer that is just a nightmare for tanks to deal with his constant tosses, shattering tosses around the room. Abrakeydabra now rearing up to do what is likely a pretty big pull here. Often teams do this right in front of the Council of Captains. Even aggressive play that we've seen is pulling a lot of the trash into the boss, or at least proccing the Reaping and then taking that into the Council of Captains.
Yeah, and on the side of Eligible Gamerdads, we actually see them doing a very large pull here, while we do see Abrakeydabra making their way through the instance on the left side of the screen here. On the side of Eligible Gamerdads, though, they end up doing like a 12 to 15 mob pull here with the Rats, the Brutes, the Oarsmen, and the Duelists. So one of the casts that the Oarsmen have is they end up putting this Slippery Suds debuff on you. And Sloot, do you like jumping? Because it doesn't allow you to jump at all.
You're mistaking the Oarsmen for that unfortunate neutral monkey on the side there. The Oarsmen have the cast on the ground that shoots you up if you don't interrupt it. But yeah, Slippery Suds, and it's funny you said that, because for a reason, they didn't pull that mob on the side. Now, Slippery Suds, the worst debuff in the game, prevents you from jumping for 30 seconds. Should you do so, you actually end up getting stunned for 2 seconds, and that is the evil mob of Mordor right there that they pulled. Casting the Slippery Suds on the players won't be able to jump for 30 seconds. If they do, they get stunned for 2, and certainly not what you want to see. The Vermin Trapper here, chasing Trell to the outmost outer area of the second boss's room. Very dangerous mob, and make sure you want to soothe that mob as well. Constantly throws out rat traps. Here comes the aggressive pull with the 40% second reaping wave for Abrakeydabra as they grab it right on top of the Council of Captains.
Yeah, so it's Raoul and Jolly. So basically this is only very scary for Divine Field, the tank. He's getting a lot of stacks of reaping built up on him, as you do see the leg sweep AoE stun coming out, allowing him to reset his stacks, getting a dispel as well at the same time. And he's also kiting around the reaping, trying to not build as many stacks while tanking Jolly and Raoul. Honestly, this is only scary for your tank this week because Jolly does do a pretty significant amount of tank damage, but overall this is not one of the scarier weeks. Eudora with her shot normally is the reason that you end up wiping on Council of Captains, if ever, because you end up getting a double shot on one of your melee or one of your DPS, and then the healer's not able to top them up quickly enough.
So Jolly is a bit more irritating for tanks other than just his mass melee damage, and that is because of that blade that you see going across the screen. You have to just dance on the very edge of the blade. It is only reabsorbed once it reaches Captain Jolly again. It is absolute nightmare for tanks as they slowly need to backpedal out of it. Now, the real key to this fight with the combination of the captains that we have this week, Raoul and Jolly, of course, is the brew. The brew mechanic that comes from that delicious bartender on the right side of the screen. He will throw 3 kinds of brews down, 50% crit buff, a 30% haste buff, or a bad brew that will give you a nature damage over time effect. Of course, the bosses themselves are also affected by this within that small brown swirly area, so you want to make sure as players that you move the bosses out of there, and your teammates go in to get the buffs, and then vice versa for the bad brews.
Yeah, and you do see on the side of eligible Gamerdads, they're making their way through the Ring of Booty.
No.
And people are starting to wipe. Trellskier ended up going down, then Sistar ended up going down really quickly after. We see Shift and Morning end up popping their parrying, able to tank the mobs for a few seconds, but it looks like it might end up being a full wipe on the side of team-eligible Gamerdads.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the danger of raging. Just, of course, to emphasize, actually to mention for the first time, really, raging. We're in Raging.
Yeah.
Raging means that when a trash mob gets to 30% health, it will deal 100% increased damage. It does have a dispellable rage buff, so Soothe from a Druid can actually help, but it is a 10-second cooldown on that. So, I mean, they just kind of bit off more than they could chew there. All of the mobs in Rage at the same time. They had a couple of Brine Scales as well that are very caster-heavy mobs on the tank, and it was just too much for Trell to handle. He went down, and then the already enraged mobs turned around and smacked the rest of the group. So Gamerdads, unfortunately, having the full wipe there as they kind of try to recollect themselves and get back just prior to their 60% reaping wave. Something that Abrakeydabra is doing with a pretty substantial pull here on the main screen as well, getting ready to take their third reaping wave, likely into Ludwig.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big setback as Abrakeydabra does down boss number 2 there. They're making their way towards Ludwig, getting the Ring of Booty prepared. They collected the pig. Ludwig should be spawning soon. They're looking to pull trash into him right now.
And there he is right now. He's, once again, fortunately they have a Druid because he hits quite hard in general in these dungeons, even in tyrannical weeks. So having that enrage is quite lethal for a tank. So Elserat will have to be quite ready with that Soothe, making sure that Ludwig does not crush Divine Field's face. Nonetheless, the Risen Souls are in. Everybody's AoEing them down. You want to make sure you get that Dispel every 8 seconds or so, depending on the stack acquisition from the Reaping Wave with the Risen Soul. Else the tank will just take too much shadow damage. Max health takes based on stack size. They get the rest of them down, no problem. Ludwig down to about 60% now. And after he dies, they will likely pull some more trash to make a really efficient use of their time because it's about 25-30 seconds before Trothak even comes out.
Yeah, and they end up pulling these yellow neutral mobs into Ludwig as well. They obviously don't do too terribly much because we don't have any of the fixes such as Necrotic, where it ends up stacking up a pretty bad debuff on your tank. So pulling it into Ludwig, as you did see him in a rage on your screen, he instantly gets soothed from the Druid like you were stating earlier. And on the side of eligible Gamerdads, they also pull Ludwig with their reaping as well. They had a pretty good pull going into this, but after their wipe to the enraged mobs, they're pretty far behind just because they have not downed the second boss yet.
Right, you are, Tettles. And, you know, they're actually quite fortunate there with that enraged timing for Abrakeydabra because it was while he was throwing mid-cast, throwing a shell, so they were able to kind of sneak that Soothe in there before it got too out of hand. Similar pattern to, I mean, obviously, as we saw yesterday from Abrakeydabra doing this dungeon, they do use this downtime of role-playing where Trothak is spawning 25-30 seconds to run up and do a fairly substantial pull of trash just to proc that fourth Reaping Wave or at least get near it. Should they do that, they will, of course, drag that into Trothak himself and get ready to cleave everything down together. Eligible Gamerdads just now downing their Ludwig, likely pull some trash as well. They were slightly ahead of trash just a moment ago. Abrakeydabra is now down just enough trash, perfectly to proc their 4th Reaping as they hurry back on over to Trothak.
Yeah, so they're actually not going to have Bloodlust up for 52 seconds for Trothak, which is on surface not too bad, but it could actually be pretty scary for your tank or some of your, whenever your healer gets that shark thrown onto him. If he's trying to make sure that your tank is requiring enough healing, he could be not focusing on the shark chasing him around or something else should be happening. But they are actually getting this Reaping mobs down very quickly. You actually do see Ludwig here as a Reaping mob. You normally don't want him to be a Reaping because he has a pretty sizable amount of health, because it does convert about 50% of the mob's health into a Reaping mob.
Max health, you're absolutely right. But if there's anything you want to combine a high health Reaping mob Lost Soul with, it's the boss. At this point, he's going to be cleaved down well before Trothak dies, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern for them. The only real irritation, he doesn't add stacks because it's a Lost Soul. The only real irritation is the constant area denial that he will put down in the form of that Shadow Smash. Certainly don't want to get caught in that. That will hit you for a sizable amount of shadow damage and debuff you for 1 minute with 20% maximum health reduction. Now, Gamerdads on Trothak as well at 83% trash with their 4th Reaping Wave. Just now starting though, they're at 95%, and both teams now have access to their Bloodlust. I largely suspect, Tettles, that they were saved that for that kind of huge pull coming in with Harlan at the end, plus the trash in front of Harlan waiting for the cannons to help finish those off.
Yeah, so on the side of Abrakeydabra, they might end up actually doing that. That makes a lot of sense. On the side of eligible Gamerdads, though, they do still have Trothak plus another boss to end up being chewing through. With that full wipe, it ends up throwing off their lust timing or their strategy, and you actually do see Sistara going down on the side of eligible Gamerdads here.
Yeah, so another hit there. I couldn't see exactly. I think it might have been the Shark that finished him off. The Shark does bounce around in the arena, and every bounce will recalculate its proximity to players. The closest player will be the one that maintains aggro or attention, if you will, of the Shark here. So you want to make sure you get that on your casters or healer to get them out of the melee range. Otherwise, it'll just splash around for immense amounts of nature damage within the melee. So likely a bit of miscoordination there from Gamerdads, as Sistara did get chunked and killed quite quickly on their side, having to use that battle res. And I mean, now there's 7 death differential between the two teams. Not to mention Abrakeydabra is almost flawless run. Only that hiccup at the start with Swag Fist.
Yeah, in addition to that, Trothak also has to go and grab those sharks again after a certain amount of time. So his dash, making sure that you're not positioned between him and the shark, is actually very important, because that dash does do a really sizable amount of damage as well. On the side of Abrakeydabra, they have Trothak down to 28%, and they're actually doing a really good job of moving these sharks. So they're actually getting them in melee a lot of the time, but they're actually moving Trothak a lot and making sure that they're able to move around Trothak as like a consecutive unit, making sure that even if they do have the shark in melee, it's not hitting any of the melee or killing them.
Right, Joy. I was just paying attention to how well they kited that Sawtooth Shark there. The entire group was in, including Elstrat, to get some melee damage in, and they kited as a unit through one of those chum pools to make sure that the Shark got stunned momentarily so that Elstrat could sit in there and get some extra kitty damage out as much as possible. You know, I really like to see this from Elstrat because he did Freehold a bunch 2 weeks ago in the first West Cup, and he was playing, quite frankly, way overly defensive for some of these bosses, just blanket hotting way too much, and it's really nice, a breath of fresh air, to see him just be a lot more offensive this week. It's really paying off for the team, as Trothak down to 2% here for Abrakeydabra, getting ready after this to stealth pass, or get to the bridge and likely stealth pass a lot of the trash and pull the final boss, Harlan Sweet. Eligible Gamerdads, I mean, they're holding their own here at 25% soon on Trothak, but as you said, Tettles, they got to turn around and kill another boss before they even get to the bridge.
Yeah, so they're getting Trothak pretty low here. They're actually going to be in an okay spot. If for some reason Abrakeydabra would be to wipe to Harlan Sweet, we actually do see 20% of the count required for Abrakeydabra to finish the instance, but we also do see on the upper left-hand side, they do have their Bloodlust available to them.
Yeah, their Bloodlust available. They run right past that trash, don't even use a Shroud, and they just use their Shadow Meld as Night Elves to get past it. Here comes the Sap, which we know, of course, is true CC. Once a mob is sapped, or imprisoned for that matter, should you have a Demon Hunter, you can run straight through that trash monster and not incur any aggro. So easy for them with that combination of Sap and the Shroud. Moving right in, as predicted, into Harlan Sweet, the final boss of the dungeon. They do the massive pull in front of him as well, the double Enforcer, double Caster, and double Massive Pull, looking to kind of control these as long as possible. possible. Shield Wall is going to have to come in from Divine Field soon, just because all of the mobs are enraging and you cannot AoE smoothly. We already see that Shield Wall graphic around him with those 3 shield graphics, making sure surviving as long as he can with that quite temporary buff. Starts to move away from the Enforcers, and there likely will need to be some CC on them. I'm not sure why if he uses Typhoon or not, but a lot of damage for the tank to just kind of face tank those Enforcers, but in the end, no problem for Divine Field.
Yeah, so with the Bloodlust coming out, they do have a significant amount of haste. They're able to nuke down that pack as quickly as possible. Divine Field is able to have good survivability, probably using the Iron Bark from El Serrat as well, in conjunction with his own shield wall, in order to be able to tank those Enforcers, make sure that all the mobs were grouped up and clumped up appropriately, while he was able to cleave down Harlan Sweete and have a really efficient pull there.
So Harlan Sweete himself, of course, is a 3-phase fight, 60%. We will hit phase 2 in just a moment here for Abrakeydabra. Well, all of the abilities you're seeing, well, namely the cannonballs, of course, and that frontal wind that you see is going to actually hit everybody in the group except for the tank. So we'll have 4 sets of cannonballs every time and a 360-degree area for those wind slices. So a lot of damage coming in now. The final phase at 30%, everything stays the same. However, the boss will do 100% increased attack speed, but also take 100% increased damage. So you want to make sure that the tank is using some good defensives there, but nothing too crazy as they pull an officer on top of the boss here, looking to nuke it down with these cannonballs and just watch them melt.
Yeah, so you see them actually grouping up as 5, moving together, trying to normally form a triangle, making sure that you do have open space with those cannonballs, making sure that you are able to have as much of the room cleared as possible, because most of the time you end up not actually pulling that metal pack. But I guess it really doesn't matter too entirely much, because you do have a pretty ample amount of room here for Harlan Sweete.
Ample amount of room, and the cannonballs really just do the job for you. All they need was to properly backpedal and kite very slowly together, as the impact from time of spawn of Swirly to the actual cannonballs hitting is 3-4 seconds, so you have a plethora of time to make sure you're not getting hit by the initial Swirlies as they easily down what is usually, at least on live servers, a pack that is to be avoided at all costs with those officers. Jolly down to 25% and Raoul 43 for Gamerdads as they're looking to chew through the second boss, but there is no way at this point that they will be catching up, quite frankly, unless Abrakeydabra wipe twice and perhaps go for a bite to eat or something and come back after. But just so far ahead, Abrakeydabra looking to finish off Harlan Sweete as he reaches that 30% burn phase, and then they'll combine just a couple of the Enforcers over into Harlan Sweete to finish off their percentage for trash as well.
Yeah, so once Harlan Sweete hits 30% here for the MDI veterans of Abrakeydabra, basically the Harlan Sweete is going to have an increased damage taken buff on him, and you're going to see him getting chunked out really quickly. In addition to that, like you were saying, after this they're going to end up pulling these mobs that end up casting a painful motivation cast, and will end up killing the mobs end up killing themselves, basically. Making sure that you just have to tag them, get the count from the painful motivation is the most important part. Obviously, those mobs are really easy. You just kind of CC them and let them do the jobs themselves.
Yeah, it's no problem. It's 3% max health per second. The only thing to watch out for really is that anybody who's buffed with painful motivation does 45% increased damage, but not a problem at all for these guys. They just die so rapidly as the last set of cannonballs come in. Harlan Sweete dies perfectly as they proc their 5th.
Puolukka. And then one thing to note as well is that 40K in Atal always had this one special strategy that no one else was playing, right? They always pulled the Colossus here at the very start, which we're probably going to see again from 40K coming out. And that's something no one else does except them. We have been doubting this strategy because we just didn't see how it's worth it for them. And the last time they actually had some deaths here, but we see 40K doing the same pull again, pulling their Bloodlust. Let's see if they have any deaths coming in here.
Yeah, instantly 2 people dropping incredibly low. Their cheat death not proc, so no deaths coming out for them just yet. Now, the reason we don't see teams pulling this Colossus, it has a really nasty ability where if you kill a mob around it, it buffs the Colossus, and that buff can stack multiple times, so you really have to focus down that Colossus. And if you see them killing extra mobs around it, you'll see that Colossus start to grow in size, and you'll see that they aren't doing it very properly. But we do see the Colossus being one of the first mobs in that large AoE pack that they kill first. But we do see a death coming out from Lazzle in this pull right away on the start here. They don't build their battle res right away because you can just kind of res and roll right back to the group, but that's just... I mean, we've like you mentioned, we talked about this pull not necessarily being the most efficient thing for them to do here.
Yeah, the last time as well, when they did this pull, they had a couple of deaths coming in. They fell far behind just because of these deaths. And this time around again, we had Lazzle dying, and that's why we saw some of those mobs healing quite a bit from the Sanguine. Because as you said, the Colossus needs to die first. But once the Colossus dies, he spawns the Sanguine while all the mobs are around him. Now, probably their strategy was to use the Ring of Peace to get the mobs out, but then Lazzle died, and they didn't have this Ring of Peace available. All the mobs healed quite a bit, and now they lost time again from this pull here.
We did see Team Puolukka doing the more easier, sort of safer pull, and instantly moving on to the sword pack right afterwards. Both teams have had an extra death. Lazzle went down again, as well as Sinky on the side of Team Puolukka. But we see Team Puolukka already pulling Rezon, definitely a little bit ahead of 40K here. Now, moving on to Rezon here, this is one of those bosses that we see teams kind of ignoring most of the mechanics of. The main mechanic is going to be that terrifying pursuit that Rezon casts on one of the players, and if you get targeted by this pursuit, he will focus you and try to chase you, and if he does happen to catch you, he'll pick you up, he'll start chomping on you a little bit, lots of damage going on you. But we'll see these teams kind of ignore that mechanic.
Yeah, so they have a couple of tools to pretty much ignore that pursue completely. What you want to do is you want to have 3 people stack underneath the boss when it happens, and have 2 dedicated people be out, so it baits the ability on them. Now, the rogues can banish it, the night elves can shadow melt it, and then the boss just cancels the pursuit and just keeps hitting the boss, the tank, I mean. Now, sometimes people will just run away anyway, but we see one more death coming in by Lofis here, and they don't have a battle rest because they rest Lassell. So Lassell died on the first pull. They didn't use the battle rest there, but then he died to fall damage when he jumped down. So then they used the battle rest because it took them way too long to rest there. They just figured, you know what, we're gonna use that battle rest. And now Lofis is that, and they don't have a rest, and the boss is at 60% HP.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen the same. This is deja vu all over again for 40K. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've seen this exact same thing happen to them in a different dungeon where they've had a player die at the start of a boss encounter. They don't have a battle res for him, and they just kind of commit and say, well, I guess we're going to kill this boss with 2 DPS instead. And this is going to put them so far behind. They're already 30% behind on Rezon here, but they're going to keep going back as Frush also goes down, but they do have the battle res for him on the side of Team Puolukka, so that's their battle res down. So any more deaths during boss combat for either of these 2 teams, and they don't have any ways of getting them up.
Yeah, just a sloppy play by both teams. Again, we have 3 deaths 40K side with no battle rest available for Lofis here, and we have 4 deaths on Team Puolukka side. We have been talking about these teams that they're very close in performance to one another, and I said that the Team Puolukka just needs to get more used to that Windwalker comp that they're playing. But yeah, just both of those teams, they need to step up, play cleaner from this point onwards, because this is about elimination here.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about this over and over again. We kind of have those 3 teams at the top that definitely are head and shoulders above everyone else, and that's why this match is so important. This is kind of that match to determine who the 4th place team is right now. Team Puolukka in the first cup coming in 4th place. If they manage to come in 4th or better this cup, they're setting themselves up for that prime 4th spot to make it to the first LAN. So I mean, this is kind of like a make it or break it match for them. They need to prove that they deserve that 4th place spot here.
Definitely. We see Team Puolukka down Risan finally. Now, as you said, they have no battle rest available, so they have to play clean from now on. They went up to this right side trash group where there's an honor guard. Now, the honor guards usually are not mobs that you want to kill. We see Bear dropping really low, does not have cheat death available to him, so he needs to be careful not to die here. But those honor guards, they're very dangerous mobs in general. They usually have a totem that makes them immune and kind of makes them not use their abilities. But once you kill a totem, they get activated, and they use those, they spit around those pools, as you can see. They do a huge amount of AoE damage to their whole group, and they also do a lot of damage to the tank.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of strategies from other teams, primarily Method and A, who just completely skips all the honor guards available in the dungeon, opting to use their trash count from safer mobs. Now, not to mention, in addition to that honor guard, this trash pack is also pretty dangerous. There's also a bunch of shield bearers in here. Now, if these shield bearers manage to get their sort of bubble cast off, you can see it go off. It's a big, like, white bubble around the mobs there. It reduces their damage taken by 90%, and the only way that you can interrupt that cast is through either a stun or a disorient, a hard CC. Knockbacks don't interrupt it. We can see that bulwark going off right there. And in addition to that, these shield bearers can't really be kited either, because they occasionally cast this shield bash cast on their closest target. So if your tank is too far away and their melee is right on top of them, they're going to shield bash to the face, they're going to go down, that's going to be another death on the board. But once again, good kiting from these teams. They know how to deal with the trash mechanics, and we're moving straight on to Vol'kaal.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of melee players die to those shield bashes in the past, but no problem with Team Puolukka here, playing a little bit cleaner. They are on Vol'kaal now. They did not proc their second reaping wave, so they are on 37%. But here, Vol'kaal. In the first phase, you see those totems, 3 of them. Now, what you want to do with them, because they make the boss pretty much be immune to damage, so you need to kill the totems in order to get to damage Vol'kaal. So you need to kill them at the same time, because if you don't, then they will actually heal themselves up. So that's what they're doing right now. They're just splitting their damage dealers on each totems and trying to kill them at the same time.
He's like a bigger, more buff version of those honor guards. Another example of trash exploiting the boss mechanics. Like you mentioned, they have to make sure they kill all of these reanimation totems within about 10 seconds of each other, as they do perfectly changing the boss from phase 1 to phase 2. Now when you get to phase 2, Vol'kaal does the exact same thing the honor guards do. The second the totem goes down, he starts exploding all this goo everywhere, massive amounts of AoE damage, and pretty much you need to just kite him around the room, making sure you're giving yourself enough room to keep moving, make sure you don't have any of that goop under your feet, which will deal a lot of damage to you. In addition to that, every 15 or so seconds he has a channeled ability, which will spawn even more goop in the group and put an AoE debuff on everyone in the group. You need to make sure you're interrupting that as quickly as possible so you don't take too much AoE damage. But the other thing that this guy does is he kind of does damage to himself in this phase too, so that's why we don't see teams popping Bloodlust here. We don't see them usually committing too many cooldowns to this boss, because as long as he kind of just live throughout this phase, the boss will eventually kill himself.
Yeah, so Vol'kaal, usually not the most difficult boss fight, as you mentioned. He just kind of dies over time, as we see the boss already dropping really low. 40K managed to catch up a little bit. They're already on, they are on Vol'kaal now too, but they're on the pretty much same percentage. Didn't proc their second Reaping Wave either, and they're just behind on boss HP. While Team Puolukka, down the boss now, they use their second Shroud to go past these trash mobs, which you really don't want to pull because they are very dangerous. But now they're probably going to do a double pull with the 2 Stalkers and double caster, which is dangerous too.
Yeah, we already talked about how dangerous these shield bearers are with their bulwark cast as well as their shield bash. But in addition to that, there's 2 witch doctors in this pack which have a lot of really important casts. We see the worst case scenario right here. Unstable Hex cast goes out. The rogue it went on instantly immuned it, but because they immuned it off, when that unstable Hex gets dispelled or removed from a player, everyone that's inside that unstable Hex circle also gets an unstable Hex cast on them, so we saw that spread to the other 4 players in the group. Somehow they managed to live through that. I'm not sure how they managed that. It was pretty impressive in its own right. But we can see just how dangerous, we see them once again spreading the unstable Hex to the healer there. This is like a textbook scenario on how to not deal with that mechanic. But this is just kind of shows the power. We always talk about how dangerous this pull is, and these teams are like, oh, that's not dangerous. We'll do with that easily. But that was it. That's why that trash pack is dangerous there. You can see just how much slower they're dealing with this trash pack than other groups we've seen deal with this trash pack earlier in this week.
Yeah, definitely. And we see also them proccing the Reaping, of course. So there's just so many dispels that a Resto Druid has. He can't dispel the Hex at the same time, and dispelling the tank from the Reaping stacks and also dispelling the poison from the Stalkers. Now the Stalkers, they apply a poison to the tank, which increases their nature damage taken, and the Stalkers kind of do extra nature damage on each melee attack, so it's very important to dispel that poison too. And at some point, you're just going to run out of it. Now we see them pull some of those swords, which are dangerous too, especially because you have Sanguine and you can't really control where they're going.
Yeah, I mean the big thing about these swords, especially on the Sanguine affix, is they tend to jump around all over the place, and because they jump around quite randomly, you don't exactly know where the Sanguine is going to be. They're going to jump towards a player, obviously, so you can all sort of kite as a group in a direction, but if you keep doing that, you're going to eventually run out of room. So it's really difficult to deal with the Sanguine from these swords, but we see them doing it pretty expertly. In addition to that, they have a couple tools to kind of get out of jail free card in the form of that Ring of Peace knockback, as well as the Druid's knockback, but we didn't even see them have to use that in those first sword packs.
Yeah, so Team Puolukka definitely recovered pretty well from those 4 deaths that they had at the start. They are proccing their 60% Reaping Wave here. Sometimes we saw teams proc the Reaping Wave here and then jump down to Rasan, but of course both of those teams killed Rasan already, so they're dealing with this Reaping Wave here while also dealing with a sword pack. As you can see, everyone dropping so low from the swords, just jumping around. Now, one thing to note about the swords is once they jump, they actually do splash AoE damage around them. So it's really important to spread out, but with those 4 melee setups, it is very difficult for them to all be spread at the same time.
Right, and they do have to be spread in a certain way as well, because they also have to make sure they're dealing with these Feasting Screamers cast. They have an AoE fear cast that's Terrifying Screech, and if you let it cast this ability, everyone in the group gets feared for 6 seconds, which means nobody can attack, nobody can heal, nobody can do anything for those 6 seconds, which is, I mean, worst case scenario, everyone ends up dying, but best case scenario, you just lose 6 seconds because nobody's doing any damage. So definitely make sure you don't get any of those casts off. But because they do have all these 3 melee plus a tank, they have a lot of short cooldown interrupts. It's not too dangerous for them to deal with. They can kind of split up into their interrupts. That's why we see them just pulling those Sky Screamers into this 4-pack here.
Yeah, so this 4-pack can be dangerous if you don't handle it correctly. Also does a lot of tank damage. But we see, Proud Warriors are pretty tanky. They can deal with it. And now we see the Fire Gauntlet, of course. Hopefully no one gets hit by any of those masks that are breathing fire. Once they get up here, they do have their Bloodlust ready, and what we're most likely going to see is a really huge pull where they just pull most of the rooms together, pop their Bloodlust, pop their cooldowns, and deal with that one.
Right, and we do generally see them pull just the Juggernaut. They usually sap and CC the Augur, because usually dealing with a caster, when that caster has to move for 40 yards away and it's just casting the entire time, and they don't have any range interrupts to to bring it in. It's just a pain to deal with. So they pull just the Juggernaut. They're doing, like you said, massive pull, pulling that less, popping all their cooldowns, making sure they can AoE down everything carefully. And we see, generally speaking, the healer will stand on the side, make sure they're baiting all of the Juggernaut's charges, because when that Juggernaut does charge, it does a lot of massive AoE damage on the person it charges to. But if you are far away, you're able to sidestep or run away from the charge, and we see Gaiata doing that perfectly here.
Yeah, so one more thing to mention about Sanguine, right? We had a Sanguine earlier already, so you probably know what it does. It drops a pool on the floor when a mob dies that will heal the mobs if they stand in it, and will damage you as a player if you stand in it. Now, the problem with Sanguine is usually it's not going to kill you if you stand in it for too long. It doesn't take for that high, right? But if mobs stand in it and they get healed, that can be very dangerous. Not only can it kill your group or wipe you, but you can also just be so inefficient, especially for these teams here that are trying to compete to complete the dungeons as fast as possible. It's kind of like a speed run, right? But if you have those mobs heal up, then you're going to lose just so much time.
Now, of course, moving on to Priestess Alunza, the third boss in the dungeon. We're not quite at the fourth boss yet. Priestess Alunza is kind of one of those bosses where a lot of these bosses in this dungeon tend to not have too many difficult mechanics, and they tend to help you along. They tend to do damage to themselves. So Priestess Alunza, we just saw the transfusion cast there. Occasionally, the boss will spawn these 5 little blood pools on the ground throughout the room, and whenever she reaches 100 energy, she'll cast transfusion. Now, every single player needs to make sure that they have this blood debuff, so that whenever the boss casts transfusion, she tries to suck the life force out of the players. But if they have the blood debuff, instead she'll just do damage to herself instead of healing herself.
Yeah, we also see those masks in the back of the room that are being CC'd by either blind or a root from the Rasta Druid. And those are being CC'd because what those masks are actually trying to do, those Spirit of Gold, is they're trying to reach those pools on the ground that they need for what Zara explained earlier, and then they're going to deplete them. They're going to remove them if they reach them. So instead of dealing with them otherwise and killing them, just wasting damage on them, they're just being permanently CC'd at the entrance of the room where they spawn.
And that transfusion cast does tend to do about 20 to 25% of the boss's HP, so we do see them actually pulling that last auger in that they left there before. Instead of worrying about dealing damage to the boss, they're going to DPS down this auger because this final transfusion cast will finish off the boss. Perfect splitting of damage. Now, we know that they only have to deal with one final Sky Screamer for the rest of their mob count to get to 100%, and they're probably going to pull that Sky Screamer up to the final boss, leave it CC'd from a Paralyze or a Blind, and then once the final boss is a little bit low, they'll just bring it in and cleave it down with the boss.
Yeah, that's one thing we've seen from other players as well. Now, one pretty interesting strat in Atal'Dazar that we have seen from an Eastern region team actually is they were jumping into the middle pack here and killing the small swords to get their 100% and then just Shadow Meld off the rest of the mobs into Reaping, which we haven't really seen from a Western team yet. But I kind of like that strategy when I saw it. But Team Puolukka here, triggering this RP takes a little while until you can access those stairs while their role-playing is going on. Team Puolukka going up to Yasma. Now, Yasma is a pretty difficult boss if you don't play it properly, and it also has quite a bit of HP, so it takes a long time.
Yeah, it's one of the more, it's kind of one of those bosses that as long as you're dealing with the mechanics properly, similar to the third boss in like Tol Dagor, it's one of those bosses where as long as you're kiting around the room as a group and you're making sure you're leaving a lot of space open for yourself, it doesn't really get that difficult. In addition to that, the main mechanic of the fight, of course, with those area denial that we're talking about, are these little purple spiders on the ground that occasionally spawn throughout the fight. Now, these keep spawning throughout the fight, and they never despawn. The only way to get rid of them is to run over them, which you don't really want to do because they do a lot of damage to you. But they do have, if they ever do end up running out of space, they have 2 magic immunities in the form of both of the rogues. They can pop their Cloak of Shadows and run through all the spiders if they ever need to do that. In this fortified setting, they probably won't need to do that, but it's just kind of one of those extra things they can do with their group comp.
Yeah, so one more ability that Yasma has is pretty much targeting everyone except the tank with this purple arrow, as we can see it happening right now. Now, the players need to try to go away from the boss because they will spawn mirror images of themselves that they are trying to reach the boss. Now, if you don't kill them fast enough and they reach the boss, you will get a dot on the whole group that stacks and does a lot of damage, like way too much for the healers to heal, especially if it's multiple stacks of them. So you want to make sure that you kill them, and that's why people are trying to run away from the boss. Now, that's usually the most dangerous part with those spiders, right? Because if you stand at a boss, then you're safe from the spiders because the tank kites the boss away from them all the time. But if you need to go away to spawn your mirror images, then it can get dangerous if the spiders are activating at the very same time and chasing you, but you also want to be sect up. So that's where you probably see some of the players getting dangerous close to those spiders.
We do see a little bit of a weird misplay coming out of Team Puolukka here. They did proc their 5th Reaping Wave before the boss went down. Fortunately, it looks like they all shadow melded beforehand. Frush does go down, but they do have a battle res available for him, so that's just going to be 5 seconds extra on the board. Hopefully they all shadow meld at the same time so we don't see the rest of the Reaping Wave just run up the stairs here. But they do only have 13% left on Yasma to go. They are significantly ahead of Fourty K here. They're about 60% ahead on the boss, and they do only have 10 seconds more worth of death, so, I mean, I don't see Fourty K ever doing 60% of the boss's health in 10 seconds.
No way.
So that's it for Team Puolukka, round 1.
Yeah, but the timer starts ticking it down, looking at 40K here at 50% still left on Yasma. Unable to do it here. Team Puolukka
with the Sanguine Affix. We just saw how these teams both dealt with Sanguine and Atal'Dazar, and to be fair, aside from that little hiccup at the start of Atal'Dazar, 40K also did a pretty good job with Sanguine. So I don't think that Sanguine's going to come too much into play. We'll definitely have to see when they get into these hallways later in the dungeon how they deal with it. But, I mean, straight off the bat here, already in this first pull, Frush dropping incredibly low from his Soul Essences.
Yeah, so both teams doing the same pull here, pulling those Soul Essences. We've seen some teams skip past this and go straight to the Triad or straight to like a bigger pull so they can use their Bloodlust and get it off cooldown immediately. But both of those teams is choosing to kill the Soul Essences first, and now we're going to see if they use their Bloodlust on a Trash or if they actually just want to use it on the Triad. Now the Triad is one of the most difficult bosses in general on a tyrannical setting, but we have 45, so it shouldn't be a really big deal for those teams.
Yeah, and just like you mentioned, because it is fortified, both of these teams are opting to just completely skip the Heartsbane trio right now and just move on to a large pull with all these captains and guards and pop their, but they both end up committing their Bloodlust to this pull. This is an incredibly tank-heavy pull. There's a lot of tank damage going out here. In addition to that, we have this Rune Weaver that has a cleaving ability, as well as having this etched ability that needs to be interrupted. There's just a lot of mechanics going out here. There's a lot of dispels going out here. I mean, they have to really make sure that they have all of their single target CC'd completely memorized and set out here.
Yeah, most definitely. We've seen the same pull coming out of, I think it was Abrakeydabra exactly, that did this pull as well. Now, as you said, this is just very tank heavy, and you need to make sure that you use your CC properly, especially when the Sanguine starts dropping. Now, sometimes, you know, tanks can manage Sanguine pretty well if they cut it properly, but sometimes the tanks just have to deal with so many other things, or maybe you have a mob that is casting so it can't be moved. So you definitely need the help of your team to make sure that none of these mobs are healing, and I think both Team 40K and Team Puolukka are actually doing a very good job at cutting the mobs and not having any one of them heal, especially in those very small corridors as we mentioned earlier.
I do want to mention actually that both of these teams had a slightly smaller pull than Abrakeydabra did. We can see these extra 5 mobs that Team Puolukka pulled. I believe Abrakeydabra also pulled these 5 mobs, so they did a little bit of a bigger pull, but definitely probably just a safer pull in general. As we see 40K also moving on to just do another large pull with a bunch of these toads inside of the boss room.
Yeah, so these toads, they don't really do anything. You know, they're just annoying, especially if you have Necrotic or something like that, or Bolstering, because then the Acolytes have a lot more HP than those toads. But none of these should matter for 40K or Team Puolukka here. Now, they just need to finish off those Acolytes. But what we've seen some teams do is pull those Acolytes on top of the Triad. Of course, with Sanguine, there's a little bit of a problem. You need to make sure that none of those bosses heal, of course, because bosses are very difficult to move. So you want to make sure that if you pull anything on top of the bosses, that you also kill them in the right place to make sure that none of them heal.
We saw a little bit of a different trash pull from both teams, but the idea was pretty much the same. Proc that first Reaping Wave, then instantly go into the first boss of the dungeon here, the Heartsbane Triad. Now, all 3 of these bosses kind of had their own unique abilities, but the main mechanic we're looking at on this boss is the fact that only one of them can be DPS down at a time. They have this iris that they pass around. It starts off on Sister Selena. Whenever you DPS a boss down to 50%, she'll then pass the iris on to another boss. Once all of the bosses are at 50%, then you can then proceed to start DPSing them down one at a time from 50 to 0. But the main mechanic of the fight is that iris. Whenever the iris is on one of the bosses, they gain access to their aura and their main ability.
Yeah, so the auras are pretty dangerous for some of those bosses. Selena actually has an aura that decreases healing done by 50%, which is very dangerous, of course. And then we have Melody, who pretty much applies a debuff to everybody that stacks up if you don't move. So if you don't jump or you don't move around, then it will stack up and it will do increasing taking damage. So it's very important to move around. And now Sister Briar gains ability to the active ability of her, which is actually Nettles, which is very dangerous because it will target a random player, it will do a very large amount of initial damage, and then it will apply a debuff, which does also taking damage. And if it's not healed, if they're not healed above 90%, it's kind of like a Grievous, then it will just stay there. So if you have this debuff while you push into Selena, and then you get the 50% healing reaction aura, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, of course, but you mentioned this is a really difficult boss in that tyrannical setting, but because it is in that fortified setting, they're able to skip some of the mechanics. They're able to do that 50% health before they're able to get their signature ability off. So that's why we don't see either of these teams necessarily having too much of a problem with this boss. We do see Briar trying to get her last Jagged Nettles off as a little death cry, but no dice for 40K. Boss goes down pretty clean, and on the side of Team Puolukka, we're going to see the same thing from then here pretty quickly.
I think 40K actually, I think they pulled the bosses at approximately the same time. 40K killed the boss a lot faster though, so I'm not sure if they had different cooldowns ready at this point, but 40K already onto the Courtyard here, doing a pretty significant pull with those Hounds. Now the Hounds have a lot less HP than those Foreign Guards and the Thorn Shapers that we're seeing being pulled here, so they want to be careful that as you see the Ring of Peace coming down, as soon as those Hounds die, you want to make sure they're away so they don't heal any of the other mobs.
Now, of course, the other mobs in the group that aren't the Hounds, right? The Hounds are just kind of fodder, you AoE them down. The Coven Thorn Shapers as well as the Thorn Guard, they have these nasty abilities. All of the witches in this dungeon have these nasty abilities. For instance, probably the most difficult to deal with mechanic is that Soul Fetish. If they get that Soul Fetish cast off, it'll place a debuff on themselves, and when they die, that buff will transfer to another enemy mob and increase their damage by 100%. We're talking double damage. Pretty much a free raging affix on that mob. So you have to look out for the Soul Fetish cast and make sure you're interrupting them. And once you have those mobs down, you kind of just have to make sure you're dealing with the rest of them.
Yeah, one more thing to note, that we keep talking about Sanguine, right, and how difficult it is, especially in Waycrest, but this is also a Fortified and Grievous dungeon. Now, Grievous is a pretty difficult affix here, especially because those mobs here, they tend to do random damage to your team, as we see the whole team just kind of dropping low here. Now, Grievous, as soon as a member is not full HP, it will be applied to them, and it will stack up to 4 if they're not being healed above 90% HP. So it is a ticking debuff, and the more it stacks up, the more damage it does. So you want to make sure as soon as people take damage, you want to heal them up immediately to remove the Grievous. Now, especially in this dungeon, it's very dangerous because you get those spit debuffs on people, you get random AoE, random damage on everybody, so very dangerous affix here.
We do see 40K pulling both of these Coven Thorn Shapers with Matron, Brindle, the only real mini-boss in the dungeon we'll see these teams dealing with. Now, Matron does do just kind of mainly tank damage. The difficult thing to look out for here, once again, same mechanic I mentioned earlier, that Soul Fetish. If either of these Thorn Shapers get that Soul Fetish cast off, it'll buff up Matron Brindle to about 100% extra damage, which is difficult for the tank to deal with. But we did see the tank. We saw Click going down for Team Puolukka, and that's their battle res gone.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if they can recover here. Click dropping still so low. Thankfully, no melee died while Click was dead, because Click was running into that room, pulling a bunch of trash out into the Courtyard, and he was dying on the way. Now, Gotcha also dropping very low, just having those debuffs from the Thorn Shapers, which is a disease and can't be dispelled by a Residue. Just doing so much damage on top of the Grievous, on top of the fortified trash being buffed. So very dangerous pull here by Team Puolukka, but they should be able to recover here as the mobs drop very low.
Yeah, they're definitely, well, Gaius just has to get back through those Grievous stacks, make sure he gets people above 90% health so the Grievous stops ticking. You can see how low this Rogue is dropping here. He's got to have probably a poison debuff on him as well. We can't see 3 debuffs, unfortunately. 3 people dropping incredibly low. He's got 4 stacks of Grievous on 2 of them. The tank goes down again, and they don't have a battle rest for him. This is probably going to be a full wipe from them.
The mobs are very low. Maybe they can try to kite them and finish them off, but the problem is there's Sanguine all over the place, right? And if you have aggro as a melee and you die as soon as you get hit, you just kind of try to kite wherever you can. So you can't really pay attention to the Sanguine on the floor. Now, finally, Click actually managed to get back. So very well recovered by Team Puolukka, actually using that blind, that's his seed, to make sure that the mob is not going to do anything until the tank is back. But this is still going to cost them quite a bit of time, having 2 tank deaths come in here, out of battle rests. Still didn't proc their Reaping Wave, while 40K is already on Goliath, proc their 40% Reaping Wave.
Yeah, now they're chunking through Goliath nice and quick here on this fortified setting. The bosses don't have as much health as they would have in the tyrannical setting, but the bosses are still pretty annoying in this dungeon. You can still kind of make some mistakes and cause some group wipes or some random spot deaths every now and then. Soulbound Goliath's main mechanic is this stacking buff he puts on himself every single time he deals damage, and the only way to get rid of this buff is by kiting the boss into the fire. However, when you do kite the boss into the fire, it will do massive AoE group damage for every single stack of that buff that he has. So you it's kind of a buff management thing. How many stacks can your tank start taking before he has to go and clear those stacks in the fire?
Yeah, and then one more ability, of course, are the Thorns that this boss will also cast on a random member that is not the tank. Now, the Thorns will pretty much just stun you, and you'll begin a Thorn, so the other people need to damage you out to free you. Now, as a Rasta Dude, you can actually be immune to the Thorns if you go cat form. So that's why we see 40K's Rasta Druid switching to cat form as soon as the Thorns are being casted, because of course as a healer you don't want to be stunned, especially not when the boss is being dragged into the fire and this huge AoE is happening.
Yeah, but there we go, Soulbound Goliath going down for 40K without a hitch. They still have their battle res available to them, as well as the one they're going to gain in about a minute here. Moving on to the rest of the dungeon. Now, Team Puolukka has finally pulled Matron Brindle, that mini-boss right before Soulbound Goliath here, and we're going to have to see if they plan on pulling more trash beforehand, like we've seen some other teams do, or if they're just going to go straight into the Soulbound Goliath. But on the time side of Team 40K, huge pull. They're pulling a lot of trash, but the important thing to notice here is they're pulling all the trash outside into this courtyard, not making sure they don't get that Sanguine in those small hallways like Sours was mentioning earlier, making sure they have plenty of room to kite around so that they can drop Sanguine all over the place. They can be as messy as they want so that they can pull inside the hallway later if they choose to.
Yeah, very smart play by them to move them up, but this is still very, very dangerous, not only because of Sanguine, but also because those mobs are just, they're jumping around, they're putting bleeds on people, there's those maggots, they cast the spit, so the spit can only be interrupted by knocks and stuns, so you want to make sure that you're rotating stuns once they cast your spit ability, because it's just so dangerous when you have this Grievous affix. As you can see, the whole group just having Grievous stacks on them.
There's a lot of damage going out here. Like you mentioned, the maggot spits that kind of just go on random players in the group. That's just free extra magic damage on a player. In addition to that, these pallet gorgers will jump to players' locations and do a frontal wretch ability that you can see going off just there. And the biggest problem with those jump abilities is if you're standing behind Sanguine and they jump through the Sanguine, they'll heal themselves. Yeah. So this is just kind of a dangerous pull. You can see how, the Sanguine is all over the place here. This is imagine this in that tiny little hallway there. It's a good reason they pulled it out into the courtyard.
Yeah, so the Sanguine pulls will actually just spawn after a while, so I'm not sure if they want to pull warm-ups outside, because as you said, the whole courtyard is currently full of Sanguine, but there's still a bunch of mobs left. I'm not sure if they can, in theory, pull it on top of the boss, because there's no bolstering affix or anything, but, the boss is stationary and can't be moved, and then you have all those Sanguine pulls, especially with those mobs jumping around, so that might be very dangerous. That's why we see them actually pull them out, while some of the Sanguine pulls already disappeared outside.
Now, of course, one of the other casts that we didn't really mention is something else those maggots can do. They can cast something called an Infest cast, which will debuff a player and cause more maggots to spawn when that Infest debuff runs out. But you can see the difficulty of this spit. We can see all of these little spit debuffs on all of the players in the top corner there. Everyone dropping very low. And in addition to that, they also get Grievous from this because they're going below 90%. So this requires a lot of healing out of Igloo here. And I mean, and on top of that, all of the tank damage as well. They did this with their Reaping Wave, so he's getting a ton of these Reaping stacks, which also need to be dispelled. This is just an incredibly dangerous pull.
And this is actually insane pull by 40K with the Reaping, as you said, on top of it. Now, this is so hard on Igloos to make sure that everyone's staying alive, especially because some of the people just have aggro. LaSalle going down here. They do use the Belras to get him back up, but we saw LaSalle, Lofus, Wolfdexter, they just had, all of them had Reaping stacks from those Lost Souls because they were AoEing the pack, right? And then the Reaping spawned, and as soon as they spawn on top of you and you just do so much AoE damage, it's going to be very hard for Antari to get the aggro immediately from all of those mobs, and that's why we saw all those debuffs on everybody, and Igloo can only dispel one of them. So obviously Igloo chose to dispel a tank, so this tank is safe, and we saw LaSalle dying just to the debuffs and the dots on top of that.
Yeah, we don't really give those Risen Souls enough credit because usually all the debuffs go on the tank, but whenever they're spread out to a lot of different players, it's a lot of damage on the entire group. I believe it's 2% per stack on every single player every 3 seconds for all of the stacks they have, so it's a lot of group damage if you can't dispel them. Moving on to Roll the Gluttonous here, the third boss in the dungeon for Team 40K. This is kind of one of those, kind of a patchwork style boss. All you gotta do is run out of the different mechanics. He has a frontal ability, which we saw them dodging just there. In addition to that, he'll spawn some ads throughout the fight, but they don't really do anything. You kind of just AoE them down. So we usually will see teams kind of pull extra mobs into the boss. And this boss isn't that big of a deal on Sanguine because you actually can't spawn Sanguine close enough to the boss to heal him. In addition to that, they'll, just in case if they really wanted to make sure they can ring a piece and knock them back. But this is one of those bosses where I would like to see them pulling more trash into the boss, but they're just opting to play the safe route and just DPS them down solo right now.
Yeah, one thing to note is a lot of teams actually played the Unholy DK in Waycrest. Now, 40K and Team Puolukka both choosing not to play Unholy. We know for a fact that Team Puolukka is not actually playing Unholy at all because Frush is, switched from Elemental to Windwalker, so I think that's enough of him to not switch to DK as well. But 40K actually does play DK, so interesting for them to not play it here at all. But we also mentioned that the DK is something that need to play around. So if you're not doing huge pulls and you're not playing around the DK's cooldowns, then you might as well just not play it at all. And maybe they just didn't practice it for Waycrest, or maybe they weren't confident enough to do those huge pulls, like we've seen from Team D, for example.
And it is important to mention on the side of Team Puolukka, they did engage Soulbound Goliath, get him down, and they are also on Roll the Gluttonous here, about 40% behind. They are also on the same Reaping Wave. They did proc their third Reaping Wave as well, so they're not too far behind in the dungeon, although they do also have those 2 extra deaths, totaling up to an extra 10 seconds on the board for them. So we'll have to keep an eye on them. Any small hiccups from Team 40K here could allow Team Puolukka back into this dungeon, and 40K needs this dungeon to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, so we see 40K actually going down into the basement now. They're on 71% trash, so they still need to proc their 80% Reaping Wave as they're fighting one of those Thorn Shapers here and the Rune Weavers. We see those smaller mobs actually getting Ring of Peace. That was unfortunately not very well done, as the Thorn Shaper got Ring of Peace as well, and he got knocked into one of those Tangerine pools. So he healed a little bit. It should be recoverable here, but again, any time Sanguine heals a mobs, even if you don't lose a player or you don't wipe to it, you still just lose time, because you need to do extra damage to the mob that you wouldn't have to do otherwise. Now we saw everyone dropping really low here, actually. They're all standing in those roots. They need to move out of it, and thankfully they're out of combat, so they can sit down and just eat their fish feast.
Yeah, if we didn't have those fish feasts available to them, that Grievous stack would have been incredibly dangerous for them. Of course, those sugar-crusted fish feasts are a mechanic from, I believe, Legion, where you could put down a feast and it will instantly heal everyone in the group for, I believe, 10% health per second, in addition to that giving you a versatility buff. So it's a very good tool for these teams to just instantly start healing themselves back up, as we see them move on to the trash for Lord and Lady Waycrest.
Yeah, it also regens mana faster than any other food, so fish feast is very important for those Mythic Plus players, as we see 40K pulling the whole room and popping their Bloodlust, actually. So this room, there's a bunch of different mobs in here, which makes it kind of dangerous because they also have all different kinds of HP. Then we have someone dropping the candles on the floor. The candles will actually reduce everyone's damage taken by, I believe it's 70% or 90%. So you definitely want to make sure that you move the mobs out of it. And then we just have a lot of casts, a lot of dangerous casts that can kill some people here.
I believe the most important caster from that Heartsbane's Soul Charmer there, the 2 main casts you're looking out for are the Soul Volley, which will cast a Soul Bolt on everyone in the group. You're going to probably see them interrupted there. No, it went off and did a lot of AoE group damage. Not great from them. The other really important cast is Warding Candles, not interruptible. It'll place a little void zone on the ground, and if you keep mobs in that ground, they'll all take 50% reduced damage. So remember, when you're in a dungeon and your tank tanks things inside Warding Candles, just yell at them to move. Complain as much as you can, because they're slowing down the dungeon for the rest of the group. Now we see them pretty expertly dealing with the trash. We saw Rentari kiting around, making sure those mobs were not inside the Warding Candles, and instantly, no time lost, instantly onto Lord Waycrest.
Okay, so Lord and Lady Waycrest, they have 2 different phases. First, it will be only Lord Waycrest that you can fight, while Lady Waycrest is just kind of standing there in the back, not attackable. She will cast random bolts on players, which are important on Tyrannical, but not a big deal on 45. It's not going to make or break it. Now, once in a while, when Lord Waycrest drops really low, she will sacrifice her HP to heal him all the way up. So she will do that 3 times, and then she will get active as well for the last phase.
Of course, important to mention, every single time she heals him to full, he'll gain a damage buff, which will stack on him, dealing more and more damage to the tank as the fight goes on. So this fight only gets more and more and more difficult as the fight goes on. But we'll see when Lord Waycrest drops to 30% here, Lady Waycrest will sacrifice her health one last time, healing him to full, buffing him once again, and then she'll come down and join the fight. At that point, all they'll have to do is tank. The tank will just have to tank both of the bosses instead, and they'll have to interrupt Lady Waycrest, making sure she doesn't cast those extra damaging abilities on the tank.
Yeah, so one thing to note as well is that I did say that phase 1 is not very difficult on 45, but Grievous actually makes it a little bit difficult, because those random bolts just flying out on those players will just make sure that they have Grievous on them, and now Igloo needs to heal the Grievous away on everybody. So we saw Igloo, spamming those heals to make sure everyone is safe, but now Lady Waycrest is active too. Now we have both of the bosses. The tank made sure he picked Lady Waycrest up immediately, and now they're just kind of cleaving them down together. Lord Waycrest, we want to make sure that he dies first, but this is a speed run pretty much. This is the MDI, right? So they want to be as fast as possible and just try to be doing damage as efficient as possible and kill him pretty much at the same time.
Now, as Lord and Lady Waycrest go down here, we move on to the final trash in the dungeon. In the dungeon, from front to end, they'll actually have to go back up afterwards, after they deal with the final boss, and get a little bit more trash percentage. But these Gloom Horrors are incredibly dangerous. They'll if they'll jump to a player, deal splash AoE damage, and if all of them jump at the same time, they do a lot of damage. But we see Rentari going incredibly low just from the melees that they do.
Yeah, we actually saw some teams do this strategy where they would go back, jump on a ledge, and not make them jump at all. But they also do a lot of tank damage. So even when they're not jumping, you can see Rentari just dropping so low from those horrors. So some teams choose to not use this ledge and just have them jump and just use theirs to see like Ring of Peace, Typhoon, and Vortex to... And Rentari actually going down here. Now they can rest them back up and they can try to kite the mobs while this is happening. But if all of those mobs jump again, as they're not dead yet, they might still kill a player. As we see everyone dropping really low, and Lofus still has a seat, and LaSalle dying too. They're just having such a hard time with those horrors right now.
And they need to clean this up. They need to make sure they get those horrors down. This poll isn't over yet. They only have 2 DPS alive to deal with them. And I mean, this is incredibly dangerous. They still have 3 of these gloom horrors to deal with. And the biggest thing that I have to mention here is that this has happened to them before. They've dealt with all of their battle reses on trash, like we saw in the Atal'Dazar. If they have a death on Gorak tool, they don't have any way of resing that DPS during the fight, and that's going to be another bit of lost time for them. And we see on the side of Team Puolukka, they're in the last phase of Lady and Lord Waycrest, so they're not too far behind. They're definitely maybe a minute or 2 behind, but barring any mistakes from 40 K here, they can get back on the dungeon if 40 K messes up.
Most definitely. 40 K is struggling a little bit here in this last stretch. They had a pretty clean run up until to this point. I'm not sure what went wrong. Maybe Rentari just didn't have cooldowns available, defensive cooldowns, because he needed to use them on the boss. But it was a pretty significant pull. They did pull all of the horrors, and we said that they are difficult to handle. But now they're onto Gorak tool. Now this boss, usually not that dangerous on fortified. The one thing you need to watch out for is those slavers. As you can see, the at spawn across the room, they will target a random player and cast an ability. If it's not interrupted, you will actually get stunned and for its full duration. So you see them getting knocked or getting stunned to make sure you interrupt this ability.
Yeah, I wish I had something else to talk about, but the entire name of the game for this fight is those Death Touch slavers. When you kill them, their corpse will stay on the ground, and the only way to get rid of that corpse is to pick up one of those vials of flames on the ground that we just saw Lofus run over and grab, and then you'll have to burn the corpse. In addition to that, the boss will occasionally, when he reaches 100 energy, cast an ability that will resurrect all of these corpses on the ground. So you need to make sure that you're DPSing them down, killing them before he gets that cast off, and then burning the corpse. Otherwise, they start respawning, they start casting those lenses on people, stunning them. And if you get too many of these slavers, you kind of get overrun. You aren't able to finish the fight because everyone gets stunned.
Yeah, most definitely. We see Gorak tool though dropping really low. 40 K not really having an issue with this boss at all. Now, we did mention that they have to backtrack here because they only have 93% trash. We've seen some teams already do this before. There's no more trash in this area here around them, so they need to wait until they kill this boss, and there will be an NPC that is spawning, and they have to talk to her, get teleported to the engines, and then we saw Rentari actually not make the leap here. Now, this might be a problem because they need their tank, and as I said, as you mentioned earlier, if they mess up this pool, they don't have their Bloodlust ready, and those are some dangerous mobs. They could still lose.
I mean, I think it was mentioned that in the last Waycrest Manor, or already earlier today, this is the point of the dungeon where we saw some humanism out of Method E. We saw them make a mistake here, and it was because they didn't have their Bloodlust available, and that was only in an 18 setting. This is a 19 fortified dungeon. They don't have Bloodlust available, and this trash is incredibly dangerous. These Madden survivalists have several casts that are uninterruptible damage, and you have to make sure that you actually are able to heal through all of these Serpent Sting casts. In addition to that, they cast a bunch of these traps on the ground, these explosive and freezing traps. The explosive traps will do a ton of damage if you walk into them, and the freezing traps will stun you for a large amount of time if you stand in those. This is an incredibly dangerous pull.
They also need to make sure they are dealing with the Sanguine properly, but the mobs are dropping lower. LaSalle is actually almost dying too here, but they should be able to finish up those mobs. Very well done by 40 K here. Having a pretty clean run in this Waycrest Manor, except those 3 deaths, so well done by 40 K.
I mean, it's not quite over yet. They did have a little bit of a sanguine healing on one of the marksmen there, and they need to make sure they kick him out here. But if they are able to knock this marksman out, eventually they LOS'd it, and they line of sighted it around. They're going to be able to finish it off just fine. Yeah, like you mentioned, very clean run from 40 K here. You know, we did kind of say that they're a little bit...
And 40 K are fighting for their tournament lives here on King's Rest.
And we are finally into the King's Rest, like we mentioned earlier. This is the 4th place matchup. The team that gets through this dungeon will be in the top 4 seeding for this cup, earning those extra cup points for themselves, as we see both of them doing a similar shroud pull into this first boss room here.
Yeah, I think so far in King's Rest we've seen teams do very similar strats in general. Throughout all the regions, all of the teams doing very similar strats. Of course, one reason is it's pretty linear, and sometimes you just can't do anything different. Like, for example, in this very first boss room, you will have 4 different trash groups that spawn here, and you need to kill them all to spawn the boss. So there's no way of skipping something or doing something else. So all of those teams, they can choose to pull them in a different way, though.
Yeah, the major difference we see here is how much teams are willing to pull here. How big are they willing to go on this trash? Because this is probably one of the more dangerous... I mean, this is one of the biggest differences you can do in the dungeon. You can either pull all 4 packs at the same time, you can pull 3 packs, or we can see, like Team Puolukka decided to pull only 2 packs at the start, and when that pack started to get low, they then pulled more of the trash into it with that Bloodlust. Now, there is a lot of danger in this pull here. These champions do a lot of tank damage, and when they get low, they also get access to that raging affix we have in this dungeon. When they get below 30%, they do double their damage, in addition to having their own personal enrage. So these champions will do a lot of tank damage. In addition to that, we also have these Witch Doctors in these packs that they also have to deal with.
Yeah, I think the Witch Doctors might be one of the most dangerous trash here in this area. That's why we see teams not really pulling everything at once, because it's just so dangerous to have multiple Witch Doctors at the same time. So what we see them do is pull 2 trash packs, focus down the Witch Doctor as fast as possible, and then they can continue pulling more Witch Doctors and more groups on top. Because those Witch Doctors, they just constantly cast this death chill on the tank, which does a lot of nature damage if it goes through. And on top of that, they also cast a Shadow Bolt volley. So you want to interrupt as many chills as possible to not have the tank die, but you also need an interrupt once the Shadow Bolt volley goes through, because it can kill your group.
In addition to that, we also see all these little tornadoes, these gust slashes going around from the warriors that are in this pack. As a melee, it's incredibly difficult to dodge all of these gust slashes. So throughout the entire duration of that trash pack, I believe we saw the gust slash physical damage debuff on almost all 4 of the melee classes, including the tank. So it's just incredibly difficult to dodge as a melee player. But once all the trash in the room is dead, you can go hit the gong. Well, we already hit the gong to spawn the trash. Once the trash is dead, it spawns the Golden Serpent, the first boss in this dungeon. And we've talked about this boss so much because it's incredibly dangerous. It's a very one-sided fight. There's only really one mechanic to deal with, but that debuff is deadly.
Most definitely. Golden Serpent, very, very difficult fight on Tyrannical, especially now with the increased level on 19. We saw 40K deal with the trash a little bit faster, so they pulled the boss earlier as well. But both of those teams choose to use their Bloodlust on the trash, so they don't have it for the boss now, meaning this fight is going to take quite a while because of the Tyrannical setting. But the main ability you can see right now on Team Puolukka's side on Gotcha. So it's this debuff that gets applied to a random player that is not a tank. It's called Spit Gold, and it does a lot of taking damage. Once the debuff disappears, it will spawn a pool of gold underneath you, where it spawns blobs out of it later on.
And we're seeing them pretty much commit all of their personal cooldowns to this ability, making sure they don't take too much damage. I believe on this 19 Tyrannical setting, 1 tick of that Spit Gold debuff will do about half of your health. So they really have to make sure that that healer is keeping an eye on people with that debuff, knowing whether or not they have a personal cooldown available to them. Otherwise, they're just going to go down to the debuff. And we've seen so many times players just randomly getting gibbed to the debuff. There's no other damage going out in the fight, but just to show how difficult this fight is, watch the amount of damage this does to Igloo here. Each tick of that debuff, chunking him down.
Yeah, especially if you run out of cooldowns. You can, of course, there's a little bit of RNG involved, right? Any of the players can get the Spit Gold on them. So if the same player gets the debuff a couple of times in a row, they will just they don't have any defensive cooldowns left at that point, and then it's the most difficult part. Then you have to make sure, like Eagle here, for example, he keeps getting the Spit debuff over and over, and at this point he might not have any of his defenses ready anymore, so he needs to be careful to keep himself alive as it chunks him to 20% HP. Thankfully, he did have his streak of life back up at this point, and he managed to heal himself back up. But 40K, one of the teams who actually had problems with this boss before, as they played against Method EU the last time in this dungeon, they had 1 player dying, did not have a battle rest for him available, and had to play the rest of the boss side with 4 people.
And of course, we have to mention also there's a second aspect of this Spit Gold debuff. Whenever the Spit Gold debuff falls off of a player, whether it be through a dispel or a timing out, it leaves a pool of gold on the ground. Occasionally, the boss will have an ability where he casts a sort of a resurrection ability. He spawns these animated golds from each of the pools, and these animated golds will slowly creep towards the boss. Now, if they do manage to get to the boss, it'll put a massive buff on the boss. In addition to that, a giant shield, making the boss pretty much unkillable at that point. So we have to make sure these teams are kiting the boss away from these pools of gold on the ground, which both teams are doing fairly cleanly. As we see them both getting to 10% at about the exact same time, they're neck and neck here.
Yeah, so 40K pulled the boss a little bit earlier, but they're not that far ahead of boss percentage at this point, so Team Puolukka definitely showing that they have very good single target damage here. Now, Igloo on 40K's side actually drops really low on mana, as he's almost completely at this point. Just going into Bear for making sure he survives his very last tick.
Yeah, I want to point out here the impressive thing out of this fight is how much more damage Gaia is doing than Igloo on this fight. He did about double the damage of Igloo on that encounter. That's just super incredible, especially on this fight where it's an incredibly healer-intensive fight. The fact that he was able to swap in and out of form to be able to do as much damage to the boss as possible is just incredible play from him there.
Definitely also might have been because of RNG, of course, because if the rogues can cloak away some of the debuffs, he can do more damage. But Igloo, of course, also running completely out of mana at that point, so maybe they got a little bit unlucky having the debuffs on Igloo all the time. But now we're moving on to this trash gauntlet here, which actually has a set rotation on a tournament realm. On live service, it is RNG, which pack will spawn first. But for the tournament integrity, of course, we have the top left first, and then it will go in a counterclockwise rotation.
Right, and as they move on to this first pack here, the solo king by himself, he only has his little servants with him. He's kind of one of the easier ones to deal with. His servants will jump at players and put a debuff on them, as well as leaving a pool on the ground whenever they die. So they need to make sure that they're focusing down king because he has a lot more health than his servants. But other than that, there's just kind of a dispel mechanic, and they just need to make sure that they're dealing with King Atul. The really kind of main thing to look at here is the fact that they pulled these animated guardians, which we've seen almost every single team do here.
Yeah, so those guardians, they're actually in front of the first boss room. They shrouded past them at the very start of the dungeon. Now, what teams usually do is once they kill the first boss, the healers will go back, pull those guardians and pull it on top of this trash gauntlet here in this room, because there's a little bit of RP in between those trash groups. It takes quite a bit until the next trash group spawns once you kill the current one. So that's why they just have those guardians here so they can deal with them while the RP or while the trash is spawning. Now, there's one thing you have to watch out though for the Guardians, because they do have a frontal cone, which if you do get hit by it, you will be stunned and it does a lot of damage, so you definitely have to be careful about that one, especially if you're a tank.
And moving on to the second pack of this gauntlet here, there's three difficult mobs to deal with. Each of them has their own mechanic that needs to be dealt with. The main one to look forward is Guard Cappy and Atu's Axe Barrage, which will place a large physical fleet debuff on everyone in the group. Now, fortunately, this is a tyrannical setting, so the trash doesn't do as much damage as it could do, but it's still dangerous to deal with in this Raging Affix. If they don't get that Soothe off from the Resto Druid, removing the Raging debuff, that Axe Barrage can do a lot of damage. But both teams doing the exact same thing, dealing with it cleanly, proccing their 40% Reaping Wave, and moving on to the third part of this sort of RP section of the dungeon.
Yeah, right now both of those teams are so close. They both proc their Reaping. They're both on this third trash pack here. Now this third pack, there's a king and a queen. The queen will constantly cast a Shadow Bolt on a tank, which needs to be interrupted just because the tank is already dealing with the Reaping and everything else at the same time. And the king will sometimes start casting a Blade Storm toward a player. Now, another ability, as we can see right here under Rogue on Team Puolukka's side, is the Mind Control. Now, sometimes a player will get Mind Controlled. Oh, Gotcha dying here. I'm not sure if he got hit by something, but they don't have a rest for him, so Gotcha will have to run back here.
Yeah, but he is able to easily run back. There's no Reaping behind that they need to skip because they didn't kill any of the mobs. But because their healer's down, Farouche also will go down here, and they don't have a way to res him before the next RP starts unless Gaia gets here right about now, and Click also going down. So they need to make, if they don't finish off this RP trash event, they're going to be behind by a lot here, but it looks like they're just about out of it there. If that Lost Soul goes down, they're going to be fine, and Gaia will be able to AoE res everyone else. But this is still a huge time loss from them because 40K had no problems. They're just going to move on to the fourth and final event of this RP here.
This is definitely huge for them. Now Gotcha is in combat with those mobs too. He did have to use his Shadow Melt to get out of combat. Now he can cast the Mass Rest. But yeah, this is actually a huge loss for them because the mobs reset, as you mentioned, because the last player alive was actually the Rogue, who was mind controlled. So the mobs reset, and now they have to do this event one more time. Thankfully, they managed to finish off the Reaping, as you said. But yeah, what happened here was, I believe Gotcha got hit by some of those Reaping souls on the ground. Like if one of the Reaping souls die, they will spawn those green swirlies on the ground. If you don't move out of them, you do get damaged and you get knocked. I do believe some combination of getting hit by it, getting knocked in something else, and he died. Now they don't, as I said, they just don't have a battle rest for him. Then we didn't have a Raging Dispel, which we talked about this affix earlier. Both the Queen and the King were raging at the very same time. The Druid was not there to cast his Soothe, and then a Blade Storm just kind of one-shot players. And of course, a tank with those two Raging mobs on top, with not having interrupts for the Shadow Bolt volley, it just all went down there.
This is a very weird strategy coming out from Team 40K here. We almost see nobody pull this Purification construct here, mainly because it's a solo mob, and when you're doing these speedrunning affix dungeons, I mean speedrunning in the tournament, that is, you don't really want to pull one guy by himself, especially this construct that has a lot more HP than your typical trash mob. The mechanics of the mob aren't that difficult. It's not a dangerous mob to deal with. It's just incredibly inefficient to deal with. In all of the time they spent dealing with that one mob, they're probably going to spend as much time or less dealing with all of these small embalming fluids in this room, and they're going to get more trash percentage from it. So that's just kind of weird from them. We don't really see that kind of pull too much from teams.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen this construct being pulled at all, and except they would shout past it, kill all the blobs here, and then pull those 2 constructs who are in the room, plus the construct that was outside. They would pull it in the room and kill 3 at the same time. But yeah, something like that is very interesting because, as you said, just very inefficient killing a mob by itself. It must have something to do with their route. They probably needed the percentage for it later on so they can skip something else that might be too difficult for them to deal with. But now Team Puolukka actually has a chance to catch up here because of this inefficient construct they had to kill here.
Well, not only the inefficient construct, but they're also playing it safe in this room, doing a smaller pull. We usually see teams pull all of the embalming fluids at the exact same time in this room. Now, one of the reasons they might not have wanted to do that is because of the explosive affix. For every mob that you pull, every mob that you're in combat with has a chance to spawn one of these explosives that we see on the side of Team 40K. If that explosive gets its explosion cast off, it will explode, dealing damage to everyone in the group. So the more mobs you pull, the more explosives can spawn, and explosives can also spawn explosives. So it kind of becomes this cascading effect of making sure you need to DPS explosives down, and for every explosive you kill, you're not killing the mobs you're in combat with. So there's kind of this exponential effect, but we kind of see that Team Puolukka has caught up. They've dealt with all the embalming fluids, and they're only dealing with the 2 interment constructs, while 40K is kind of still dealing with cleaning up the rest of the trash in this room here.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a safer strat here coming in from 40K. Now, it makes a little bit more sense now that they killed their construct outside, because now they proc their Reaping Wave, and they managed to pull the Reaping Wave on top of this right side of the room, making it a little bit more efficient, but they still needed 3 pulls in total, while Team Puolukka pulled everything in one big pull pretty much, or in 2 pulls. So now Team Puolukka has a chance to actually catch up here. Now 40K has the Bloodlust strategy. We saw some teams not use it on this boss because you can deal with it without Bloodlust and then use it later for this difficult trash that is coming up after.
Yeah, we've definitely seen different strategies coming out from teams. We've even seen teams like Team D in the East Cup last week use their Bloodlust at about 20% on the boss. But we do see Team Puolukka has opted to use their Bloodlust the second they pulled Embalmer here, and I believe we're going to actually see them pass up Team 40K here, except Team 40K also pops their Bloodlust at pretty much the exact same time. So these teams are going to be neck and neck on this boss, with the only major difference between the teams being those extra 5 deaths that Team Puolukka had on the board, and a little bit of extra trash percentage out of 40K. But we're here on the Embalmer. Let's talk about these boss mechanics a little bit. They do something similar to what we saw those interment constructs doing earlier, where the boss will entomb one of the players at random in one of the 4 crypts around the dungeon, and in order to get them out of that crypt, one of the players in the group will have to run over to the crypt and click on it. Otherwise, the boss will do something pretty dangerous that we haven't seen in the tournament yet. He'll spawn kind of this zombie thing.
Yeah, I hope we're not going to see that in this tournament at all, which should not be a problem for those players to click the right coffin. And now we see one other major ability here on Team Puolukka's side is those really huge red circles that spawn the fire. Now, once in a while, a player will get targeted and a circle will spawn underneath them. Now, it's very crucial to run out of them immediately, because the spawn time of the fire, if you get hit by it, it can one-shot you, especially in a tyrannical +19. So people have to walk out of it immediately. And one more thing you have to be careful about is to not spawn a fire in bad places, because you can pretty much cut off the room left and right, and then if someone gets in a coffin on the right side and you're all on the left, then it's going to be very difficult to go over.
Like we can see on the side of Team Puolukka, they almost have fire across the entire center of the room, so if someone gets entombed on the other side of the room, they don't have any great way of getting to there. Fortunately, it looks like they were entombed on the close side, so they got away with it. They kind of got away with it a little bit there. But fortunately for them, they're able to deal with that mechanic fine. In addition to that, the other ability the boss has is this drain fluids mechanic, where he targets a player and kind of does a channel on them. We can see it going on to Barua on the side of Team Puolukka there. He does a lot of damage. It's a pretty high, heavy damaging ability. In addition to that, if the player is below 90% health at the end of the channel, he'll get a debuff reducing his damage, and on top of that, reducing his movement speed.
Yeah, so 40K down to Bomber here. They're on their way to the next trash. Now, we've seen some different pulls coming out of the teams here. Now, both of them do not have their Bloodlust ready, and we've saw a team do a huge pull with a double Berserker without Bloodlust, and they ended up wiping. So 40K taking it a little bit slower, as we've seen before in the Bomber room. They're only pulling these 3 mobs here, not pulling the rest of the trash. Now, these mobs are very dangerous, especially if you have Enrage as well, if you have Raging Affix as well. Now, these Berserkers are the ones you have to look out for. The Berserkers will actually leap around and they will slash the closest target and put a bleed effect on it, as we saw on Rentari just now. Now, this bleed effect can actually stack. We see one of them being on Lascelles. Now, you want to make sure that you try to avoid it being stacking up on a tank as much as possible. You can try to get it on the rogues. They're dwarves, they can get rid of it, or they can use the defensives to out-heal it, but if you have 2 or 3 stacks on the tank, it's going to be very critical to heal him.
And of course, this entire section of the dungeon is an absolute gauntlet of trash. We're going to be rapid-firing these mobs and these abilities at you. One of the most dangerous abilities in this entire section is that Poison Barrage on the Beastmaster there, and we do see Click going down to this first pack. We talked about how difficult that Berserker was. We're going to have to see if that was a bleed that killed him there. I think I personally missed it. I don't know if you saw what happened, but we were talking about this Poison Barrage on the Beastmaster on the side of 40K. It targets a player, focuses them, and does this AoE poison cone. And if you get hit by the poison barrage, you get a poison disease debuff on you that does a lot of damage, and you can only dispel one of them at a time. So if everyone in the group gets the debuff, it can spell disaster for your team.
We see Team Puolukka having so much trouble with this pack here. We saw Click dying. Thankfully, no one else died. They managed to rest him up, have no other deaths. They did recover pretty well here, but the Syndicates and both rogues also proccing their cheat death here. So, as we mentioned, these packs are very dangerous, not only the Berserkers, but also the Witch Doctors, the Beastmasters. They have dangerous cast on the tank, a lot of tank damage, and a lot of things you can die to if you don't play it properly. As we see, this big Brute being pulled as well, who casts this big circle. If you stay in the circle, once the cast goes through, you get a lot of damage and you get knocked into the air, so you definitely want to make sure you walk out of it. And then on top of that, it's just this Raging Affix that makes it even more difficult, because once you get all the mobs into Raging range, the healer can only dispel so many mobs, right? And if you have those Witch Doctors casting their Spectral Bolts, you have those Berserkers increasing their bleed damage, it's just so much damage to handle.
In addition to all of that, this Brute provides a large area of denial, this big circle on the ground that we see here that you kind of just have to move out for. If you're in that circle when he finishes his cast, you get knocked to the ceiling, you're taken out of commission for about 6 seconds, and you take the damage plus from the circle, and you also take fall damage after the fact. This is one-shot damage, especially, even in this tyrannical setting, it can one-shot you from both of those abilities, both of those damage instances going off. So it's just an incredibly difficult pack to deal with. But we see 40K has actually just opted to skip every other trash pack on the bridge and instantly move on to the third boss, this council boss.
Yeah, interesting differences here between 40K and Team Puolukka. Team Puolukka choosing to do their trash first, probably go to 96%, which is the amount you need before you go to this last mini-boss. 40K just having 86% trash, skipping everything with their Shroud, going to this council boss here, which is pretty dangerous as well. But yeah, they will have to backtrack a little bit later and kill some more trash before they go to the mini-boss.
Yeah, we'll have to see how much of that trash percentage Team Puolukka gets before they move on to the boss here. But it looks like they're doing another large pull here to get the rest of their mob count. But let's look at this boss here. Kula the Butcher is probably the most dangerous in this council boss, not because of these whirling axes we see moving around the room, but because of her physical bleed debuff. It's a 20-second physical bleed damaging debuff that can't be dispelled. It does a lot of damage. The only way you can dispel it is if you're a dwarf, in which case you can get rid of your bleed, but you can see that bleed went on the healer, Resto Igloo here, and you can see just how much damage that one debuff is doing.
Man, Igloo is really unlucky, taking all the debuffs here in this dungeon so far. So Igloo, of course, popping this tree for him, trying to keep himself alive. Just popping such a big cooldown for this one debuff. That's how dangerous this debuff is, really. As we've mentioned, now Kula is about to go down. It actually gets one more debuff on Lascelles. And on top of that, Lascelles also get hit by one of those whirling blades. Now, those whirling blades that you see going around the room, if you get hit by them, you also get a bleed debuff applied. So good on Igloo of having this tree form up, because healing the debuff from the Severing Blade and getting hit by one of those swirling blades, it's a lot of damage. Probably Lascelles also popping all of his defensive cooldowns here, but now that they managed to kill Kula, the next boss is going to be activated, and Kula is going to come back sometime later on during this boss fight and spawn those whirling blades again throughout the fight.
Yeah, of course, the main gacha mechanic of the fight is that once you kill one of the bosses, they're not gone forever. They'll come back and do one of your mechanics, just like you mentioned. Moving on to Xanazal the Wise, the second boss of the encounter, as we see Kula coming back. back to cast her Whirling Axes on cue. Xana's otherwise main ability is this Call of the Elements cast, where he'll spawn 4 totems in each corner of the room. Now, each of these totems has their own ability. The most important one to deal with is that Explosive totem, which kind of works like the Explosive affix. It casts Explosion, and if that Explosion goes off, it will deal massive damage to the entire group, probably causing group wiping damage. In addition to that, there is a totem that puts a Absorb debuff on the boss, which pretty much causes you to not be able to deal damage to the boss. And then as well, 2 other totems that kind of don't really do too much. They do an Interrupt on the group, and they also kind of spawn these little circles that will knock you around, but they don't do too much for these triple melee comps. The Interrupt, I mean, the melee don't have any cast to interrupt, so we'll typically see the healer deal with those final 2 totems on their own.
Yeah, one thing to mention though is of course that the explosive affix makes those totems a little bit more dangerous because the totems can also spawn explosives. So if you keep the totems up for too long or you don't have anyone at the totems, if they spawn explosives and you, as you said, there's just a full melee lineup, if an explosive spawns really far away, they're gonna have a hard time running there and killing the explosives in time. As we see Xenocell about to go down once he killed this last set of totems on 40K side. Now Team Puolukka is on Kula. They are dealing with the boss pretty well. They get one more Severing Axe, unfortunately, on one of the rogues just before Kula dies. There's no cheat death available as well, so Gotcha needs to make sure to keep her alive. As you can see just how much damage this debuff does. He might actually go down here. Oh no, okay, so the Dwarf Racial came back up. He did manage to remove the debuff from him, so good on them having this cooldown ready again. But one more thing to mention, Team Puolukka actually killed a little bit more trash than they have to. They are 98%, and as I said earlier, they only need 96% before they reach this last mini-boss. So a little bit, not calculating their trash percentage properly or mispulling something.
Exactly, and they are exactly 1 mini-boss behind us. They are now on Xana's otherwise. But we see 40K has moved on to the 3rd and final boss, Akali the Conqueror. And this is more of like a stack and spread mechanic boss. He has an ability called Barrel Through. He'll target one of the players in the group, as we see it going on Alophis there. People will need to stand in between both the boss and the person who gets targeted. The boss will cast that Barrel Through on the target and deal split damage to everyone in between. But the thing that these guys are doing is kind of interesting. We see them sometimes vanishing the ability off. Now the boss, of course, will be like, no, I'm going to recast that ability, and it'll go again on another player. Now we've seen some teams kind of mess with the queuing of this boss to where they'll be able to change the queuing to where this debilitating backhand mechanic, which is the more dangerous of the 2 abilities, he'll backhand the tank and reduce their armor by, I believe, 75%, causing them to take massive melee damage from the boss, and the tank will have to kite the boss around during that debuff.
Yeah, so if you have the debuff on the tank, you definitely don't want to get hit by the boss. So we see the tank just running around, maybe even have the rest of it taunt the boss away for the remainder of the debuff. Now, one thing we saw here, Xenocell, once she is dead, she will continue to spawn sometimes throughout the fight and cast this Poison Nova, which we've seen happening on 40K side. Now, unfortunately, they got a little bit unlucky, had her spawn cast a Poison Nova and also had an explosive spawn. So we saw Rentari just charging over, interrupting the Poison Nova and dealing with this explosive, because those are the things that are difficult to deal with if you have those full melee lineups, because if you have an explosive spawn really far away, you have a full melee setup. You need to somehow, not only do you need to see it, you also need to go really far and make sure you deal with it.
40K has downed the council boss, and they have to finish up about 10% more trash percentage before moving on to the final mini-boss of the dungeon, while Team Puolukka is dealing with that 3rd and final boss of the encounter, Akali the Conqueror, like we mentioned before. I mean, both of these teams are pretty close together in terms of where they are in the dungeon. I think that major problem is going to be those 6 deaths on the board that Team Puolukka has. Half a minute, 30 seconds. That's a lot of time to make up when you're pretty much neck and neck in the dungeon.
Definitely. We see 40K. Actually, this is a pretty decent pull, and we see LaSalle dying. They do have a battle rest. They should get him back up here. We also saw Lovis proccing a street death. We saw 2 players having the poison debuff from the Beastmaster here, not being able to be dispelled. Now, they do have 2 poison spells, actually, LaSalle and Ilu, so they should be able to deal with it quite fine. But now they managed to finish off the pack. They are 96%, so they do have the proper percentage. They're not overkilling trash like on Team Puolukka's side. Now, the only thing in their way is this mini-boss, which is probably the most dangerous mini-boss out of all dungeons.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm allergic to sloppy play. We're moving on to the mini-boss, Shadow Azul here. Now, this is probably one of the more dangerous mini-bosses to deal with for almost any of these warrior tanks, because Shadow Azul does only shadow damage to tanks, and really warriors don't have much in terms of mitigation for shadow damage. We're just going to see them spamming out that Ignore Pain, trying to get as much of an absorb on themselves as possible, but really this is all on the healer's shoulders here. They have to spam heal that tank here.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the tree form being popped by Igloo here, making sure Rentari is alive and well. Now, some of those abilities that the Soul does is pretty much just the tank damage, right? All those other abilities that we see, they're not very dangerous. You see this zone is being spawned that just does this pulsing AoE. Now, the thing with this pulsing AoE is it's really only 15 yards range. The range of it is a lot smaller than the animation makes it out to be. So, if you want to avoid it doing the pulsing damage, you need to have somebody go inside and soak it. But then if you soak it, you get damage to yourself. So what teams do is just they walk away from it 15 yards and ignore it. Then one more thing that we'll see is like the debuff on Wolf Disco right now that does a AoE around the player. So you just want to make sure you run out with it. And it also spawns one of those minions of Zul once the debuff runs out.
Yeah, we need to make sure the healers are running away from Rentari here. He still had that Shadow Barrage debuff on him. They're ticking him down incredibly low. And we can just see how dangerous this mini boss is, how low it brings these players down. But of course, dealt with it cleanly by Team 40K. They still have 2 of their battle reses available for the final boss, King Dazar here, which is another one of these bosses that kind of just throws a whole bunch of mechanics at you. I think the most important of the mechanics, I think, is probably this Gale Slash mechanic where he targets one of the players, spawns a tornado at their location, and then from where that player is, it'll go in a circle around the dungeon, either clockwise or counterclockwise. It does both of them, so you kind of have to make sure you're dodging these tornadoes from both directions throughout the entire fight.
Yeah, you see Team Puolukka are about to kill Shadow of Soul here, the mini-boss, to engage on the last boss fight as well. But at this point, they are behind. And not only do they have the 6 deaths, which is going to be 25 seconds difference in total because 40K has only 1 death, but, you know, they also pulled the boss really late. It's just this one mistake they had pretty early on in the dungeon, just costing them so much here. Now, both of the teams do have the Bloodlust, which they're probably going to use once Gisela spawns, the last Raptor, where King Dazar is actually going to mount.
Yeah, we do see the first of the Raptors, Rebon, coming out here. This is just kind of a bigger version of one of the Raptors from the earlier part of the dungeon. They'll jump to one of the players in the group. They'll start casting this frontal hunting leap ability, which does a lot of physical damage. And it's kind of just one of those... We'll typically see them just knock it back if it's in a bad place. Otherwise, the team will run away from it. The other main mechanic that King Dazar does all the time is this Quaking Leap ability, where he'll target one of the players in the group and leap to their location. Now, this does very major fall-off damage. So the further away from the group you are, the further away from where he leaps to, the less damage you'll take. Now, they are in the most difficult part of the encounter here. T'Zala, the second Raptor, has spawned.
Yeah, so T'Zala spawns... the king will actually mount on T'Zala, and now you have those 3 Raptors up. Now, T'Zala has this special ability that will actually fear everybody for a couple of seconds. Now, the fear is very dangerous because you can get feared into a tornado, you can get feared into something else, you can have an explosive spawn right before the fear and it go through. So definitely very dangerous to deal with as we see it coming out from 40K's side here. That's why they saved their Bloodlust for this very moment to make sure they deal with it very fast. Now they killed both of the Raptors. Now King Dazar is the only mob alive from them and actually getting into the next round.
Yep, and we do see they do deal with it masterfully. No deaths coming out on the side of Team 40K. We do see Team Puolukka is now just entering that difficult part of the fight. I'm sure we'll see the Bloodlust coming out from them as well. They will have to make sure they don't have any deaths to that portion of the fight if they want any chance of coming back in this dungeon. But 40K moving on to the final phase of the dungeon at 40%. Spears will start spawning from the ceiling in a couple of different patterns. They just need to make sure they dodge the spots on the ground while they're also dealing with the mechanics, the Gale Slash and that leap that we've mentioned at the beginning of the fight, actually, rather.
Yeah, so those spears are pretty much 2 different patterns. One of them we can see right now that it will always start spawning at this... Oh, we see 1 death coming in from Team Puolukka. It was a place that died. They did have a battle rest to get him back up. And as you said, they're already behind, right? Just getting 1 more death, losing more time again. 30 seconds difference now. But at this point, 40K needs to make a mistake to lose this dungeon because not only are they ahead in boss HP, they're 25% ahead, they also just, you know, are ahead in time. They're 30 seconds ahead. So this is going to be all 40K's game to win. And at this point, in this last phase, there's not many things you can do wrong anymore. We talked about those spears, which for those caliber of players, it's not a big deal at all to dodge this ability. And you have the Gale Slashes that you need to dodge. But other than that, as long as the tank is fine from this blade combo, which does quite a bit of damage, this should be their game to win here.
And as long as they're dodging all of these, you know, these Gale Slashes that have spawned throughout the entire fight, they're gonna be fine. As long as they're moving out with that Quaking Leap, they're not gonna be taking any extra group damage. And as long as the tank doesn't die to this last final blade combo, I believe this is gonna be 40K moving on in the tournament, keeping their tournament life on the line.
Very impressive performance here by 40K with
honestly, to see if Method and A changes any of their strats, if they deemed it something that just didn't work for them in the previous time they did it, or they just, you know, screw it up and they're confident that it's going to work out this time. Nonetheless, both teams mass stealthing straight through to the Sand Queen. No extra trash on top of this one. We are now in a bursting environment. Only way you can get rid of this bursting is either to, well, outranging is really the only way to do it outside of any immunities or pre-immune. So they're going to have to be careful with what trash they kill upstairs with the cannons. But once we will get to that later, as the Sand Queen is 86% apiece. No bloodlust on either side, though, Nagura.
Yeah, they're probably going to wait for this upheaval that is happening right now, and once the boss comes up again, they will probably use their bloodlust, I assume. It is a tyrannical setting on a plus 19, so bosses do have a lot of HP. Now, the upheaval, she will borrow once in a while, and then she will target a player, and once she comes up below that player, she will do a lot of damage to this to them if they actually get hit by it. Now, it is dodgeable by, you know, using an immunity or just being really fast, using your blink or something like that.
Yeah, no, oddly enough, a pretty late bloodlust there from Method EU. She only comes up for about 40 to 45 seconds right after the upheaval ends, and they waited about 10-15 seconds there, so might lose a bit of that bloodlust timing. Perhaps they were waiting for the parasites to spawn just so they make sure they cleave them properly. Now, once, of course, these drones, the parasites, do die on the side, the Sand Queen will get a buff of about 5%, not about, but actually 5% on the dot, stacking enraged damage. So yeah, wasted about 5-6 seconds of bloodlust here, popping it late for them. But she comes up and they get the last few hits out as upheaval hits, and they get ready to keep cleaving everything down together, moving well as a unit. Both teams actually doing the exact same strat, making sure to localize all of those traps on the ground.
Yeah, Method and A choosing not to use their bloodlust. Now, you can only really use 2 bloodlusts in this dungeon anyway, and one of them you want to save for the last boss because it's just so dangerous. So they do have time to use it maybe in the second boss, because that's the one where they have been struggling earlier. But one thing to note as well here, that Shakib actually got hit by one of those sand traps. Now, the traps that spawn, the spawner drones out of them, if you walk on top of them, you actually get stunned and you get a lot of damage. So Shakib dropping really low, getting hit by the sand trap, needs to make sure that he you know, cleans up the play a little bit, make sure not getting hit by things like that, because they're totally avoidable.
Lady doing well there to roll out of the group and transcend back into position just to get the boss in position as quickly as possible for these sand traps that are forming on Method and A side. Even with that happening, Nagur, and what you said, plus the fact that Method EU used their bloodlust, it's only a 5% difference between the two teams. So maybe Method and A could make some better use from their brother squad with that bloodlust upstairs, likely in just Hallis' room. Predicting, in my opinion, at least second phase Jess Hallis is what I'm seeing her for the 70%, but they could very well use it on trash in that room. Method EU finally down Sand Queen, and they head over to the sewers, use that rogue pick lock, and get down in the grates. We will see kind of a pull for the thug here to the side.
Yeah, so they actually chose to skip those parasites, just running through them, and now I assume they're gonna shadow melt all the mobs after they just skipped, or, you know, shadow melt and vanish. And now, yeah, as you can see it coming out right now, they still only have the 4% from earlier. Now we see the double step, which is a truancy, so everyone can just walk past without getting encumbered with those mobs. We're probably gonna see even more skips coming out here, so they go into the upper room. One thing to mention here as well, that there's those cages on the side, which if you open them, you actually gain buffs. So that's probably what we're gonna see from the rogues coming out here. They're just gonna stealth around, open the cages, trying to get the buffs for the group.
Definitely some important buffs too. There's attack power, there's arcane intellect, there's fortitude, so important buffs to kind of just, you know, roll over into the dungeon with and have a lot of extra buffs that will get the trash killed faster. Not as effective, of course, as on the trash, because most of the cannons will do the job there, but really just for the high tyrannical health bosses, especially leading into Korgus at the very end. Method and A, here comes finally their bloodlust. Pretty big pull coming up for them on Jess Hallis' floor right now. A lot of casters that need to be interrupted. Specifically, you want to make sure that the Sea Speakers do not get their Water Dome cast. It will provide an absorb shell on all of the mobs around them. It'll just take way too long to chew through everything for these Alliance teams that don't have offensive dispels with Arcane Torrent.
We saw Method EU dropping really low here as they triggered a bunch of bursting stacks on the group, which of course we have bursting and necrotic, two very dangerous affixes, especially in combination, because necrotic, of course, is a stacking debuff on the tank that will decrease damage, decrease healing taken, and if you get bursting on top of you, which just is a damage ticking dot, then it can be very dangerous for the tank.
Ooh, that was scary. Method A nerf clap dipping below 10% health there with all the bursting in combination with the damage over time fire from the arsonist plus the necrotic stacks, of course, in this necrotic environment. So any successful melee on there at targets will add a stacking damage over time bleed plus 2% healing taken debuff. So the tanks, I mean, they have to start getting at around 20-30 stacks. It gets too lethal, and if the DPS kill things too quickly and too many bursting stacks accrue, which is of course another 4-second damage over time on the group, can only get away from that by outranging it a substantial, I think 60 yards, something like that, Nagura. You have to get quite far to get away from that bursting. It could be quite lethal for the tank, and it almost cost Nerfclap his life, but they did manage to stabilize. MOTHERLODE moving here really well as they deal with that first Reaping wave, and it seems maybe they learned from some of the other teams' mistake. They don't want to pull the Reaping on top of Jess Howless and have that combination where Jess stuns everyone at 70% and then ends up in a tank death because of the accrued Reaping stacks.
Yeah, they actually proc the Reaping and pulled it on top of this pretty massive group here with some Sea Speakers, some Arsonists. So very well done by MOTHERLODE here to deal with the Reaping and the pack at the same time. Now they're on 30% trash and are already engaging Jess Howless, while MOTHERLODE is still trying to proc their first Reaping wave as it happens right now, and now engaging Jess Howless as well. Now, they pulled the boss kind of at the same time, MOTHERLODE just slightly behind. Now, one thing to note again is that once you have 20-ish% trash, you can go to the cannons and deal with the rest of it with the cannons. So MOTHERLODE, even if they have more trash at this point, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be much faster.
Hopefully MOTHERLODE manages to kill this Reaping wave, and they do, just because we don't want that combination mentioned earlier to happen where the group gets stunned at 70%. It's quite lethal for the tank. 79% now in Jess Howless for MOTHERLODE as MOTHERLODE is approaching their transition at 70%. Will hit the group with a stun and run around to the various cages in the complete floor, the U-shaped floor, if you will, opening up all the cages, getting some extra mobs to spawn, which will be dangerous for the tank as that's more necrotic stocks. They will pack into the corner once the travel is done and make sure to interrupt in line of sight the flashing daggers as well. After that, really it'll just be a struggle to keep the tank alive and help them reset stacks. Likely to see some Ring of Peace come into play there.
I actually really liked this tiny little strategy by MOTHERLODE where they were dragging Jess Howless towards the very first cage that he would open in the intermission phase. Because, you know, if he gets stand right next to the cage, the boss doesn't have a lot of room to move to the cage, and then you gain just like maybe a second or two. But it's such a small advantage, but I just like it for those top-end teams to do those kind of things.
This is actually a really clever play from them. They avoided most of the mobs, and they actually aren't even tanking the boss outside in the hallway. They went back into Bobby, the sibling of Jess here that joins the fight in phase 2, and sat in his cage that has a little kind of nook in it in the corner that you can use to line of sight that fear. So they're kind of trapped in the cage, or they're trapped in the cage with them. It's just a really clever play, actually. I'm kind of blown away. This is working excellent for them. Jess Howless at 9%, getting ready to line of sight again for this flashing daggers here as needed in the nook that we just mentioned. We're wanting no last second deaths on the team. Bobby's well interrupted, has nowhere to run as well with his fear. Just stellar strat here coming out of MOTHERLODE as they down the second boss and are already headed off. MOTHERLODE doing more of a traditional strat that we were going towards with the line of sight here in the corner at the beginning of the hallway.
Yeah, definitely safer and better strat coming out of MOTHERLODE here compared to the last time, at the last tournament where they had a lot of struggles here in Jess Howless. Now playing it a lot cleaner, not having any issues at all. Now we see the skip coming out with the Shadow Melt from MOTHERLODE's side. Well, MOTHERLODE just downed Howless right now and probably going to do a Shadow Melt skip as well.
Yeah, MOTHERLODE certainly on the heels of MOTHERLODE here as they get ready, waiting for their skip towards the cannons. We can see Nerf and Lighty patiently waiting for the rogues to kind of do their rounds. MOTHERLODE doing the same in the doorway here, waiting for that necrotic to drop on now as they shadow meld the rest of the trash off. And onto the cannons we go as MOTHERLODE starts to rush in, picking up everything they can. They let the rogues go ahead first to deal with the 2 trash pack that was on top of the cannon. The tank then runs through Nerfclap and pulls a ton of trash with them on the way.
Yeah, that was actually really smart. Just Nerfclap and Lighty just waiting downstairs, letting the rogues and the healer deal with the trash that is already in the hallway. And therefore, Nerfclap and Lighty, not only do they outrange the bursting because they're really far away, but they also are in position already to pull the rest of the trash. So very smart play in this Tol Dagor by MOTHERLODE, definitely improving their strategy here compared to last time around. While MOTHERLODE, of course, is also at the cannon part of this dungeon, and we've been talking about this cannon part a lot. Now, what really happens is the rogues are jumping into the cannons, they will trick the tank before they jump in, and then they will just kill off those mobs with the cannon blasts, as we can see in MOTHERLODE right here.
MOTHERLODE still camping, some of them at least, still camping in the main jail room as they sit there with Fish Feast, spamming themselves to help so they can heal through the bursting stacks that are accruing outside from the cannon. So really good healing play by them as now finally rears up and grabs a lot of the trash outside to the cannon. MOTHERLODE already at 70% of the trash. Really well disciplined here. Instead of ping-ponging between the 2 cannons that we we saw one of the other teams do yesterday. They actually wait between cannon shots for the bursting to reset, so they never get more than 2 to 5 bursting stacks, even though the members do not outrange the bursting and just kind of sit there waiting to support and heal through it. The cannon patiently waits until everybody's healed off, the dot drops off, and then they keep rummaging on the trash. 75% now Method and A, about to proc the 4th Reaping. Method EU with a huge pull here as well, wanting to catch up.
Yeah, so Method EU and Method NA, of course, making use of both of these cannons. We see Yoda drop really low because he's got aggro from some of those mobs. Of course, if you're in the cannons, you still get aggro. So if you don't get the tricks done properly, or you get caster attacks you with something, you can definitely die. That's why we see the cheat death proccing from Yoda here. But again, they're making use of both of the cannons, one on the right and one on the left, with both of those rogues, trying to get them in the middle, the mobs in the middle between them, so both of the cannons can shoot them at the same time.
And unfortunately, Yoda does go down, just barely trying to hang on there at that 1%. No dice, though, as they have their first death of the series and the match. Rogue goes down. They're going to have to wait for that res in just a moment as they finish off the rest of the trash, wanting to hang on to that battle res. Here comes the res now from the Method NA side, as Method EU is looking to catch up, but Xaylia goes down, and there's no active battle res prepared for Method EU, even though they have 2 available. So the DPS are going to have to try to kill the rest of the sauce, but there's no dispel for now, as he gets so much damage chunked on him from the dot from the Risen Souls. Barely hangs on, manages to clean it up, and his Blonde Somebody's Bargain Trinket procs. Not going to have that available for 6 minutes, but does die now in the end. Mears finally is able to res Xaylia, and he will have to res now after that. Lot of time lost here for Method EU, as Method NA has already started on the 3rd boss.
Yeah, so Method EU just had too many bursting stacks on the whole group. Xaylia just dying to this very last tick of bursting, and of course without a battle rest available to them with their healer, that now just dying to those Reaping Souls. This is going to cost them so much time. Even if they recovered now, they managed to get out of combat, they managed to rest Xaylia and the tank back up, but 2 deaths and a lot of time lost, while Method NA already is on Valeri here, already on 65% boss HP and on 89% at enemy forces. So Method NA definitely on their way to win this dungeon here if they continue this way.
Method EU certainly on the back burner here. Knight Captain Valeri at 60% for Method NA, and we can see here in Nagur, we talked about it earlier, despite their late Bloodlust use, 1 minute 40 on Method NA's Bloodlust. Certainly they'll have that up for the last boss by the time they get up to Corgus on top of the tower, or the jail tower essentially. 55 for Valeri now, as Method EU has only engaged with the boss. Now, there is some efficiency you can gain on this boss by making sure you pre-move her to the corners opposite of where the explosions are going to go. She is largely immobile a lot of the time because she just casts so frequently. It's really frustrating to move her. Sometimes she even sits between casts, staring at the tank before she starts her second cast. So you want to get her out of the way quickly so that the melee have access in these heavy melee meta comps to get the DPS in on her. Both teams looking to do that quite well here, but still 35% difference between the 2 teams and an extra death on the board for Method EU.
Yeah, definitely Method NA on their way to win here if they don't make any mistakes from now on. Now, the only thing left between them and winning the first game off of Method EU would be a little bit of trash and the last boss. Now, the last boss is very dangerous, and that's why we see most teams usually save their bloodlust for the last boss, but here Valeri about to go down, then we're probably going to see a skip coming through from both of those teams because they want to kill the boss first to not proc the Reaping Wave, and once the boss dies, they want to go back and finish up this last little bit of percentage that they need. One thing to mention though is that Method EU actually has a little bit more trash than Method NA, meaning they need a little bit less cannon shots at the very end to proc this last Reaping. But they do have 1 death more, so 5 seconds difference as well.
So here comes the CC from Method NA, the crowd control as they finish off Valeri, the 3rd boss, starting to head upstairs, but I think Lighty got into the cannon actually, so they're looking to finish off some of the trash, but not the 2 wardens, or maybe they're actually looking to finish everything off and then shadow meld it right at Corgus' room, so they don't want to waste the inefficiency or have the inefficiency of needing to backtrack over the terrain back to the cannon after Corgus. So a bit opposite what we've seen other teams do. Nonetheless, 5% left on the board for Method NA, who will proc their 5th Reaping here, and I'm not sure if they're going to have the space to fully shadow meld everything, Nagur. We'll have to see in a moment. Nonetheless, the final 2 wardens are about to die here, and the last Reaping Wave coming up in just a second as they CC, they root. Oh, very clever by them. They root and they crowd control the final warden, just barely below 10% health, holding him there for the remainder of the fight as they run up to Corgus and prepare to pull the last boss, getting that Bloodlust out right away. And this is for the first game here. We could see the first Method EU game dropped over the course of 2 cups. Method and A looking largely dominant right now as Corgus is just sub 90% and Method U's only starting their trash up to Corgus.
Yeah, so Corgus very dangerous boss. Now there is some things that can go wrong here because we talked about this. And JB is actually going down. They do not have a rest. They need to reset the boss. They need to try again. This is a disaster for Method and A. They were on their way of winning against Method U, the very first game to take away from them, and now they have a team wipe coming in. They have to reset because they don't have a battle rest for him.
This is an absolute disaster here. They wasted their bloodlust and all of their cooldowns. No trash that they can efficiently backtrack for right now as they killed off most of it. Nerve Clap's Trinket is procced on the way out as well. Won't have that available for 6 minutes, the remainder of the dungeon, as Method EU is looking to capitalize on this mistake, pulling Corgus now, popping their bloodlust, and just trying to get him down as quickly as possible. They've already dealt with their 5th Reaping Wave, so once this boss dies, it is over for the match.
Method U engaging Corgus now as well. Now, they can't make the same mistake as Method and A here. They can't have Xaylia down because there's no battle rest available for him. They do have one rest though, so if Xaylia survives and someone else dies, they can get him back up. Now, but this boss, there's a bunch of very difficult mechanics that you need to look out for. Now, we have the explosive burst, which we can see on both sides of the screen coming out right now, which will target 3 players and do a lot of initial damage once it procs, and then also apply a dots to the player. Now, there's a little bit of RNG in this fight, and you can get doubles pretty much, which means that the explosive bursts will come really close to one another, meaning that the healer only has very little amount of time to heal the players back up so they don't get one-shot by the next application of explosive burst.
Lighty doing really well there to keep paralyzing the Ashvane Warden in the bottom of the screen. That's the last trash mod they'll need to kill in order to proc their 5th Reaping. Obviously waiting until the end of the fight to do that. Don't want to deal with the Reaping on top of this boss, but you know, I mean, anything can go wrong. If Lighty goes down and he doesn't get up in time, that CC breaks, anything can happen. Method EU now at a 54% on this quite long boss fight in the tyrannical setting that we're under, dipping a lot of health based on those explosive bursts that Nagura talked about, but doing well to rotate the Deadeye shot and move around for this cross ignition, something that is honestly quite hard to see in the tank position that now is in at the moment, which is why we see Nerve Clap on the Method and A side kind of travel down the stairs a couple of times during that just to make sure he has good vision on it.
And we actually see a double coming in on Method EU side right now. That's why we see fragments dropping so low. Actually, Sally is trying his best to heal everybody up. Now, actually going in cat form a little bit too, trying to weave some of those dots, cat weaving a little bit, getting the damage done. A 6k DPS actually coming out of Xaylia while healing is very dangerous fight. While we also see some damage coming out of JB's side here. But Kroger's just on 31% compared to 45% on Method and A side, which is a pretty big difference on a tyrannical setting. We see Lighty drop so low.
So low right now. He's their CC. He's going to have to get healed back up. Didn't have the Transcend available after he got knocked back with the explosive burst. Not only is there a damage component over time with that, but it will knock you back as well. So if the melee don't have their back or they don't have an instant travel, they will have to just manually run over, losing some DPS time, but also gaining some stack of that. Xaylia getting chunked quite low as Method EU spreads out.
JB died again.
And JB goes down for Method NA, and that is going to spell it for them unless Method EU has a disastrous sub 10% wipe here. It looks like Method EU really is going to dodge a bullet here. Full wipe coming out of Method NA. We almost saw the first game that Method EU dropped, but it just wasn't enough. 6% left here on Corgus, and Method EU is going to brush a bit of sweat off their brow. That was a close call, but they are going to take the first game. Nagura, you're speechless.
Yeah.
And I'm sure
close.
Kind of tote this dungeon as being really open, but realistically, there's the only variance that we get sometimes is where do you kill Razan? Razan sometimes is killed a 2nd or 3rd boss, but for the most part, you don't see the Colossi pulled. You see minimal honor guards pulled, and you always see this first pull up here to the left.
Yeah, we actually see one small adjustment here from Method EU. They actually pulled this once. No, Sally died at the very start. This is actually a disaster for Method EU because they do not have a Residue standing on this ledge here. That means the Juggernauts are going to be charging into melee because the only eligible targets are melee targets now at this point. Thankfully, Sally managed to get back so he can jump up on the ledge again. So, okay, thankfully now I had some big cooldowns here and they did have the Bloodlust but Sally falling down again and the Juggernaut kills him right now.
Oh no.
Choking here. Sally fell off the ledge, the Juggernaut charged, and now they might just have a full team wipe here.
Yeah, this is rough right now. I mean, there's Sanguine dropping. They have to start kiting the mobs. Chargers are going to be going all over the place. Volcanic is hindering some of their movement as well. Now sub 10%, just barely hanging on. He tries to run away. Mears goes down. Gingy already procced his cheat death as well. Frag barely hanging on at 30. Xaylia starts to finally stabilize some of them, but Gingy finally falls. Frag goes down, Cheat Death goes off, and Mears is about to fall again as they kite everything up the stairs. This is a disaster. Fragnance goes down as well. Method and A already cleanly running through, procking everything they need to on the ledge, snapping some of the swords, and getting right on Razan. Method EU still kiting around desperately in circles right now to try and finish off the rest of this, but those early deaths on Zele were just absolutely I mean, they might have just kind of sunk themselves into the grave already.
Definitely. So we kept talking about Sally, how good he is playing, how he just recently came back into WoW again, how he used to play other esports as well. And he did such a good job throughout those weeks. But now in Tol Dagor, he was the one dying. He was the one that cost him so much time there. And now again, Sally just dying twice in a row, causing them to lose so much time here in this dungeon. Now they need to recover, need to get back. While Method and A is already on Razan on 70% HP. Now they proc the Reaping Wave, pull it on top of the boss, which, you know, Razan, not a very dangerous boss fight as long as you deal with his two main mechanics, which is the fear, as we can see them dodging it right now, or line of sighting it rather. And then you have a Fixate, which fixes one random player, and you just need to run away, because if the boss reaches you, he will pick you up and eat you, and it does a lot of damage, so you want to definitely avoid that one.
Avoid it, and of course we have the Shadow Melds and Vanishes going off there just to make sure he's stationary. That fear is every 30 seconds, so the Warrior will have access to the Berserking, excuse me, making sure that they're just kind of immune to fear, getting a bit of extra damage, and now really low health right now as they jump in with some of that fall damage. Razan not on a very favorable patrol pattern for Method to use. They kind of need to run all the way across this boneyard at the bottom just to pick him up and get him back to the corner. Valuable seconds lost on what was a pretty just atrocious start to the dungeon for Method EU, especially with the kind of caliber they've had here in the tournament so far. First Reaping Wave coming in, running down the stairs on top of Razan and on top of now Method and A 13 now % on Razan, looking to finish it off along with the two Sky Screamers that they pulled from up on this ledge, making sure to well interrupt it, and they're moving on in a second.
Yeah, we saw Maris also going down on a later pull here when they pulled the swords. I think there's too many swords jumping on Maris, and he just went down. They didn't lose too much time of it, except the death, of course, but it's piling up at this point. 30 seconds difference just from deaths alone, while still being one whole or half a boss behind at this point. Method and A downing Razan, having 27% trash. Now they're on their way to this right side of the room, which does have some very dangerous mobs in, especially those honor guards, which we're probably going to see them skip as we saw the blind come out here.
Yep, Method and A moving up right now, getting ready to pull these shield bearers. A lot of efficiency that can be gained here with the shield bearers. Want to make sure that you interrupt. You have to hard crowd control their bulwarks of Juju that come up, and the tank needs to be in range for those shield bashes, else they will turn around and hit the next highest target, highest proximity, highest aggro in proximity target. Excellent play there for the bulwarks. Barely got off for not even a second. They do reduce all damage taken by 90% for all the mobs around them. Had the gouges well timed there by the rogues as they look to cleave everything down and kite along the edge slowly here to make sure that the Sanguine that goes down does not heal the remaining mobs. 31% on the board for Method and A. Will soon be proccing their 40% Reaping Wave and carrying it over to... now, I think in the previous week they carried it over to Vol'kaal, and we were kind of saying, I don't know if that's worth it, but 39% on the board for them, so they're just shy of the Reaping. Will likely go to Vol'kaal first and then proc their 40% Reaping with that dangerous six-pack downstairs Nagura at the gate.
Yeah, so before they shrouded, of course, they needed to use their Shadow Melt because they were still in combat with those honor guards that were just being blinded and succeed. So now they use their Shadow Melt, use the Shroud to go to Vol'kaal, and Vol'kaal, again, not a very dangerous fight, especially not in a 45 setting, but in the very first phase you see those totems here, and Vol'kaal very similar to those honor guards that they skipped earlier, which are very difficult to deal with in trash, but this boss in general not so much. Now the only thing you have to do here in phase 1 is make sure you kill those totems within a very short amount of each other, because if you don't, then the totems will heal themselves, and then you don't get access to Vol'kaal's HP and to his phase 2.
Doing well to interrupt the boss there. If you let that full channel cast go out, you actually get 3 stacks of the damage over time on the group. 1 is inevitable. Believe me, I tried to interrupt at 0.001 seconds and it just doesn't work, but 1 is inevitable. Certainly don't want to get 2 or 3 as they enter phase 2. As Nagura mentioned, of course, most teams don't opt to use their Bloodlust here. The boss does kill himself with the aura whilst damaging players with it, and they want to make sure that they end up near the gate, but not right at the gate when the boss dies, because it will go down and they could easily proximity aggro the double honor guard and witch doctor pack just outside. Method and you clawing to try and get back towards Vol'kaal right now. They're still dealing with the Honor Guard packs that we saw Method NA deal with just a moment ago. And, I mean, they haven't even started the Vol'kaal fight. 49% here for Method NA.
Yeah, Method EU losing Mayors one more time, so one more death on their board as well. 35 seconds difference now. They did have to use their battle rest as well, so now they're out of battle rests. If they have any more mistakes, they can't get any player back up. They did proc their Weeping Wave here, compared to Method NA not proccing it yet, which means they're most likely going to Shadow Melt it here while doing the skip and the Reaping skip and the Trash skip at the same time with one Shadow Melt, engaging Vol'kaal at this point. But they're just very far behind because Method NA killing Vol'kaal now and they're on their way to the next Trash.
Yeah, they're going to stealth right through here and go to the what is one of the most dangerous packs in the dungeon if they pull all 6. There are 2 Stalkers that patrol in stealth here up and down the stairs. They're going to grab those and combine them with the double Shield Bearer and double Witch Doctor pull. A bit of sloppiness that we saw in the previous series with a lot of those hexes going out, so you want to make sure you're getting as many interrupts on those hexes as possible. And should one get off, okay, that took a bit long for the bulwark there, but should one get off, the player does need to get outside and make sure nobody else is in that green ring. But doing really masterfully here, Method NA about to proc their 40% Reaping Wave, which they will combine with this and cleave it down, maybe even with the swords outside, depending on how quickly they finish up the remaining shield bearers here. Method EU just about to start phase 2 on Vol'kaal. They have a bit of an advantage in the sense that they've done their second Reaping Wave already, but still 7 deaths on the board, plus only starting Vol'kaal now. This is going to be a big mountain to climb.
Most definitely. Method NA in the lead here as they open the gate here, pulling the Skyscreamer and those sword packs. Now the sword packs are pretty dangerous because they jump around on random targets and they will do a splashing damage around them, which is pretty significant damage. And if you stand too close to another, then it can do damage to multiple players at the same time. Now, one thing to note as well is the Sanguine that they're dropping, of course, once they're dying, and you can't really control where they're dying because they're just constantly jumping around. So a little bit of a problem with Sanguine here as well.
56% on the board for Method NA. Getting ready in a moment to deal with the third Reaping Wave. We'll see if they combine it with anything. Yoda ends up getting his cheat death proc there just because of that random sporadic splash damage from the swords that Nagura just mentioned a moment ago. So not going to have that available as they perfectly sit with 59% trash with the option now to proc their third Reaping, and likely they will take it into what will be a probably pretty dangerous sword pull, maybe even a double sword pack pull along with the Skyscreamers. We can already see they've marked the moon on the Skyscreamer. So here they go. 10 sword pull plus a Skyscreamer. That is a CC'd. It is sapped in the background. A lot of damage coming here on the group. A lot of CDs popped as they absolutely melt this sword pack. Just a lot safer for them now to deal with the remaining Skyscreamers.
Ooh, so Yoda actually going down here. They're probably going to use the battle rest because we have the Reaping coming in here as well. So Method NA, no battle rest here. First mistake, first death coming in from Method NA from an otherwise very clean dungeon. Now they are pulling those Skyscreamers that they CC'd earlier, pulling it with the Reaping Wave, and actually this next pack here, as we see Nerve leaping into this pack. Now the Skyscreamers, they are not very dangerous, but you need to interrupt them once in a while because they cast an AoE fear. If it's not interrupted, then your whole group will be feared, and that definitely spells disaster. So you want to make sure that you assign a melee for each Skyscreamer. That's why they're being marked with those Aquarius triangles, so you can sign it up properly to the melees. And then, of course, this group does a lot of tank damage as well.
So we saw Jinji's cheat death proc there for Method EU as well on the small screen on the left. I think he got shield bashed actually because now is kiting backwards from one of the shield bearers just as that shield bash came up. So kind of, well, not obviously an actual death, but he's vulnerable for the next 6 minutes now as we see a snap come in from now on Method EU side. Needs to make sure to get out of there the moment Sanguine drops, which is right now as the swords die, and he just plants a few of them on the side. So well played there by them as Method NA grabs the last 2 honor guards, finishes them, not honor guards, excuse me, the last 2 mobs, they're honor guards are those very evil mobs that nobody wants to deal with upstairs. 77% on the board for Method NA, looking to proc their 4th Reaping into what we've seen them do a huge pull here. Most teams do a huge pull here with the 4th Reaping Wave plus this big pack in front of Prietess Alunza.
Okay, so they actually still have 10 seconds cooldown on their Bloodlust. I'm not sure if they're faster than they usually are in their practice runs because they can't pop their Bloodlust immediately on this pull. They need to delay it a little bit, and we're probably going to see it right now. There we go. And now they have to finish up these mobs. This is a pretty substantial pull, and we see JB probably being in this corner that you can't see in the camera right now, just kind of standing on a ledge that is not available to the Juggernaut, so they will kind of just cancel out their charge, which is pretty important because if anyone gets hit by the charge, it does a lot of damage, but it also charge away from the group, meaning that while they're away, they're not getting hit by any of the AoE. Just so much more efficient to keeping them in the group and getting the AoE damage.
And JB is forced to jump down, of course, to help with Typhoon, moving the mobs out of those incoming Sanguinis on the ground to get as much, or as little healing, excuse me, as possible on the mobs. Prietess Alunza now pulled with the 80% fourth Reaping Wave for Method and A that masterfully chews through that trash in front of Alunza. 95% trash on the board. They do have a two pack to the left of them that will give them another 4% or so, and then they'll have one mob left over just at the boss. We'll see how they want to deal with it, if they want to proc their 5th Reaping before Yasma, the final boss. But for now, all eyes on Alunza. Quite a simple boss. You just want to make sure that all of the members of your team have blood pool soaked before the boss casts Transfusion at 100 energy, else you will actually end up healing the boss instead of damaging the boss for 5% per tick, which is really where the bread and butter of damage comes in on this boss.
Yeah, so one more mechanic we can see here in the back of the screen on the Method and A side are those Spirit of Gold. They will spawn periodically throughout the fight, and if you don't CC them, if you just let them run, then they will go to those pools and actually deplete them. So you want to make sure you CC them somehow, as we see the blind and the root come out. And now Method and A also pulled one extra mob here, and the Augur on top of the Priestess, which will be not the last percent, not 5%, but once they kill this mob, they only need one more Skyscreamer to proc their last Reaping Wave. And Priest Alunza about to die here, and then the only thing in their way is going to be this very last Skyscreamer and the very last boss, Yasma.
Augur dies perfectly on top of Alunza as planned. Method and A heads back down the fire gauntlet. Method EU relentlessly just keeping going, trying to top this off as much as they can. Bloodlust has come out for them as well. They proc their 4th Reaping Wave ahead of this large pack and then combined everything together with that Bloodlust. 83% on the board for them, 85 now for Trash, as they have 10 seconds left on their Bloodlust, but they're just so far behind, plus the extra 6 deaths. 30 seconds worth of death timer for them, as Method and A is already starting the RP to open up the stairs to get up to Yasma, the final boss that sits ominously at the top of that pedestal, watching the players dodge the spiders up the stairs.
Yeah, so Yasma should be no problem for these kind of teams here, especially in a fortified setting, but you still gotta watch out, because if JB dies, they do not have a rest to get him back up. We don't want to have the same thing happen again like in Tol Dagor. We want them to finish this dungeon cleanly. One thing to note as well is that JB, right? JB pretty much lost them this last Tol Dagor because he died in the last boss. Now, this can be very bad for a player's mentality, but we see JB actually just you know, not thinking about it, playing well, not having any mistakes so far. We only saw 1 death from Method and A, so very good recovery from this whole team from a mentality point of view, and just good on them for recovering so well and not making any mistakes in this dungeon.
No, JB certainly playing up to snuff here on this dungeon. Don't want any of those negative thoughts at all, Dazar. As JB, they do well here to move as a pack. Now, we've seen this from all the other teams. They move as a unit, especially in this heavy melee comp, to make sure that they're constantly kiting these spiders that occasionally enrage and fixate on one of the players when they turn bright and purple, chasing to their position. So eventually, by the end of this fight, they're going to have a large round of spiders coming in. You don't want to touch them. They do an immense amount of shadow damage and leave a pool on the ground. So the players will position at 100 energy on the boss, just outside of the boss's reach with those mobs, but that's not very lucky timing, as we see the spirits being formed, but also the spiders chasing the players out of position. So well done there by Lady to get that Ring of Peace down and keep the mobs away from the boss nigger, because if they hit that boss, that's a lot of damage on the group.
Most definitely. And you see those spiders just being placed in very good positions. That's why Yasma is getting kited at the corners of the room and at the edges of the room, because those spiders, once in a while, they will activate, kind of. They will get bigger and chase those players, as we can see it happening right now on Method and A side. But once they're not fixating you, they're just kind of chilling their position and walk around a little bit. So if you move the boss too fast, those spiders will stay behind, and if the boss is across the room or the players are across the room, they will start moving in weird directions and the whole room will be filled with them. So you want to make sure that you're controlling those spiders properly, as we see them actually engaging the Skyscreamer here as well, which is the last percentage that they need, and then they will actually take off a game of Method EU here.
Yeah, it is a method, eat method world out here at the MDI right now, as Yasma is about to fall, and the last Skyscreamer, 40% on the board. Finally, Method EU has been beaten by Method NA, nonetheless. So it's going to be a tied series in this Battle of the Titans.
3 between Method EU, Method NA. Winner moves on to that grand finals.
I think a lot of this nigger is going to come down to who handles the Sanguine best. You certainly don't want to Sang lose in this dungeon. Now, we already see that... What are What are you looking at, Jack? You already see that there's varying methods coming out of both, well, method teams here. That actually wasn't on purpose. But EU goes straight up, and we know last time they did this dungeon Nagura, they actually ended up pulling the 20% trash in this triad wing, and then dragging the first reaping on top of the triad. So we'll have to see if they do that. Method NA has dealt with the first trash pack already, and is now moving over to the top left.
So Method U has now dropped really low because he has this debuff on him, which is not getting dispelled by Sally at this point. He did manage to recover though. They did a little bit of a bigger pull. They pulled those soul essences on top of this patrol that is running around here, and the rune weaver and the guard. So definitely a scary pull coming in from Method EU here at the very start. Not using the Bloodlust either. This time the curse actually got dispelled by Sally. It's very scary, especially if there's so many mobs hitting him at the same time. And now we see Method NA popping their Bloodlust on this big hallway pull. Yeah,
this hallway pull is really scary. We saw in some of the previous manors a lot of tank damage that goes out here, and a lot of kiting needed in the end because of the Sanguine and the tight spaces, which is why Sanguine is such a nasty affix with this dungeon. Same big pull, if not even a bit bigger. They grabbed up the stairs as well. Method EU, not to be outdone, pops their Bloodlust as well in the hall. Gingy does not have his cheat death available. Procced it on the previous pack, unfortunately. And I remember, folks, we are in Grievous. At 90%, you will start accruing a dot over damage over time, a dot that will stack up to 4 and can get quite tough to heal through, especially with whatever other residual damage is in the group.
Yeah, we see Method NA just finishing off this trash back here slowly but surely. Now, these mobs are just very dangerous on the tank because they just have so many nasty tank mechanics coming in, and just this frontal cleaves that also need to be dodged by all the other melee players. So they managed to get, I believe it was 5% that they had earlier, so they managed to get 8% trash from this Bloodlust pull. Now moving on to the next pull. I do believe it was Abrakeydabra who just managed to pull this whole room here, while Method NA is doing it in 2 pulls a little bit safer. And Method EU already on this 21%, proccing their first reaping, on the way pulling Triad here. Now, of course, Triad, very difficult boss on Tyrannical, but it is a 45 setting, so it shouldn't be a big deal for them.
Yeah, so exactly like the strat we saw last week from them. 21%, first reaping straight on top of Triad, as Nagura mentioned. Now, we have a couple of Tormented Souls on the side that does well. Mirror's there to drop that Ring of Peace and bump it back into the group. 2 rotations to this boss, as we know. Each of these sisters need to get dropped to 50% before you recycle the kind of progression on them. So you start with Selena, then you go to Malady or Milady, and then to Briar afterwards. Every time the sister is empowered, they will have a specific aura akin to them, and also a special ability that you need to look out for.
Yeah, the aura that is happening is the most difficult one is most likely this is Selena's or Sister Melody ones, because Selena decreases the healing taken by everyone by 50%, and Melody just kind of applies a debuff to everybody that if you don't move, it will stack up and do more taking damage to you. But these active abilities that you've been talking about, once they have the Iris, usually teams have so much damage that they can skip this ability. Selena here does do a mind control, but again, just so much damage in this 45 setting. Selena is probably going to go down before the mind control comes through, and allied as Gingy gets mind control.
She gets uncontrolled indeed. Sister Briar for her first round for Method NA, who has as well procced the first reaping and brought it on top of the boss at 20% trash, but a fair ways behind, a full phase essentially behind Method EU at this point. Method EU's pulls at the beginning of the dungeon were just more aggressive, and they managed to pull them off, just getting them a nice little lead here. 0 deaths on the board for either team, but that might just, that might not come down to what matters. We do know how masterfully Method EU can do this dungeon. We've seen it in the previous week, so we'll have to see what Method NA have up their sleeve, but they already find themselves a bit on the back burner here.
Yeah, so Method EU on the last boss here, they pulled some of the trash on top those acolytes and those toads. Now they wanted to make sure that they pull it at the very end of the boss fight because, of course, Sanguine, right? So if you kill one of those toads or you kill an acolyte on top of the boss and the Sanguine spawns underneath the boss, those bosses are very hard to move because they constantly cast abilities. So if the boss stands in the Sanguine and heals themselves, they're just going to lose so much time. So they played it a little bit safer, made sure they pulled the trash at the very end, made sure they killed the boss first and then the trash as they're moving on to this Courtyard here, where there's a bunch of very dangerous mobs.
Yep, Zele going in cat form, they're having a little catnip, getting his energy and rather his mana back up for the pulls in here. Now, they grab all of the Jagged Hounds on purpose first because they have such a low amount of health compared to the rest of the trash in the area. Want to get rid of them as quickly as possible just to not have to constantly deal with the massive amount of Sanguine that goes down from those multi-packs. Method EU really smart here. They're trying to keep similar health mobs in chunks together, but Gingy gets smacked in the first death coming out of the map here as he She immediately releases. They don't want to commit their battle res and will be running down to the freshly opened door that we saw was previously closed at the bottom left of the dungeon. But once you deal with Triad, that door will be open. Gingy should be back in just a moment here, as I think one of the Soul Fetish casts went off. We saw how much of a problem, did they not?
I think what happened was Gingy actually stealthed off and tried to pull the next boss, Raul, to make sure some more doors get opened, because if you pull a boss and then you reset the boss, some more doors will be open in this dungeon. And I actually believe that's what Gingy was doing. He was not in the group, he was away stealthing. Maybe he didn't time his vanish properly, or maybe he didn't manage to get de-aggro or something, so he died. I wonder if he actually managed to open the doors at all, because if he didn't, he will have to go again.
Looks like he did, because the doors are open, but he did die on the way. I actually thought he died just as he got in the group, because the range frame was grayed out for the player. Nonetheless, he did manage to complete his task of opening the door, but at the cost of his life. He's back now. 1 death on the board for Method EU. Method NA having just a go around here at this courtyard as well, but a lot of damage coming in the group. We've already seen nerf claps, Buon Samdi's bargain, trinket proc. That won't be available for a while, and JB just struggling to heal through all of the various types of damage going out, especially that is rolling into that Grievous as well. A lot of 4 stacks on the group, so trying to stabilize here. Now as well has now procced his Buon Samdi's bargain trinket, leaving both tanks very vulnerable right now. They don't have access to that cheat death.
Yeah, a lot of those trash pulls are very dangerous, as we see Sally dropping so low as he has one of those bleed debuffs on him. Now, on top of this random AoE damage that you get in the whole group, you also get Grievous applied to everybody. As you see, everyone just dropping so low, having those Gorgers jump around, applying the bleed, having the spit from the maggots on everybody. It's such a difficult task for the healer to heal up, as they proc the Reaping here and manage to finish up the last couple of trash, as they also pull the mini boss here. So this is very dangerous, especially because it was so unstable just a second ago.
It was very dangerous, but they keep getting hit by some of the frontal wretch casts from the Gorgers. That is dodgeable. It snapshots your direction, and there were a couple of clips in there that were unnecessary damage taken as they try to kill some of the Sanguine away from Matron Brindle. Mirror's just so much damage gets chunked on him, gets down to 3% as Zelia struggles to heal him back up, and now makes sure to kite Matron Brindle around, and the Gorges as well. We get a Typhoon out. Don't want that Sanguine under Matron. She is so largely immobile. We talked about this before the match. Really well done here by Method EU. Method NA about to proc their 4th Reaping, 36% on trash right now, but we see the Infected Peasant glowing blue, meaning that Soul Fetish cast did get off.
Oh, this is very dangerous by Method EU here. They still have the Matron up here, and now goes down, so they do have a rest available to them, and I'm not sure if they want to continue this build, because Sealia actually tried to Shadow Melt and get some mana back up right before they engaged this boss fight, but he didn't manage to get much mana back at all, and now Sealia's low on mana, now dies again. They will have to reset this boss fight. They don't have a rest available. They will have to go again. Very questionable that they still wanted to go through with this pull while the Matron was still up. As I said, Sally just didn't manage to get his mana back up, and he was low, now was low. Very unstable here by Method EU.
Fragrance goes down as well. Gingy goes down too. 5 deaths on the board for Method EU. They just can't keep up with that Grievous healing. Mana is just an issue right now for Azalea, not able to get that drink. 41% on the board for Method NA here on the main screen as they deal with the remainder of their 2nd Reaping wave. Trying to take it a bit slower with Matron Brindle, as she's about 5% health, looking to finish her off before they make their next move, either towards Goliath or to clean up some of the trash towards Rawl's room. But indeed, Goliath is the next boss coming up, the one that we just saw Method EU have a wipe to. Now is back in action. Matron Brindle was kept alive, fortunately, so good heads-up play for Method EU there to reset the boss and not have the full wipe. Matron Brindle about to fall, and then they will get started as well on the Soulbound Goliath, who is now at 85% for Method NA.
So thankfully, Sally actually managed to stay in combat with the mini-boss here, as the mini-boss was already low HP. Of course, if Sally would have died and they had a full team wipe, then the mini-boss would have reset it, they would have healed to full HP again, and they would have to deal with that again. But Sally managed to stay in combat with the mini-boss while the whole group was regrouping, coming backwards. So I mean, they still lost a lot of time from this, though, because they just now engaged Goliath again, and Method NA already on 60%, and the trash is very similar. Now, you also have 25 seconds that difference, so this is going to be very close between those two teams, as we see both of them fighting Soulbound Goliath.
Method NA at 54%. Just a reminder, again, not the most mechanically difficult boss here with Soulbound Goliath, but you just have to deal with the soul cage that comes up, making sure to cleave it down. Otherwise, just increasing damage stacks that accrue on the boss will melee and crush the tank, as an ability named Crush the tank harder and harder throughout the fight. At some point, unless you want to expend a mass amount of resources, you will likely need to reset the boss, which will cause a lot of fire AoE damage on the group. You can see some really big hits coming in on Nerf Clap here. He says, this is just a bit too much for me, runs the boss over into the fire. JB gets his healing ready. Tranquility comes out. Everyone's nice and healthy, and JB's going to have to kite these little red ghosts around because they are not targetable, and they will naturally grab healing aggro onto JB.
Yeah, so one more ability the boss says are those thorns. That's why we see JB going into cat form right now, because the thorns can target a random player that is not a tank, and if you're in cat form, you're actually immune to it. So the reason why we didn't see any thorns come out here was because JB was in cat form and was immune. So Goliath about to die here for Method NA. They do have their Bloodlust available in approximately 20 seconds for both of the teams. Now we might see some big trash pulls coming in, or even some trash pulls on top of the next boss roll.
Yep, so Method NA 44%. There's a lot of trash here. Sometimes we see them just go aggressively into Rawl's room and then kind of deal with the hallway after. Sometimes we have the vice versa of that Nerf Clap getting really low as he gets that pull in there, just barely manages to intervene now. Ring of Peace comes down as a last-ditch effort defensively to make sure Nerf doesn't die, but he did have to get his trinket proc there, so not the best of pulls coming out of the Method NA tank right now. Fortunately, managed to dodge death there with his trinket. Bloodlust goes off into what is a quite sizable pull. Wretches are still being eaten as frontals. Not sure why they're not sidestepping those. Punt comes out as the first Sanguines come down from JB, making sure not to get a lot of the healing onto the mobs. Method EU has also downed Soulbound Goliath, doing a similarly large pull in the Courtyard. Teams often choose to move out back into the Courtyard during Sanguine weeks. It just allows you so much more freedom of space rather than the narrow corridors of the mansion where Sanguine can really fill up your real estate.
JB dropping solo, I believe he's got a lot of debuffs on him, a lot of spit debuffs. He did manage to recover though and heal the Grievous away on him. Now these pulls are very dangerous for both sides, as we see Method NA proccing that Reaping, while Method EU just needs to kill 1 or 2 more roughs to proc the Reaping as well. But this is dangerous because there's just so much trash, and also the Sanguine we have to mention, right? You can lose so much time from the Sanguine, even if you don't lose a player, you don't wipe. It's just so inefficient if those mobs are healing. So proper Sanguine management is the key here for this trash.
Now his trinket now comes back off cooldown. He does have that cheat death available to him as they rush into Rawl's room, immediately pulling the boss along with the third Reaping Wave that we just saw Method NA do a moment ago. Reaping Wave, really not too dangerous on top of Rawl, especially in this fortified setting. Rawl, stationary boss. Just want to make sure to move out of those frontals that he casts. Otherwise, not very dangerous for the tank. Let the GUIs group up on the tank as well. Give you some free revenge procs if needed. Both teams doing the exact same strat here, but again, we have to keep revisiting it just because of how hard these teams are running right now. 6 deaths on the board for Method EU versus NA's counterpart, 1 death. Those are going to come into play big time, especially because we know Nagura Method EU favors the strategy of killing Gorak Tool first, the final boss, and then heading back up.
Yeah, so Method EU actually pulled a little bit of trash on top of this boss here. We see the Steward with the skull marker on Method EU's side, which is being killed here. Now, they have to be careful, of course, with the Sanguine. They don't want to drop it anywhere near to this boss, of course. Now, Method EU slightly more trash percentage, especially after they kill the Steward. There will be approximately 5% trash ahead. And one more thing to note as well is that they're still having their Bloodlust. While Method NA popped their Bloodlust for this huge trash pull that they did where they dragged all the mobs into the Courtyard. Method EU did the same pull, but they saved their Bloodlust, so they can actually catch up a little bit to them if they do a greater pull afterwards with this last.
That Sanguine is so close to the boss. I was actually worried for a second here it was going to be disastrous, but just far enough, preventing a bit of movement space, unfortunately, for the melee and the tank. Zayle's struggling a bit here with the Grievous stacks, just making sure to start focusing on the team. Don't want to get too out of hand. Everybody's now healthy and healed above 90. Just Zayle left as he gets attention put on now. Not a lot of space, though, because of the Sanguine that they dropped there, but nonetheless shouldn't be a problem for the melee, as Rawl is at 16% now for Method EU. Method NA has dealt well with it, moved into the kitchen area along with the Steward that they had previously crowd controlled, and spawned the Rune Weaver Lieutenant that is in there.
Yeah, so the Rune Weavers, those witches that spawn throughout the dungeon are pretty dangerous. There are different types of witches, some of them more dangerous than others. The Rune Weaver can be dealt with pretty easily, as one of those casts is not very dangerous and you don't really have to interrupt it. That's why we see this Edge, for example, just go through, let her cast it so she doesn't cast any other dangerous abilities. We see MOTHERLODE managed to kill Ral now as well. They still have their Bloodlust available. I'm not sure what exactly they want to do with it later on, as they also pulled this Rune Weaver here in this room. And once they're done with this, they're still going to have a little bit more percentage compared to MOTHERLODE, but you know, they're still pretty far ahead, especially because of those deaths.
68% on the board for MOTHERLODE as they kite the Thorn Shaper out just a bit, grabbing another Mark Sister and the guard, the captain rather, not the guard, sitting in the corner. They look to get downstairs as quickly as possible, skipping Matron Alma, the other mini-boss present in the dungeon, who just takes so much time to kill that players just often try to ignore, distract her, stealth by her, whatever it may be. Going down the stairs, 70% for MOTHERLODE, as they're likely rearing up to do a full room pull before the Waycrest couple boss, the fourth boss of the dungeon. MOTHERLODE following suit, 70% for them on trash as well, as they deal with one Thorn Shaper and the Rune Weaver upstairs in the kitchen area. Slight trash advantage for MOTHERLODE, and Gingy just struggling with that 4-stack. Zaylee getting a bit more attention on Gingy, getting out of that 4-stack of Grievous as they head downstairs into the basement area.
Yeah, MOTHERLODE dealing with these trash bags in this staircase here. Now they have to be careful with Sanguine, of course, because there's so much room to kite, because if one Sanguine pool is pretty much going to cover the whole staircase. So you got to be careful to only go in one direction and not kite backwards. As we see MOTHERLODE actually doing some sort of skip, where they skip some of the basement area, just go all the way down into this room, pop their Bloodlust. As you see now, drop really low. I'm not sure if they want to pull the boss on top of it or something, but there's definitely a Bloodlust coming out here, and this huge pull as we see it happening on.
No, they're definitely not going to have that Bloodlust available, Nagura. Remember, with the pack that they had upstairs last week, there's no way it's going to be up in time. So that's their last Bloodlust of the dungeon. MOTHERLODE might get a sneaky one in at the end of the dungeon as they do a full room pull as well.
And the boss.
And the boss comes in for MOTHERLODE here. You know, you don't need that much real estate with the boss. You just have to be careful. Once again, though, Sanguine. Got to be careful of the Sanguine. Got to be careful if there's any warding candles that drop, and constantly move the boss around. Otherwise, just keep the frontal pointed away from the melee. Reflect it whenever you can as the tank. And of course, these swirlies don't really deal too much damage, but it is a bit excessive when you have the stacks of Grievous plus mobs on top of you. So now doing well there to move out of the way, grabbing the 80% reaping, fourth reaping wave, as MOTHERLODE does the same thing, but only pulls the boss with the reaping wave. So the team's pretty neck and neck in terms of percent. Slight advantage to MOTHERLODE, but they also have that 25-second difference to overcome.
This is actually such a scary pull by MOTHERLODE coming in. Not only do they have phase 1, which applies, you know, there's just random damage in phase 1 of this boss fight coming in from Lady Waycrest, which constantly applies Grievous to the whole group. As we can see, all of them just dropping low. Sally having to deal with all this Grievous, while also having to deal with Dispelling now. And you see those Tormented Souls, a lot of caster reaping mobs, which constantly cast those Grave Pulls on random members, which again applies Grievous. So very dangerous pull from MOTHERLODE coming here, but they seem to be dealing with it pretty well. They only have one last soul left alive, so well done by them. We see Sally also dropping very low on mana, because this was such a healing intensive pull that they managed to pull off here. Now Lady Waycrest actually joined the fight now too for the last phase. We have both Lord Waycrest and Lady Waycrest available to them now. Now they want to make sure that they cleave them down pretty much at the same time for maximum time efficiency, and then they can move on. But for both of those teams, they do not have enough trash percentage left before the last boss, so both of those teams will have to backtrack after killing the last boss and get the last percentage upstairs.
They certainly will, as now dips just a bit low with Lady Waycrest in the mix. Trying to cleave as efficiently as possible, as you said, but oftentimes teams just try to get rid of Lord Waycrest first. It actually looks like Lady's going to fall first here for MOTHERLODE. Lord Waycrest here at 25%, falling rapidly now as well. MOTHERLODE not far behind, as Lady Waycrest hits 3% in just a moment. Lord Waycrest at 30%, so they're just a bit behind in terms of raw dungeon progression, but they still have that plus 25 seconds in their favor because of MOTHERLODE's deaths. Now dipping really low here. Very dangerous trash pull with these horrors. They need to work well to have a proper round of crowd control. You can see the Ursul's Vortex goes down first. We're likely going to get a round of stuns soon enough from the Shockwave and the leg sweep. There's the leg sweep right now, and after this the Ring of Peace goes down as Zalia hides safely behind the Ring of Peace, looking to finish off these Gloom Horrors before they get another round of jumps off. Otherwise the healer can easily die.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they have enough damage before the CC runs out. As you said, we saw the Ring of Peace come out, but the mobs are about to die here. Sally just making sure he's the furthest target away, as now is almost dead, and we see Sally also getting a jump, almost getting one-shot here at this point. This is a very difficult part, but they managed to recover, thankfully. So now they're 91% trash. They're on their way to pulling the last boss. Sally got a drink off, so to make sure that he has enough mana. And yeah, so the last boss for both teams and the rest of the trash. Now, Method EU pulling the boss, of course, a little bit faster than Method NA, but as you mentioned, they do have the 25 seconds difference here. So I think Method EU needs to be a little bit faster still. I don't think this is going to be enough yet.
Not enough yet, and they just barely give any time for JB to heal them up through the 4-stack of Grievous as they drop down a million Fish Feast and just eat as quickly as they can and get started right on Gorak Tool. Advantage here also for Method NA having that Bloodlust available in 70 seconds for them. So that's going to be pretty big as Method EU just looks to chew through Gorak Tool and the Slaver minions as quickly as possible. Slavers need to be interrupted for the Death Lens so that they don't stun a player for 5 seconds. You can do that with pretty much any form of crown control these days, and you want to make sure you kill them before Gorak Tool hits that 100 energy so that somebody could grab one of those torches on the side and burn the corpses with them. A bit of grievous trouble coming in here for Method EU. Zayla is perhaps overcommitting his offensive value, but no problem in the end. He's aware of what's going on, stays on top of the Grievous, not the Reaping, and Fragnance gets healed above 90%. Method NA, 47% on the boss, Bloodlust available in 30 seconds.
So I think Method EU actually had 3 slavers up at the very same time. Now those slavers also jump around sometimes, kind of like the swords in Atal'Dazar, and they will do splash damage around them. So since it's a full melee comp, if they jump around into melee, it's just going to be damage on the whole group, applying this Grievous on the whole group. That's why we see Sally just having to use this Tranquility here coming out. Now Method NA is not very far behind at all when it comes to boss damage here, especially because, and they will still have their Bloodlust at this point. So it will all depend on this trash pull. So after this boss is going to go down, they will have to wait for the NPC to spawn. They have to go back up the stairs. They talk to the NPC, they get teleported to the entrance, and then they will have to pull any sort of trash pack. Now the difference in Bloodlust is going to be pretty huge for this.
Yeah, I mean, Method NA just caught the single target damage there.
Yeah.
Their rogues just, I mean, a phenomenal amount of damage. Must have gotten some good 5 rolls there on the rogues as everybody, both teams, head downstairs desperately to pull the remainder of this room. We've seen Method EU do this pull and wipe to it, claiming that they did not have their Bloodlust available, so they've hopefully well practiced for dealing with it without access to the Bloodlust. Method NA doing the same pull as Nerve Clap grabs everything in line of sights it around the corner, getting ready with that Bloodlust as soon as they come through that doorway, and now it's just a huge race to who can kill this trash first. Method NA need to do it 25 seconds faster than Method NA as they have their Bloodlust popped as well.
Method NA dropping very, very low on this pulley as they manage to walk out, line of sight all those mobs, so they come back out as we see those traps lying all over the floor. Now Method EU already 97%, they just need to kill 1 or 2 more mobs to get this 100% trash. But as you mentioned, Method NA has 25 more seconds to make sure they finish this off. So as long as they don't have any big sanguine heals coming through and any deaths coming through, as they drop low, we see Lighty die actually to keep that as well. No, JP dying too, this
JP
might be a disaster.
Down. Nerve Clap about to go down as well, just can't hold on as a warrior tank, does what he can to heal through it. Trinket procs again, Yoda's up there as well, but it looks like of the bracket. Abrakeydabra aggressively going down the left side right off the pull. 40K follows suit as well as we see the Shroud covering Rentari going right down in line of sighting that mass pull that they just did right down the stairs.
And we have to mention once again, this pull is incredibly dangerous just because of the affixes. That bolstering affix, especially in this first section of the dungeon where we have all of these crowless pups that have less HP than every other mob, they have to make sure that they're properly CCing every single one of those on the way down. So they're not just mass pulling everything, they meticulously CC'd every single one of those small HP crowless pups from the top of the dungeon down to the start, and they're AoEing down these mobs at about the same time, just so they don't get too many bolstering stacks on any of the mobs.
Yeah, bolstering really easily gets out of hand in this dungeon. Of course, just quick reminder, bolstering means when a trash mob dies, you will have a 20% buff in current health of any surrounding enemies, including bosses, and 20% damage. Alstrad getting solo here, and that quaking just almost hitting at the worst time, but it does get finished off, unfortunately. They are at the beginning of the dungeon, so is able to release immediately and support some healing, as Dr. J Ricochet procs that cheat death. Elsrat going down again. They're playing a game of I mean, they're just flopping over right now, Abrakeydabra. And if I'm not mistaken, was it yesterday that they had the same kind of issues with Abrakeydabra early on in the dungeon, but everybody just so low here. It was almost like Elsrat was playing whack-a-mole with the mobs coming out of that portal instance and just getting smacked again, but a bit sloppy from them here. Not a good start as 40K, really nice pull, getting ready here for a double Stonefist pull.
Right, and yeah, they're definitely planning on proccing their first Reaping Wave before going into the boss. A little different from what Abrakeydabra is. They went straight into that boss after that first pull, so we're just seeing a little bit of a difference in trash pulls here. They're trying to get that Reaping into the boss, that AoE pull that we see from most teams in terms of efficiency, whereas Abrakeydabra is once again opting for the more safer route.
Atal'Dazar here is first to bat always, as we do have that lightning shield on Aspect starting at the beginning. Don't want to get any direct damage in there. Zyra, I know, of course, some dots in the world of Warlocks, as you love them, are applicable to that shield, but not in the comps that we're running here. So the teams do keep them nicely separated. Unfortunately, Rentari going down. Now, this was a really dangerous pull, which is why we saw that Tree of Life come out of 40K here. The two Stonefish just do so much damage, and one of them is about to get bolstered just a bit. Rentari running around in circles as Wolf Disco takes a swing to the face, immediately proccing that cheat death. Finally manages to get aggro back on everything Rentari, using his double taunt as a warrior to make sure he grabs everything before it gets too out of hand. Team doing well here to split up for the Quaking, but as we were talking before that slightly exciting moment there, Abrakeydabra, Zyro, not too much difficulty on this first boss, especially in the fortified setting, as long as you dodge that lightning shield properly.
Yeah, the lightning shield is definitely sort of the main mechanic of the fight. It dictates which one of the targets you have to interrupt, or rather attack. And on top of that, even if you go over to interrupt with the Jolt Cast on Aspects, you do sometimes actually take some damage from melee, so they have to be careful they're not doing that. Of course, each of the bosses have their own main ability. We see the Static Shock from Aspects going out there, dealing pretty decent AoE group damage, but like you mentioned, we're not in the tyrannical setting, so it's not going to be too dangerous for them.
So unlike what you like to see, 40K actually did not take the first Reaping Pack into the boss. They kind of just safely killed it on the side. Maybe they're a bit rattled by what had just happened, close to a wipe there, so they want to play it a bit safer, as they do well to dodge that first Cyclone Strike from Atal'Dazar, which will target a player's position and snapshot in that direction, waiting for that first Static Shock that Zyro just mentioned a moment ago. Abrakeydabra dealing with the final boss of the pull, Aspects here, 25%, but on top of it, they've pulled one of the trash packs in the corner, along with one of those very dangerous Stonefist that we see here.
Yeah, but like we mentioned, we saw a death and a lot of really close, almost second deaths, even cheat deaths being procced by this Stonefist pack. So we're gonna have to see if Abrakeydabra can actually do, because a little bit hopefully more clean than 40K was, because they have a lot of time to make up in this dungeon because of what happened in that first pack.
Yeah, that whack-a-mole or whack-a-rat, I suppose, on Elsrat didn't work out in their favor. They got to be careful here to make sure that they kill Aspects first. I think I actually got one last bolstering stack on Aspects because one of the rogues on the side died, one of the stealth rogues, the enemy rogues, that is, not the players. They finally managed to kill it, staying away from that double pack here, pulling the remaining pack, the double brute pack, of course, pulling the remaining pack before the gauntlet. Now, you can actually walk by this between the two of them and just start your gauntlet of volleys down the middle, but it seems they want to proc their first Reaping with this efficiently and cleave it down. Ashine unfortunately proccing the cheat death from some of the mobs that were coming in on top of the group, whilst Divine Field was stationary, getting ready to clap his way to freedom. 40K here, 40% on Aspects, and already 24% trash on the board.
Yep, this is actually pretty close together. Since 40K's already procced their first Reaping Wave, they only have to deal with this last 25% of affix before moving on to the Gauntlet, like we've already mentioned. But once again, those 5 deaths on the side of Abrakeydabra putting them slightly behind. But the major thing to talk about in this dungeon is how differently these teams are pulling because of that bolstering affix. They can't really go as big as they've wanted to do these past 2 weeks.
No, and there's going to be certainly some limiting factors. Not so much with the Dervishes, because those aren't really applicable to the bolstering so much, but rather the second boss room. We saw a lot of Tree of Lives come out in previous weeks where everybody just pulled the entirety of the room, but we do have those Crawlist Riders in that room that are kind of lieutenant mobs, having almost 50% more HP than their lesser mob counterparts. So it's a lot of micromanaging that you need to do with their health, so teams are opting to kind of just get rid of the Crawlist Riders first and then maybe do a bigger pull.
And we'll see if they do that right here on the side of Abrakeydabra, pulling the first Crawlist Rider right there and pulling it into a pack of just 1 Tender and 1 Incubator. Not too big of a pull from them. This might just be sort of a maintenance pull, making sure they're dealing with one of those lieutenants, just like you mentioned.
Abrakeydabra Abrakeydabra moving just over to the first rider. There are 2 more patrolling in the area, so a lot of damage that could come from that frontal Noxious Breath wanting to move to the side. 40K dealing with a rider of their own, but at a bit slower pace. They're dealing with a Soul Rider that Abrakeydabra grabbed and pulled into the room to grab their second rider. Want to make sure you're not in front of the rider. I've said rider a lot, but want to make sure, let's just call it the Krallusk G-Daddy, as they get the Noxious Breath off, wanting to avoid that at 50%. They will dismount from the Krallusk, but have a frontal cleave instead, along with a Mimicking Lightning Shield, similar to the first boss.
Exactly, and that does do a lot of damage if you don't end up dispelling it. Any hard-hitting, fast-hitting abilities can reflect a lot of damage onto the player hitting them, so you need to make sure that you're not hitting those lightning shields. You need to make sure you dispel them before hitting them.
Now, there was once upon a time where they were not interruptible, but they are interruptible now, so as long as the players are on top of the interrupts for a said lightning shield, shouldn't be too bad. Abrakeydabra at 30% now, trying to just kite everything on the side, getting ready for what will, I expect to be lightly a pretty sizable pull coming into the second room here for Merekthar's room. Divine Field getting very low, though, because of all the bolstering damage and proccing his Bonsomdi's Bargain Trinket. Won't have that available again for 6 minutes as he goes down and Dr. J goes down as well. A lot of trouble coming out of these low tenders with the high bolstering stacks. Another death for Swagfist, and Elstrat's going to have a quick drink while they need to res. 40K moving well into the room and grabbing one of the Krallusk Riders with the middle 3 tenders, which are pre-buffed.
We have to mention, of course, though, on the side of Abrakeydabra, that could have been a lot worse, right? It could have been a full team wipe, and they could have also had those 3 or 4 mobs that had literally 1% health get reset. So while it was still a pretty bad thing for them to happen, not necessarily catastrophic, it could have been a lot worse.
So perhaps we do know Abrakeydabra had some DC troubles, I think, with these 3 players yesterday in Atal, so could be the same thing that we're seeing here, as we'll have to keep in touch once they get rezzed up and get going again. 40K here, capitalizing on the situation, 34% trash on the board as they start to backpedal up the hill, making sure to stay away from the explosions from the incubators once they reach that low health, and making as sure as they can to not get two different values of health as to minimize the bolstering impact.
And we see how meticulous they are with their pulling. They pulled exactly 4 Faithless Tenders, and they have exactly 4 melee interrupts to deal with the Faithless Tenders' main ability, which is a healing cast that they cast on themselves in order to heal themselves pretty much back to full. These teams are pretty much basing their pulls in this dungeon, in most dungeons, around how many interrupts they have available to them. If you pull too many mobs, you aren't able to deal with all the mechanics, and pretty catastrophic things can happen.
Unfortunately, Abrakeydabra did have a bit of a DC issue, but they're back from their EU internet woes and straight back into the action. But Swagfist finds himself on the wrong end of some damage and goes down, needing to use their battle res in the room just prior to proccing the Reaping Wave, the second Reaping Wave. So they were kind of muscled into needing to use that battle res. Neither team having battle res available as a result. About a minute or so until they'll get it available again. 40K now dealing with the last trash of the room before spawning Merektha, and Abrakeydabra 90 seconds left on Bloodlust. I doubt they're going to use it on this, though. Yeah,
I doubt they'll use it on this boss. This boss is pretty tame in terms of mechanics go. If I had to guess, they're probably going to be planning on using that Bloodlust over in the Derviosa room afterwards. But looking at the dungeon, 40K has now cleared up all the trash. They're about to spawn Merektha here, and we've seen this boss really not pose much of a challenge for any of these teams.
No, certainly not the most dangerous boss. The real danger comes in, especially in this bolstering environment. Are they going to pull the Nimbus that's behind the wall? The key there is you don't, of course, want to be killing the Nimbus while the boss is actively above ground. So you pull the Nimbus, get it low, keep it low until Merektha submerges for her second phase, her second transition phase, and then the Sand-Encrusted Snakes come out. You kill the Nimbus as well. Yeah, you buff the Sand-Encrusted Snakes, but they're non-elites. Shouldn't be too hard to kill anyway. As we see here, 40K down, the boss goes down for the first transition phase, and we just have these venomous Ophidians.
Yeah, they don't really do much. You kind of just tank them. They don't really do much to the group. You kind of AoE cleave them down while you wait for the boss to just finish tunneling around the room. The really important intermission is going to be the second intermission, where they have the Sand Snakes, which actually put a LOS field on the ground, making it so you can't target them, knock them back, or do anything to them.
Actually, I thought you were going to say an LOL field, but 40K now getting ready for Merektha. Missed opportunity. Next time, Zyra, I got you. 40K getting ready here for the second round of Merektha. This phase is particularly simple. There's no frontal Noxious Breath. You just have to make sure you turn around for those blinding sands, else you will be disoriented. Now, if the tank gets disoriented, unfortunately, you drop aggro during that time, so it'll turn around and smack one of the melee, but no problem there as they just rifle the boss back below 40%, and Lozelle goes down, unfortunately. Now, the boss, I'm pretty sure, does actually nick you on the way down. It is not completely safe, so if you're standing on top of where the boss submerges, you are prone to the attack attack of her running around while burrowing around. So Lozelle seems to have gotten the short end of the stick there.
And when you do get knocked back by that burrow cast, you do kind of get knocked in a direction based on where you're facing, and there's a chance that you can get knocked into where the boss is burrowing, so you can take 2 huge hits of the burrow, and I'm pretty sure that's what happened to Lozelle, which is pretty unfortunate for him there. But they are moving into this final phase of the boss, which is probably the most dangerous section of the encounter.
And it's the only time the boss really gets dangerous if you take too long, though, because what happens is Merektha will spawn another round of 4 snakes composed of 2 of the sand-encrusted versions and 2 of the venomous versions. Now, the venomous versions, not so bad, just a dot on the tank that could be dispelled, but the encrusted ones are a pain in the butt to deal with, as the boss is sometimes not very mobile. Stands there casting, doing the frontal breath, so there'll be times where you just don't get to hit the boss, but no problem for 40K as they do that. Zyra, the unfortunate thing about that death is they had to commit their only battle rest to that.
Yep, no longer have that battle res on the board, and I mean, they're not going to get another one until about 8 minutes more into the dungeon, which is going to be probably during the last boss encounter, so we'll have to see if that comes into play over the next 8 minutes. Now, we did mention that they aren't able to pull this Nimbus, which most teams will normally do, into the boss because of that bolstering affix. They don't want to increase the boss's max HP and damage by 20%. Now, this is the section of the dungeon that we've seen a lot of teams set themselves apart in. These Durvines here, how much damage they can do. They do so much AoE pulsing damage.
Durvine this time? Okay. we'll roll with it. 40K getting ready for the full 6 pull indeed. Now, we've seen some teams actually go above and beyond, not just pull the 6 dervishes, Durvine, but also grab some of the Nimbai on the side there, and even some of the Stormcallers too. So we'll see how difficult they make it for themselves, as understandably we see Igloo's right away use that, Igloo use that Tree of Life right away, and it looks like there's just the 6 dervishes in here. A lot of damage getting pumped out on the team, doing what he can to spam all these regrowths, and of course conserve that mana, as these are free casts during the tree form. Abrakeydabra, not to be outdone, has finally downed Merektha and are moving through their first Lightning Mario Gauntlet.
Yep, and I mean, this is perfect execution. That Tree of Life definitely keeping everyone alive, and while they are dealing with these dervishes pretty safely, they're all at around 20-30% health, so as long as they manage to keep alive for this last 20% of this trash pack, they'll be just fine.
No problem, as they proc their 3rd Reaping Wave at 60% on top of this. Now, Igloo moves just a bit to the side, not wanting to get clipped by any incoming mobs that will be visiting them in just a moment, because a lot of the trash that they killed for this 3rd Reaping Wave is near Merektha's room. Here come the Risen Souls now. Rentari working to hack away at them, as we will momentarily have Galvaz spawn, the 3rd boss of the dungeon. A lot of residual damage coming over for Abrakeydabra, who's actually committed their Bloodlust to this.
Their Bloodlust to the Dervish pull, yeah, that's pretty typical for a lot of teams. I'm actually really impressed that I didn't realize 40K saved their Bloodlust for Galvaz, so that's pretty impressive that they were able to not use their Bloodlust on the Dervish pull, considering how much AoE damage. But because they do have it for this boss, they'll get through this pretty difficult boss encounter a lot faster. Now, Galvaz is pretty much a healer boss, right? You see these lightning beams spawning from the spires around the boss, kind of in a circle. It puts a debuff on players that makes them take even more damage from the lightning beam, so you kind of have to swap off the lightning beam.
Certainly stacks up to 9, and you'll need a 3 to 4 player rotation, as there are varying times for the spires around the side of the room. Galvaz now down to 56%. They did commit their Bloodlust here, 40K, for this boss. We do know it to be quite difficult, whereas Abrakeydabra has actually pulled some of their 60% Reaping Wave on top of Galvaz, so the team's pretty neck and neck. But Zyra, what is not neck and neck is the 7 death difference between the two teams. That is a huge hill to climb over for Abrakeydabra throughout the end of the dungeon, and frankly from this point on there's really not too much creativity in terms of what you're skipping.
Right, we've seen pretty much the exact same strategy from every single team for the rest of the dungeon. We'll see, I think the major difference we'll see for most of these teams is how well they're able to deal with sort of the orb room, how fast they're going to go there. We do see Cheat Death has popped for one of the rogues on the side of Abrakeydabra. He won't have that back up for another 6 minutes, and I mean, he's going to have to be careful soaking the beams for the rest of the fight. Alunza definitely having a little bit of trouble keeping everyone at full health there.
Yeah, Dr. Jekyll unfortunately indeed proccing that Cheat Death, not available for probably the remainder of the dungeon. 6 minutes. We're about on par with that right now. Both teams below that 70-ish% trash threshold, meaning that they will likely not skip the Storm Channeler at the end of the bridge pack, at the end of the bridge gauntlet, excuse me, coming up in a moment. So they'll deal with that, and then they'll have to deal with, of course, the infamous eyeball trash, the gauntlet. Ashine getting quite low as well. No proc from him though on the Cheat Death, as they still have a third of the boss's health to go, and Elstrad kind of on the back burner here, having a bit of struggle healing everyone up. Divine Field just constantly hovering around 30%, whilst Fourty K has cleanly dealt with this boss. Resto Igloo proves my point wrong as he gets beamed in the face by one of the lightning balls, but manages to recover and get over to the bridge with his team.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that qualifies for the Sours Clip compilation, but we'll have to see. And another thing we brought up a lot throughout these tournaments is that Elsarat defensive playstyle. He's only done about 100k damage on this boss, whereas Igloo did about 500k. That's a pretty massive difference in terms of healer damage. So, I mean, it's just something we keep on harping throughout the entire tournament. Maybe Elsarat's just being a little bit too defensive in his playstyle.
A little bit too defensive. Finally, they managed to down the boss, and that was a close call at the end. We almost had Ashine proc his cheat death as well, and certainly Divine Field was not in a very healthy state for the majority of the remaining third of that boss's health. Abrakeydabra moving quickly as quickly as they can through the lightning gauntlet on the bridge here. Will need to kill the Storm Channeler as well. 40k well dealt with it as we see Rentari already run around, grabbing all of the conscripts together and whatever guardians he can find to help crowd control them and stun them when the time is correct. As the eyes we can see in the distance, good here from our view here from our observers, pulling the eyes in the corner as the two teams converge at the same time to make sure that they dunk the eye and proc that reaping.
Yep, and of course, the way you get through this dungeon is by dunking both of those eyes into the skull. It will access the rest of the dungeon, and we do see Swagfist actually dying. I'm not sure if he messed up on the orb platform or if he got hit by some sort of if he got hit by the spark channeler. We'll have to see a replay of that. I didn't quite see what happened.
Yeah, we'll have to see replay, and I'm sure Sours is kept a close eye on what happened there, but Swagfist going down, causing the team to enter their double digits right now of deaths on the board. But looks like a bit of trouble here coming out of 40k as Abrakeydabra works to kill the Storm Channeler and start moving on to their own version of the gauntlet.
And probably going to be a similar strat from Abrakeydabra that we've seen from every team throughout the tournament. The tank will run in, Divine Field will pick up all of the conscripts in the room just so they don't have any problems with those orbs being knocked out of the hands of the players, and they'll be able to dunk them both in the skull at the end of this gauntlet here.
Yeah, they perfectly calculated 68% of trash before because they actually got to 79 with only one of the eyes after killing the Channeler, so it kind of allowed them that desyncing value between the two teams to be able to control when they dunk their last eye in preparation for the final reaping wave.
And we see Abrakeydabra finishing the gauntlet here quite quickly, pretty clean from them, and of course they're going to move on to the final boss of the dungeon here, skipping all of this trash because they're going to use the damage buff in the final phase of this boss to actually make the trash a little bit easier.
A little bit easier indeed as we see Mass CC come up. Now, it's not a very good time for the Quaking here. They do manage to get their Shadow Meld off right before, but leaves Divine Field in a bit of a rickety position. But for now, we will have to likely have a remake on this map, Jack.
Yep, as we're going into that bizarre room there, we have to have both teams putting both eyes in the socket. There has been a bug which has been preventing the game from continuing, so we are going to move into a remake here. 40k's orb did disappear on them, so the admins...
Bro, I have a pretty good idea of what's about to happen in terms of strategies and stuff.
Yeah, I predict that we're going to see some Waycrest again. No, hopefully they'll be able to pull that, make this pull work. Both times we've seen them do this Temple of Sethraliss strat on the side of Abrakeydabra, they've had some problems with it. They've had a few deaths. It's been a little weird from them, so we'll have to see if they can clean it up here. Yeah, we do see the same pull from both teams here.
No, you're absolutely right, but there is a lot of residual damage that comes out of this pack, especially with the Stone Fist slamming the ground, and you have the power shots. Now, some of it is avoidable. You want to be quick to dispel a lot of the poisons that go out too, but the power shots are something that you particularly have to watch out for, and the only way you know which direction they're pointing in is to see the character's model, but with the mess of stuff that is going on there, it could easily get clipped by it. Now, power shot will do an immense amount of damage and split damage for every member hit, so if you see it, if you don't see it by accident, you're the only one that gets hits by it, then, I mean, that's it. You're going to die, as we saw Ulsterat do in the last map.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually dealing with it a lot more clean, but the thing to mention is that I don't really know if this pull is the best possible pull, because they do have to commit their bloodlust to this, and they're also getting a less percentage than 40k is getting from their first pull. So, I mean, it's questionable whether or not that's the right pull. It definitely worked out better for them this time. They have no deaths on the board, so we'll have to see if just getting that extra dungeon pull of practice is going to work out for them here.
I mean, Zyra, you know, I know you've had struggles throughout education in your life, but 14 is actually equal to 14, not less than 14. But, you know, we'll learn about it in the future.
NA math.
NA math, indeed. 40k now busting out the same pull with the double Stone Fist that we saw. Actually, almost it's close to a wipe last time. We did see Rentari go down, so Tree of Life has been popped up by by Igloo to heal up Rentari with the dangerous damage coming in from the double Stone Fist. Whilst, just as we saw in the previous attempt, Abrakeydabra has just started up on Atal'Dazar and Aspix.
And of course, they've already gone through the most important part of the fight, as we saw there from that first section of Atal'Dazar and Aspix. That's Cyclone Strike plus the static shot going off at the same time. If you get hit by both of those abilities, it's pretty easily one-shot damage, even in this fortified setting. Now, of course, we did mention last time, once again, they have to hit only one of the bosses because of that lightning shield.
And this time, you know, we saw the cleanup come out from Abrakeydabra with this replay, but Fourty K as well has cleaned up this pull particularly. No deaths, no proc on Wolf Disco on that cheat death as well once Rentari goes down. So they grab, this time they're much more aggressive. They grab their Reaping and take it right on top of the boss.
Now, last time I'm pretty sure they didn't go right on top of the boss with the Reaping because they still had a Crowless Pup alive, and if they did kill that Crowless Pup on top of the boss, that would have bolstered both of the bosses by, once again, 20% health and 20% damage. But this time they were able to cleave everything down efficiently and at the same time, so they were able to pull all of the Reaping into the boss, which is the far more efficient thing to do.
I mean, 40 K was well ahead in the previous dungeon, and even they are improving their own strategies and their own progression through the dungeon compared to the pre-remake dungeon that we had. Abrakeydabra here just now killing Atal'Dazar as they remain with Aspix, patiently waiting until that lightning shield falls off before engaging with the boss and spreading out here for that quaking hit. Atal'Dazar 42% and Aspix 80% for 40 K on the other side of the screen, but they have, of course, dealt with their first Reaping wave efficiently and effectively on top of the boss.
Yeah, and of course we've already talked about Static Shock, the main ability, but the other main ability for Aspix in this fight is this Arc Dash ability that we see him do occasionally. He'll target the location of all 5 players in the group, dash between their locations. There's a little bit of a delay. You have about 5 seconds to move away from where he targets. So once you see that those arrows come out on the ground, the entire group can relocate away and dodge the ability completely.
Yeah, certainly a very well telegraphed spell and a lot of time and leniency for players to move from that. So you to get hit by that, I mean, you need to probably just not have your monitor on. So easy for these players to deal with as Atal'Dazar dips down 5%, should be able to finish it off here. One last Cyclone Strike goes out as the players do well to avoid it, eating the Static Shock, and is actually well timed here for that shield to drop off. Atal'Dazar should be dead, I guess. Just a bit of an issue with the display here on the screen. Atal'Dazar is well dead, and Aspix on the way down as well, 37%. Seeing the same pull as we saw in the previous dungeon from Abrakeydabra here, as they look to proc their first Reaping and pull it into the other side pack past the double Stone Fist ones.
Yep, and we're seeing pretty much a little bit the same thing. We do see Rest Igloo going down at 20% on the boss, and they don't have a battle res available for him because he is the battle res. Fortunately, the boss is relatively low, and because he's a druid, he should be able to stealth past everything just fine. And that's good because, I mean, they'd have to otherwise res him, which can be a problem with his Quaking affix.
I mean, they will have to res him after this. He hasn't released. Lucky for them, this occurred when Aspix was already, the only one alive, was already quite low, and the only really residual damage on the group at that point is just the Quaking. But here comes the res on Igloo. Lae'zel unfortunately needed to stop the res, just a poorly timed Quaking on their part, unlucky. So he's going to waste a few more seconds here having to res Igloo on the side, whilst the rest of the group is already moving through the gauntlet and getting near that Crowless Rider that patrols up and down. Abrakeydabra jumping on the opportunity here, 27% on trash, has pulled the Crowless Rider and will be moving through the gauntlet.
Yeah, we see that one slight difference in terms of trash percentage that these teams are doing. Abrakeydabra opting to get a little bit more trash percentage in the first room, and we're going to see where that extra trash percentage comes in on the side of 40K. They opt to pull these first 3 snakes right at the top of the bridge here, and Abrakeydabra completely skips it entirely.
Skips it entirely. 40K now moving over to this triple sapped pack as Rentari just deals with one Quaking hit and gets ready to pull some trash on the side. The 2 marksmen, the very same ones that have the power shot, leaps down heroically into action on top of the next Crowless Rider, whilst Abrakeydabra, we have seen the kind of pull they do, very aggressive here, grabbing the Rider off this kind of bridge patrol area and combining it with the second one, likely waiting for it to patrol near them.
Yep, and of course we did see them the same time last time pull the second Crowless Rider again, once again doing the exact same pull. Now this is a pretty dangerous pull. There's only 4 mobs, but these Crowless Riders do a lot of tank damage.
A lot of tank damage, and Jay gets caught in the fold with that as he procs that cheat death. Want to make sure you're dodging the Noxious Breath from the Crowless Riders, else you will incur a pretty substantial hit, plus an 8-second damage over time poison. Turns around, Elstrat gets clipped by one of the poisons right now as the Crowless Riders dismount. Here you have to watch out for their frontal cleave, but also be careful because of the lightning shield. Got to get that interrupt up for those electrified scales. Double interrupt comes up. Well played here by Abrakeydabra, but they have to make sure to tend to that bolstering well.
And I mean, we mentioned it last dungeon. They're pulling the exact amount of mobs that they have the CC to deal with. 4 mobs. They've got 4 melee interrupts. They all have their assigned interrupts. We're just seeing a masterful it's a clinic on how to deal with the dungeon when you don't have all of that AoE CC available to you.
Avatar is popped here by Divine Field, getting as much Thunderclap damage in as possible. We can see that occurring. Every other global cooldown now for him. Abrakeydabra, 36% on Trash, will be proccing their second wave of Reaping here at 40% with the downing of some of these mobs. Now, pretty dangerous pull here. Not only do they have a Rider in there, but the 3 tenders that are already pre-empowered that guard the center of Merektha's room have been pulled. 40K, not to be outdone, an even bigger pull on top of that, has grabbed the same 3 tenders, plus an incubator, plus the Crawlist Rider. So a lot of damage coming in. We could see Tree of Life popped on the side of 40K already.
Yeah, Divine Field dropping incredibly low there to that pack there, but fortunately able to be healed back to full. Just those little spikes of damage are incredibly dangerous. Now, I remember last time in this dungeon, we did see him go down and proc his trinket here. He still has that cheat death trinket available to him in this dungeon as they move into this even bigger pull in this section of the dungeon.
Yeah, fortunately, no disconnect issues this time. Shield wall comes up. We can see the rotating 3 shields around Divine Field's character. Now, of course, they've combined the remainder of the room with their 40% Trash Reaping wave, the second Reaping wave, and they'll be getting ready to pull Merektha in just a moment here, looking to down everything accordingly with bolstering as 40K grabs their respective second Reaping wave, getting ready to pull the rest of the room. They still have a Rider left, though, something that Abrakeydabra has already dealt with and is a nice advantage to have overcome.
Yeah, I mean, the pulls for Abrakeydabra are definitely splitting up the difficulties in the dungeon, right? They're doing the tank, the more difficult tank pull first, and then they're doing the interrupt heavy pull second, whereas 40K is kind of opting to just kind of split it up every single time, which you kind of shift the load a little bit where everyone has to always deal with something, but on the side of Abrakeydabra, it kind of lets people take breaks on the pulls sometimes.
Breaks are important for everybody. 54% for Abrakeydabra. Just a couple of lingering mobs here, souls left over from their second Reaping wave, but should be no problem as we deal with this kind of first phase. Once again, nothing too dangerous. Just want to make sure that you're pre-moving once the splash of poison goes down, so that the model of snakes does not trap you in the poison that actually can tick quite hard. 70% for the first transition phase. We see the venomous Ophidians come out. No danger here except for on the tank, but 1 swift dispel once you're at 3+ stacks should be easy.
And of course, when they get into this second phase of the fight, the 70 to 40% phase, there's really not that much difficulty or danger to this part of the fight because he doesn't do that frontal breath. There's no extra void zones going on the ground, so there's really no danger in this section of the fight until we get to the second intermission.
Certainly just want to turn around during those blinding sands so you don't get disoriented for a few seconds. 40K now dealing with the final of their trash pull. Looks like they had a bit of mismanagement, unfortunately, with the bolstering, which is why you can see these 2 mobs with a shred of health. Looks like they're not too dangerous, but they actually are. There's a ton of bolstering stacks, which is why you're seeing Rentari play so defensively, moving away from them. They just hit so hard with all those stacks of plus 20% damage. 40K at 57% trash. Merektha has finally spawned for them. Unfortunately, they have a death on the board, so that won't be working in their favor, but Dr. J gets a little smackaroo from the boss once again submerging, something that we saw on the side of 40K with Lizelle dying. So Dr. J actually did incur a death there, but fortunately had that rogue proc to back him up.
Yeah, we do see almost perfect CC on the Dust Cloud casts here, making sure they knock them away, making sure those Dust Cloud casts don't actually get off so that they're able to efficiently DPS those sand-crusted strikers down so that they don't get their LOL zones on the ground.
I might have been smoking, actually. I thought I saw Jay's cheat death proc, but I'm just trying to kind of squint at it right now. It looks like it's actually only about a minute left on it, a minute and a half, but so my eyes played tricks on me. He did dip low from the bump there, but no death either way for Abrakeydabra on the board. Still 0 and clean. Merektha now up for that third phase at 20%. Trying to kill her off here before the round of sand-encrusted strikers and venomous Ophidians come out. Don't want to be dealing with those. That's really the only thing that makes the fight hard. Jay, unfortunately, did not decide to turn around for that blinding sand and does get disoriented for the 4 seconds. Back in action now, Merektha sub 10%, while 40K up to catch up and start their second transition.
And of course, the thing to mention here as well is that Abrakeydabra is 3% behind in mob count. I believe they were at the same point here last time in mob count, so we're going to have to see if they're pulling something extra for the rest of the dungeon. I'm not quite sure what that difference in mob count is here.
We'll have a good idea. The general stat really includes what kind of percentage you're hovering at by the time you're done with Galvast. If you're in the high 60s instead of the low 70s, then you're opting to deal with that storm caller at the end of the bridge patrol. So Abrakeydabra with the lower percentage of trash probably opting to deal with that as they grab the Nimbus Cloud and move over into the room. Divine Field having popped that swiftness potion, runs around, foot potion, runs around grabbing all of the dervishes, Dervidians together and grabbing the Nimbus on top of it. A lot of healing coming out and the Bloodlust as well.
Yeah, we always go over how difficult this Dervioso room is. These do a lot of pulsing AoE damage, and I mean, that's why they pop their Bloodlust here. We saw them pop their Bloodlust. We actually saw Fourty K not use their Bloodlust. We're going to have to see if they do the same thing here in a little bit. But this AoE pulsing damage plus the Tree of Life procced on the side of Abrakeydabra, you can see how difficult it is. Ashman dropping incredibly low. Divine Field also proccing his tank trinket, his cheat death trinket there. So this is incredibly dangerous.
Also, it's not Dervioso, it's Derviosa, by the way, just for future reference. 4 seconds left on the Bloodlust here, and a lot of danger indeed. Ashine no longer has cheat death available for 6 minutes. Divine Field proc the Bonsamdi's Bargain, not available once again for 6 minutes, leading into what is quite a dangerous boss, something that they don't have the availability and buffer of Bloodlust with. And honestly, we saw last time we were commenting on Elsarat's offensive or lack of offensive value on this boss and how sketchy things were getting at the very end of the fight. So we'll see if this is a problem for them without the extra kind of fallback mechanisms that they have. 40K now into the Dervish room as well.
And I think he's already done twice the amount of damage this pull than he did last time they were on this bus. So wonder if he was listening and was like, you know what, I can actually do damage, guys. I'm showing you right now. Now, we did mention, we kind of glossed over the abilities on this boss last time. Get a little bit more in depth. These lightning debuffs do a lot of damage. Now, the reason these players have to soak these lightning spires is because if they hit the boss, they will increase his energy. But Elsarat dying to the quaking debuff.
Oh no, Galvast! Elsarat goes down. There is no battle res available on the team as they run out and try to reset the boss without clipping any of the trash on the side. Disaster situation has not been averted for Abrakeydabra, so perhaps you're right. He was listening to us and he shouldn't have been listening to us. Maybe went a bit overboard, ignoring his duties. Tried to take the double spire there, which is what got him so low. Was about to 13-14 stacks through his second spire, and then the quaking just finished him off. So not a good quaking timing for the team as 40K has properly finished off the 6th Dervish pack without using Bloodlust, once again being able to commit said Bloodlust to Galvast, already at 63%.
Yeah, once again, Elsarat interrupting us once again, just like the quaking did his cast. These lightning spires, if they do hit the boss, he'll gain some energy, right? And when that energy hits 100, I mean, God forbid it hits 100, he will explode, doing massive damage to everyone in the group. So pretty much you just want to make sure you're always soaking the lightning spires.
Certainly don't want those to inspire the boss at all. Lofist now dipping quite low as well as he's dealt with his version of the spire. Wolf Disco now getting up to his 9 stacks as Igloo is working to heal everybody up as quickly as possible. A third of the boss is healthier, still quite a daunting task, especially when you start to have any issues with mana, which actually Igloo's doing quite well on right now, still at 50%, and still managed to find some time to get into cat form as the Tranquility is finally busted out to once again heal the group up to full. Galvast has been re-pulled by Abrakeydabra down to 53% again.
And I mean, we have to mention, the reason we keep bringing up this healer damage is this is a very healing intensive fight. We can see how much damage is going out. So the fact that these players are, or especially Igloo, is able to pump out so much damage while keeping everyone alive, and I mean, both rogues still have their cheat deaths available. We just have to, this is masterful healing out of Igloo.
No, I mean, this is just really, really well done. 8k DPS to kind of cap off the fight here for him, 7.8, 757k on the board. Now, keep in mind, he did have the benefits of Bloodlust at the start, something that Abrakeydabra just does not have to deal with. So Elsarat, as you can see, playing much, much more defensively here, not doing even 1,000 DPS. Got 60k damage on the board, trying to just get a bit of kitty damage in there as much as possible, as 40k once again rushes down the lightning bridge. Wolf Disco, I believe, eats the first melee to the face from the Channeler, just so desperate to get in there, but being below that 70% threshold, they obviously have committed to killing this Channeler.
Right, they're going to kill the Channeler, and the rest of their mob count is going to come from both the orbs going into the skull, which does give a certain percentage of mob count, and the rest of the trash in the dungeon before the final boss.
Before the final boss, 68% here. Channeler is about to fall now. I believe they've calculated their percentage to a perfect hue so that they'd have the luxury of only putting one of the eyes in before they have to put the second one in. That way they don't need to coordinate too much before proccing their 4th reaping. So name of the game here, of course, will be get the eyes into the head as quick as possible. After that happens, they will proc the 4th reaping wave along with all these conscripts and guardians, and they will run as quickly as they can down to the last boss's room and do their shadow meld there. Hopefully they will have some amiable quaking timing on top of that.
And of course that shadow meld will remove combat from both all of these conscripts and guardians that tank is pulling, in addition to all of that trash we mentioned that they're going to skip right before the final boss. And when they get down there, if they pull it off perfectly, they'll just have to deal with 4 of those hexers before they pull the final boss. We do see they did kind of mess up the pull a little bit. One of the Guardians was able to snag one of those orbs from them, so they're going to have to finish off that Guardian before they have access to that orb again.
Yeah, once that Guardian grabs the eye, it is over. You cannot do anything but kill it. You can't stun it. I mean, you can stun it, but he will continue to hold on to the eye. So once again, they go for round 2 here. Disco does unfortunately not get the best of tosses off as it clips one of the conscripts on the side. Elsarat down for the counter right now. It looks like he might have died to the lightning bridge, and oh, I wish I would have seen what happened there, but unfortunately I looked over, and Elsarat is eating some dirt right now, not the fish that is beside him. They're going to have to wait and see what happens. Perhaps, once again, some DC issues plagued, or it looks like there's a res coming in from Swagfist, excuse me. 40K now has getting ready to dodge the rest of the Trasher, has Shadow Melded at the top of the skip, and then using their not their Shadow Melds, but their mass stealths, of course, down to the final boss area.
Yeah, it is a little bit dangerous to run all the way to the bottom in Shadow Meld because there is that trash pack literally right next to the staircase where you would have to drop combat. So it's a kind of a dangerous way of skipping the trash. It is possible, but they probably know that they're slight bit ahead in this dungeon. They don't want to take any risks knowing they have that shroud available, so it's definitely just a smart, safe play from them. We also saw that they delayed their shroud by quite a bit, waiting for that possible Quaking cast. I mean, the thing about the Quaking cast that we really haven't mentioned ever is that it's on a timer. It can proc every 20 seconds throughout the dungeon, so these players will typically have like a meter on their screen saying, hey, next Quaking is in 15, 14, 13 seconds. And when that timer gets to 0, you'll either get a Quaking or you won't get a Quaking, and it'll be another 20 seconds to the next possible proc.
40K playing it safe here and pulling only 2 of these Hoodoo Hexers at the same time, not wanting to get too many bolsters out for the if they were to pull a set of 4, just because their Lava Bursts and their Flame Shock are cast on random members of the group here. A lot of damage could come in, just too much for Igloo to handle, and everybody's definitely getting some of their cooldowns ready for the inevitable pull of the 4th boss, Avatar of Sethraliss, as Rantari runs up and starts the RP of the boss. The event has started, and we are in the first of 3 phases where you must kill 4 Hoodoo. I keep wanting to say Voodoo, but Hoodoo Hexers.
Hoodoo Hexers, I think it's like an alliteration thing, HH. Hulk Hogan, I don't know. Exactly, moving on, you have to deal with all 4 of these Hoodoo Hexers here, and what that will give you access to is the boss, the Avatar of Sethraliss. Now, we've mentioned it every single time. This is one of the more interesting bosses. You don't actually kill the boss, you kill the trash around the boss, and that lets you heal the boss. Now, once you've healed the Avatar of Sethraliss to full, he thanks you, he gives you a huge buff, and then you just have to deal with the rest of the trash in the dungeon.
The rest of the trash, and that shouldn't be too much danger either, because the players will have that debuff. Well, essentially, actually, it is a debuff, but nonetheless, it buffs your character with 90% reduced damage taken, 50% haste, 50% healing. But, you know, with all the increased heart strike stacks that come from the Guardians at the end, plus any mismanagement with the bolster, even through that debuff, we've actually seen tanks get hit quite hard, so we'll have to manage that well at the end. Here comes the Tree of Life, though, as 40K's healer, Igloo, is getting ready to just pump as much as he can, conserving the mana simultaneously through the tree form, and just pump all of those regrowths into the Avatar of Sethraliss to hit that 70% check mark as quickly as possible.
Even popping that Tranquility to get the boss up faster, applying that healing over time to the boss, instantly getting it to 70%, and once the boss gets to 70%, we start the second phase where they'll pretty much have to do the exact same thing. Kill all 4 Hoodoo Hexers, deal with one of the Heart Guardians, and also deal with those several Plague Doctor spawns that spawn throughout the phase.
Not the same thing, no way is ironic. I don't believe it, but you are indeed right, never wrong here, as the Hoodoo Hexers get clipped over on the side. 3 are about to fall. Now, doing really well here. Now, we do have those Plague Toads that come in, and those will actually chase a player. Once they connect with the player, they will do an AoE explosion of nature damage, applying a damage over time to you, plus a healing reduction of 50%. So you want somebody to run around grabbing those diseases, and then Lozelle will have the ability to dispel that off.
Right, and of course those Plague Frogs will fixate their threat targets, so typically what players will do is they'll spread out around the room and not stand close to their healer so they don't splash that AoE debuff, that healing debuff onto their healer, which of course is incredibly important in this fight because you have to heal the boss to get to the next phase.
That is correct, as Avatar of Sethraliss finally is able to be healed again at 70%. We can see a well-timed orb proc there. Now, that orb falls from the Guardian that spawns the tank mob. Once you click that orb, it will bolster and supply some extra healing to the Avatar of Sethraliss, allowing you to get through this transition phase just a bit faster. Not too far behind, though. Abrakeydabra find themselves in the second phase where 40K just finished up. They will have their Bloodlust become available to them a bit faster, but this time have still a 3-death differential, 15 seconds that they need to overcome as the final phase starts here for 40K. They're getting their buffs. You can see them on their character frames right now, and Igloo runs off right away to grab the remaining trash.
And once again, we've mentioned this many, many times. Pretty much once you have this buff, it's not a matter of are you going to die? It's how long is it going to take you to finish off the rest of this trash? This buff is massive. It's a damage buff, it's a haste buff, it's a damage taken buff. You don't take, it's impossible to die when you have this buff, so pretty much all they're doing is they're trying to efficiently AoE cleave everything down as much as possible. The only kind of nuance here is they want to try to make sure that they have one of those Hoodoo Hexers up at the end so they can keep this buff throughout the rest of the encounter, because once the boss is over, you lose that buff.
Yeah, you certainly don't want that. There's already 7 stacks of that Heart Strike on Rentari. We can see it. That's, if I'm not mistaken, 140% increased damage taken, as it's usually 20% per stack. 8 stacks now, so you can see how things can get pretty out of hand quickly, regardless of the 90% damage reduction on the tank. 9 stacks now, on top of if there's any mishandling of bolster. But it seems like that will not be the case here today, as the final Heart Guardians being pulled around with that last Plague Doctor. Team heads over to the final Hexer, and they will be finishing up the dungeon once again in a fairly commanding lead that they were on their way to doing in the first map. So the best team wins once again in terms of strat and performance here.
Very well-deserved victory here by 40K, taking Temple Sethraliss from Abrakeydabra here. And as Sour...
Here is to see what... well, I mean, just how these pulls kind of muster up. A lot of times we see teams even mass stealth past this beginning part into the HUD, especially at least during the explosive week, but not shying to it at all. Abrakeydabra just grabbing a mass pull here right in the middle. Leg sweep comes out. We can see the Peacekeeper formed on the side, but no bloodlust from either team yet as they get an equally sizable pull here. Charged claws coming up from the Peacekeepers. A lot of tank damage coming up.
Yeah, this is completely different from what we've seen from any other team, and we see Divine Field dropping incredibly low, 1% health on him there, but didn't even proc his Cheat Death Trinket if he has that equipped just yet, but he's still taking a massive amount of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, this is really dangerous. You can already see the sack pad coming out of Ashine. Now, both Unholy DKs have been busted out on the 2 sides. If you think about a trash-rich dungeon, and then on top of it, add teaming, the thing that first comes to your mind is the Motherload, and that is prime time for these Unholy DKs to shine with the amount of damage that they can output with burst AoE. So going to probably be seeing some big numbers coming out of the first Reaping Wave here as both teams stealth through and rear up to grab said pack. Now, well and accurately placed Ring of Peace there on purpose in order to make sure that the appropriate mech jockeys get to the non-active mechanized Peacekeepers on the side so that they can activate more of them.
Yeah, and definitely not surprised to see that Bloodlust pop for Team 40K, and probably eventually for Team Abrakeydabra here. This is the usual first pull that most teams do. They'll do this quad mechanized key Peacekeeper pull at the start of the dungeon with their Bloodlust. But we still have yet to see the Bloodlust pop from Abrakeydabra, so we'll have to see what they plan on doing with that later on in the dungeon. But these look like pretty similar trash pulls from them.
Similar. I think they only grabbed 3 Peacekeepers here, if I'm not mistaken, so perhaps just wasn't enough for them. But, I mean, they don't want to delay it too long. They want to make sure that they get an appropriate amount of Bloodlust in throughout this dungeon. 40K, 3 seconds left on their Bloodlust, working to finish off these thugs right here as they will proc their first Reaping Wave. We'll see exactly what they choose to combine it with. Now, we've mentioned it before, teaming here means there's more trash present in the dungeon and more trash that you need to kill to reach your percentages. We do have that ever so dangerous Grievous affix too, so below 90% you will be accruing a higher and higher stacking dot up to 4 until you're healed back above 90%. But Zyra, let's talk about the trash here for a second. It's not really only for the tank that there's a lot of danger, but residual damage on the group in the form of the thugs, the grease gun coming out of Mech Jockey, you have the Ice Spritzer going out as well.
Yeah, there's just so many mechanics to deal with. I think the most dangerous of all of those mechanics is going to be that Ice Spritzer cast from the refreshment vendors. It'll target a random player in the group, channel this Ice Spritzer ability on that player, doing in its own right a massive amount of damage, but should that channel finish, it'll freeze the person in place for about 5 seconds. Now this is dispellable, but you kind of need to save those dispels for your tank whenever Reaping is procced.
A lot of poison damage on Divine Field as he drops to 1% health. He has procced his Bonsomni's Bargain Trinket. We can see that small absorb finally getting healed off there from Elsarat, but a lot of danger coming in for the Divine Field as they still have a bunch more pulls to go before the next boss, so we won't have that available for 6 seconds, but those poison stacks come from Toxic Blade casts from the Assassins, so somebody failed to get an interrupt there, or they just did not have enough available, adding a ton of extra nature damage to their active target. 40K still dealing with their own pulls here as 2 Peacekeepers are grabbed on top of a smaller trash pack, getting ready to proc their 40% Reaping Wave.
Yeah, and I think something we kind of glossed over, I think I was droning on about research and development whenever it popped up on our screen. Both of these teams have opted to swap to the Unholy DK, which is not that surprising in this teaming dungeon affix, especially in this trash-rich Motherload dungeon. They both swapped to these Unholy DK just for their massive AoE damage potential. They're pulling so much trash. In addition to that, they're also pulling Reaping on top of even more trash just to take just to take full advantage of that Unholy Decay exponential AoE damage.
Yeah, we're going to see here in just a moment the 40% Reaping Wave actually on both sides as Abrakeydabra sits at 38 and 40K just surpasses it. They get 44% on the board, grab a couple of thugs, a lot of thugs, 3 thugs on the side. Got to be careful with their Inhale Vapors cast. It will increase their damage output by 50%. Not only dangerous for the tank here, but these are the mobs that charge off to one of the distant targets and do a fair bit of damage. So Igloo wary of that, getting not too far from the pack as they wait for their second Reaping Wave to join the pack. Abrakeydabra 43% on the board. Big pull coming out and leg sweep on top of those Risen Souls to try and control some of the stack gain on top of Divine Field.
And like we mentioned, that massive Unholy Decay damage doing more than double anyone else in the group, probably doing about 50% of the overall damage of the group, which is pretty impressive just for 1 DPS, but that's that power of the Unholy Decay. It's that massive AoE exponential damage once again. That's why they're pulling those Reaping packs into more trash packs.
And just a bit of slop coming out of here from Abrakeedabra's Dr. J as he gets clipped by one of the green swirlies that come out of the Lost Souls when they die. If you get hit by that, you'll incur a 30-second debuff that decreases your healing and damage done by 10%. So not what you want to be having in a DPS race of trash pulling right now. Divine Field just having a lot of struggles getting out of that 4 stack of Grievous. Finally, Elsarat manages to heal him up, only to see him dip right back down below 90. Dr. J hovering in that 50% area as well, having his own troubles with the 4 stack of Grievous. A lot of issues coming out here just by avoidable damage and the group getting hit by said avoidable damage, making Elsarat's life just not very fun right now. 40K moving in a more stable, let's say, manner over on the right side at 51% trash and triple Peacekeeper.
Yeah, in those situations where you see multiple people underneath that Grievous barrier, it kind of means you're not dealing with the trash. And the problem with this trash is that all of it requires so much CC, and you only have so much of it in your group, right? And the important thing to remember is only running one of those rogues, so they only have one character that can both interrupt and stun pretty occasionally. Their only other options are maybe a clutch grip from the DK or a ring of peace or leg sweep from the monk, so they don't have that much single target CC. So some of these abilities starting to leak through and do extra damage to some of the players in the group, that extra chip damage that you were mentioning.
Yeah, and even right there we saw one of the Flechette's cats get its very first takeoff, and poison was applied to the group. That shouldn't be there in the first place because once again somebody did not interrupt the Toxic Blades on the assassin. Now it could be a calculated lack of interrupt, they might just be divvying up their limited interrupts elsewhere, or somebody just may have easily missed it. Nonetheless, Abrakeydabra now has procced their third Reaping Wave at 66%, and 40K follows suit with their third round of Reaping, pulling it amongst trash. Now, Zara, it seems that we're kind of seeing a more traditional route to Motherload so far, just dealing with as much of the trash in the first area as possible, expecting to see maybe the 80% Reaping Wave on top of the first boss.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at these routes, I think the only team that really kind of changed their route for this tournament has to be that MOTHERLODE. When we go look at the time trial leaderboards, they were almost a full 2 minutes ahead of every other team, so it was clear that they knew something or had a different strat in this dungeon compared to everyone else. So it's not surprising to see them have a completely separate strategy from what the more traditional strategy is on the side of these teams. Abrakeydabra having almost a disaster scenario. These guys are still dropping down to poison incredibly quick. Dr. J proccing his cheat death. Ashine going down to that debuff, and that's one of those things we talked about. One of those hired assassins got their Toxic Blade debuff off. They didn't have a chance to interrupt it, and then he also got his Hail of Fletchets cast off, which every single time that Hail of Fletchet does damage, it applies a stack of that Toxic Blade debuff to everyone in the group, and I believe they had 3 or 4 of those stacks of the debuff on everyone, and this is 2 deaths. It's probably going to be 3. We can keep going. It's going to be a full team wipe.
Oh, the irony of it all. I mean, we just talked about that. They didn't interrupt Toxic Blades. Flechettes was not interrupted. 4 stacks of poison damage over time on everybody, ramping into Grievous. 4 stacks of Grievous, way too much to heal, and that is going to be all she wrote for now for Abrakeydabra, as they have a full team wipe, need to recover, get right back into it. Dr. J has pulled something somewhere as he drops a significant amount of HP down and re-procs that cheat death. Might be trying to keep the pull alive in the corner, but we can see Jay now finally getting healed by Elsarat. But let's focus here on 40K, who has procced their 4th Reaping Wave perfectly at 81%, moving over into, I believe we'll be moving into crowd operated Pummeler's room. Yes, so they're going to pull the first boss with that Reaping Wave coming in. Actually, I don't even know if they're going to do the Reaping Wave. It looks like they just kind of shadow melded it off.
It looked like they were bringing a piece just to give themselves a little bit of extra time to shadow meld as much as they could. No, unfortunately, a couple of those mobs did leak through. But the thing to remember about Reaping that we kind of don't mention too often is that it has a massive aggro radius. We're talking 30-40 yards. So if they pretty much catch a glimpse of you, they're going to come running, and that's what we saw with this Lost Soul here. It's an extra thing. We do see them actually getting hit by this frontal static slam ability. It's kind of weird that they get hit by that. It's a pretty telegraphed mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, that, and I mean, you're talking one thing. I'm looking at Abrakeydabra. Again, they didn't enter with Flechettes. 2 stacks of poison out on everyone. No deaths, but Ashine getting really low again as he had the Ice Spritzer ticking on him. Barely able to get out of that 4-stack Grievous. A lot of issues over there as we finally get the sack pet there and everything he can to stay alive, helping out with some death strikes and stabilizes. 40K here, getting those foot bombs into the boss, making sure that you get that stacking 50% damage increase taken on the boss. Now, trick here really is to get those first 2 bombs in as quickly as possible, followed by waiting on the 3rd one just as long as you can so you can refresh the buff and get it up to 150% damage taken to maximize DPS efficiency. Sometimes, unfortunately, you are forced to kind of get all 3 in at once, depending on what combination of static shock is coming that will punt you back, or, of course, the coin absorb on the ground.
And, of course, should you fail to kick any of those bombs into the boss, they will instead explode on your group, giving your entire group that 50% damage taken debuff, which together with the static shock AoE ability from the boss, you could get pretty low, and that's pretty scary in this Grievous environment.
Yeah, no, and Grievous can just snowball so easily in here, and it really makes the healer's life quite tough, especially when they're trying to divvy a lot of their healing onto that tank who's just pulling so much trash right now. Nonetheless, Pummeler finally pulled here by Abrakeydabra. We see the Bloodlust come out in conjunction with that first round of debuffs from the soccer bombs, the foot bombs really, and finally 30% here for 40K. Now, both teams pretty well off on trash, but again, we're going to talk about it a million times. By the end of the dungeon, 6 deaths on the board for Abrakeydabra, 30 seconds to overcome.
And on top of that, they're pretty far behind in terms of boss. This 30% in this tyrannical environment is a pretty significant margin to go through, especially considering that this boss takes a lot of damage and has a lot of health. So we're going to have to see perfect usage of that foot bomb out of these teams. Now, they are both from the EU, so I'm pretty sure they're both pretty well versed in football, so I don't expect them to miss any of these foot bombs.
That's right, they have to use their foot instead of their hand, so we're not playing hand egg here today, Zyro. 40% on the Pummeler for Abrakeydabra, whilst single-digit percent for 40K. They get their final round of foot bombs into the boss, getting ready to just burn out the rest of it. 19% trash left for them, so there's probably going to be a combination of getting to that mid to high 90s, more traditional routing, as we've seen from most of the teams in Motherload, and then dealing with Azarok. And towards the end of Azarok's life, grabbing something to proc that final reaping, and then just kind of home running it to the 3rd boss and make to Flux Flame, and making sure that you drop that Shadow Meld, which will just get rid of any aggro on that 5th reaping wave.
Yeah, this is a massive pull coming out from Team 40K here. This is incredibly dangerous. All of these Earth Ragers in this pack have a dangerous ability called Rock Lance, which is a single target casted nuke ability that can be interrupted, but considering how many of these Earth Shapers there are in this pack, I don't believe they can get all of the interrupts if they wanted to.
No, and they're doing some really good jobs right there. We do see one go off on Rentari right now. Just so much damage coming in, and including that dot damage, and I believe it leaves a healing reduction on you, or at least once upon a time it did. I'll have to double check the fact on that one, but a lot of damage coming in on Rentari as one leak there. 3 more Rock Lances being cast right now as 2 of them connect with Rentari just at the very end. Managed to keep him alive. A lot of healing and support needed from Igloo, and he does proc his Bwansamdi trinket, so a bit of sloppiness, unfortunately, at the end costs that cheat death cooldown to proc for the next 6 minutes now. I mean, you were just saying how dangerous those are, and they were. They did really well with the first hit. They Typhoon comboed into an Ursul's Vortex to deal with the first round of 3, but after that, just too many went off.
Yeah, but, you know, I mean, I think I'd take a cheat death over a death in this dungeon any day, just even though he doesn't have it available for 6 minutes. That's why you wear the trinket. That's perfect there. Now, they do have the exact right amount of trash percentage in order to, like you mentioned, pull that trash back into the boss, but looking at Azarok here, these Earth Ragers are probably one of the more dangerous mechanics, and they actually got one of the worst fixate configurations they possibly could for this boss.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, and Earth Rage is just very dangerous in this comp as well. They fixate a random player. You can't get double fixated. You see just how bad the bleed is on Lofus right now. 6 stacks, opting to just get away from it. Now, when one of these Earth Ragers gets enraged, essentially, and grows bright blue and grows in size, it will take a substantial amount of increased damage, but also deal increased damage. So very important for players to get away from that while the supporting rest of the party cleaves that down. Lizelle just now getting healed back above that 4 stack of Grievous. And now we're in kind of essentially, Zyro, snooze fest on this boss.
yeah, once those Earth Ragers go down, especially in this Grievous affix, that extra bleed damage, which will proc the Grievous damage, making even more bleed damage, that just proves how dangerous that section of the fight is. We saw them all getting incredibly low. But like you mentioned, once those Earth Ragers are dead, you kind of just patchwork the boss down. He'll spawn one Earth Rager every now and then, but just that one fixate, that one player will just have to run around in circles while his teammates cleave it down. There's not much going on. Typically what we'll see from these teams is once they've dealt with this one Earth Rager, they'll then pull the Taskmaster in and cleave everything down.
Yeah, that's the kind of efficiency you look for from the teams here. I mean, this one Earth Rager, you can kind of see Wolf run around in circles, wanting to not get too many stacks on him, while the rest of the team supports with things like Typhoon, Leg Sweep, whatever they can to kind of keep the mob away, but allow Wolf to still effectively DPS the boss. Soon enough, we're going to be seeing that trash pull likely come out of 40K to sync the boss's death along with proccing their 5th Reaping Wave, so they can make a coordinated run down to the 3rd boss's room, Rixa Flux Flame. We'll see how that turns out for them. Not far behind at this point, though. Abrakeydabra now at 60% on Azrog has also entered that kind of second more mellow phase, waiting to pull their trash too. They're only 2% ahead on trash, but it looks like they'll be doing some similar pulls here.
Yeah, and that 2% ahead on trash doesn't really do much for them, because if I'm not mistaken, this whole Taskmaster thing we first saw from their team, and we know that gives about 7% trash, so they're a little bit not perfect on their calculation for trash percentage, but that didn't seem to affect them too much. They are catching up just a little bit on that boss percentage. We saw they were 30% behind before. Now they're about 25% behind as 40K starts to focus more on cleaving this trash down. So we'll have to see which one of these teams can sort of cleave this more efficiently down and get the skip relatively clean.
But as promised, I will mention it again, there are 6 deaths on the board in favor of 40K, so 30 seconds extra that Abrakeydabra will need to overcome, not to mention they're already slightly behind on the dungeon. 40K quite masterfully dealing with the rest of the trash on top of Azrog here, 98% on the board. Azrog will fall just as the Taskmaster Ascari is about to be killed here. They'll take their little minecart ride down to the R&D wing that Jack ever so lovingly mentions every time, and they will get ready to shadow meld that aggro off. Everybody down, actually they're not going in the cart. They use the momentary time out of combat when proccing Reaping to mount up, and they opt to just go down the side of the cliff there instead of using the cart.
Yeah, that's actually a completely interesting grid. I don't think we've seen anyone do that on broadcast before. Instead of taking the cart path, they opt to just go completely around that minefield, and nobody gets hit by a bomb. That's very impressive. I don't think we've seen that from anyone before. But like we mentioned, they're going to go to the far end of this boss room. They're going to proc their Shadow Meld, which will skip all of the R&D trash that they pulled, and they'll only have to deal with just that one Risen Soul that leaked through.
Yeah, so I mean, their aggro radius is just so big, and at this point, they've just succumbed to the fact that we got to kill this Risen Soul. We're not getting away from it. Not too much damage. A couple of Lost Souls leak as well, but not going to deter them from starting on the boss. Rixa Flux Flame on Tyrannical. Very, very dangerous boss in terms of damage output. Mechanically pretty sound. She will drop these kind of Azurite goop puddles on the ground at a player's location, and after she drops 2, she will start her propellant blast in the direction of one of the players. You want to make sure you aim that blast towards the pool so they can clean off the platform. But Zyro, first of all, she casts Pure Fire damage at the tank, not blockable, just huge amounts of incoming damage. Want to get those Ignore Pain spam as often as possible, but she also has the Chemical Burns.
Yeah, the Chemical Burn is obviously like the more dangerous section of the fight here. She'll target both the tank and the closest player to the boss with this nasty, once again, fire damage debuff that will deal a lot of damage. You can see how much damage it's ticking on the players that goes on here every single time it goes out. And they don't really have that. They have a pretty solid DPS comp for it. Their Monk can touch a Karma. Their DK can use their AMS. And should it go on the Rogue like it does here, he can just cloak it off, use that magic immunity. So we did instantly see it go away on the side of Wolf Disco. They have a pretty solid comp for dealing with that debuff.
Abrakeydabra doing well to get through the minefield there, as well as they get down into Rixa Flux Flame's room, drop their aggro on their respective 5th Reaping Wave, and just get to town on her. 40K, of course, well ahead at this point, about 30% extra health down from them, 50% now for Rixa. And yeah, well, as you mentioned, Zara, they have enough defensive tools rotational here so that the 2 closest members to Rixa are either a tank dealing with it, with either Spell Reflect or just, well, their tankiness, or of course a rotation of Anti-Magic Shell. You have Cloak of Shadows from the Rogue, a lot that can be helped out for the healer, because we saw Lizelle get it at the beginning of the fight, and one of those ticks is about 25% of your max health.
Right, and we also the monks can also remove it with diffuse magic, so they just have a ton of tools to remove or deal with that damage. And as well as, you just see the massive damage from the Windwalker Monk. A lot of that has to deal with that Touch of Karma. They just get a free several 100,000 worth of damage for free from that. So, I mean, we see them actually pretty masterfully dealing with this area of denial, which is, of course, the main portion of the boss fight, making sure they don't run out of room to walk around and making sure they're blasting all of those extra goop puddles off of the platform.
Now, It's important to note right now that we're at 4:15 left on Bloodlust for 40K. If they get it back up, it'll be pretty late into the final boss fight with Razgo, but I'm not sure. They'll either get it at the last phase or maybe even in the transition phase, but that's quite a ways off. The boss is about to fall here, and so a bit of advantage here for Abrakeydabra as they only have 64 seconds left on theirs, so they'll kind of have the option and luxury to use that whenever they want. Nonetheless, 40K has down the third boss, Rixa, and will be getting ready to stealth through the rest of this trash, which they won't pull at all, and if they do, well, they'll have to pull some. There's some true sight in there. They will just get ready to shadow meld it at the end.
Yeah, of course, we'll just see a pretty typical Shroud up to the final pack. We see that bot surrounded by some of those the little jetpack goblins. I don't know what they're called off the top of my head, but those do have true sight, like you mentioned. They'll have to use their shadow meld to get past that trash. And I mean, we've gone over this Bloodlust timing a lot of times before. I can't remember how many times we've said, oh, they might not get their Bloodlust up, but I think every single time we've mentioned that, it's come up like in the last 30 or 40% of the boss, so it's probably going to come up for them right at the end of the fight, but we'll just have to see.
Mogul Razdunk about to be pulled here by 40K as they well dodge the little jetpack goblin dudes, as deemed here by Ironic. Now, you know, I always say this is more of a 3x3 grid, but really, Jack pointed out to me, it's more of a 3x2 grid, certainly wider than it is tall, so they have to make sure with those Boomba bots going on the side that will cover one column and row of said grid, as we see here, that the team effectively moves it to a spot and they have where you can rotate around the boss because of his large hitbox and not have to move the boss too frequently. Now, if you mismanage the pull or mismanage the positioning, you do have to get ready to pre-move the boss well ahead of time because it is a very, very stubborn boss, often cast. So if you don't get in position ahead of time by paying attention to where those Boomba bots go out, it will get you in trouble.
Yeah, and of course, the more dangerous parts of the fight is what we just saw right there. We see Igloo going down to it. That Gatling gun where you have to move around a boss, you have to dodge the Gatling gun, but then there's also those bombs going off at the same time, and we saw him go down to that exact combo there. Fortunately, they are running with an Unholy DK who's able to battle res him up quickly. Now, in that double Rogue Windwalker Monk comp, you can't do that, so good on them there for having that comp in this dungeon. It would have been pretty unfortunate if they didn't have a battle res
that would have been disastrous. That would have been pretty much the end of their dungeon run right there. Now, we have to mention as well the homing missile, which oftentimes will go out on a ranged target. In this case, really the only target that's viable will be that Resto Druid. They have to run that homing missile out as anybody that is within that orange radius when it explodes will incur a pretty heavy dot, so something the healer doesn't want to have to deal with whilst all the other damage and a pretty heavy melee damage coming in on the tank goes out. 50% here for Mogul as it starts to enter his transition phase. During this transition phase, we do see often teams pop their Bloodlust. They don't have this available to them, yet they have to deal with two of these Goblin Jetpack dudes.
Yep, the two Goblin Jetpack dudes. You know, in my defense, nobody pulls this trash in the dungeon, so I don't really remember what their names are.
It is part of this boss, just
True, it is part of this boss. These Sky Scorchers do have an interesting ability, this Azerite Heartseeker, where they'll target a player, and you can soak this damage by splitting the damage by standing inside that red line. Of course, the main mechanic we're looking for in this intermission is that Stomp, that Drill Smash. He'll target one of the players. You see the arrow over their head right there on Igloo, and once the boss finishes the Drill Smash, guys, he'll go to that position, stomp down, and you want him to get him to stomp all three of these little oil cans. Once those oil cans are stomped, he goes back to the first phase.
Those are oil cans? I thought they were like little pillars or something. But nonetheless, of course, they've fixed that issue as well that we knew earlier with all of the pets down on the side. Those don't count anymore. So all three do need to be stomped before the boss is able to break out, who does so right now, 45%. Now, once you get past this transition, you're just back in phase 1 again. The exact same phase that we saw from 100 to 50. Bloodlust will be coming up in 32 seconds for 40K, whilst Abrakeydabra just clawing their way back, trying to get through this transition phase, and they still have their Bloodlust available as well. I like to see these teams, well, involuntarily on 40K's side, but holding on to their Bloodlust. A lot of the time, I don't feel like they need them during the transition because they end up killing the Sky Scorcher so quickly and then just sitting there on a boss that is mostly immune to damage, doing nothing for 15 seconds of Bloodlust.
I mean, it's sort of a safety thing, right, with those two little Goblin Jetpack dudes. There's a lot of AoE damage going out on the group in addition to the AoE damage done by the Drill Smash that goes on in the group. So it's just kind of a safety thing. They're making sure they're staying alive for the healing. But we do see the Bloodlust does come up for 40K when the boss is at 20% health. They'll probably have that up until the end of the fight. And of course, once the Mimiron's head sort of version of Mogul Razdunk goes down, the Goblin himself will pop up and they'll just finish him off for the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, not a lot of health there as Mogul is being finished off by 40K here, and a rather turnaround performance here from 40K as they Razdunk all over Abrakeydabra with a 2-0 sweep, even having to replay that first dungeon, which they were definitely in line to win. So 40K...
there's lots of things that can go wrong. 40K specifically did have problems on the very first boss, where they lost a player without the battle res available to them, so they did have to 4-man the boss, and it just cost them so much time.
Yeah, in addition to that, we did see Method in A. They ended up wiping to an explosive going off after Machimba there in that first pull after Machimba. So we need to be watching to see how they clean up. I think overall Method in A strategy for how they do King's Rest is a little bit better than 40K's with how they end up pulling the first little bit of this instance. But at the end of the day, King's Rest really just comes down to clean play.
Most definitely, and one thing we will see the difference in the teams here as well is at the very start of the room. We've seen, I think Method EU was the only team who pulled all 4 packs here at the very start. We see Method NA pulling 2 packs, and 40K, I believe, also 2 packs. Now we see the Tree of Life being popped here by Igloo and also the Bloodlust, while Method NA is still holding on to their Bloodlust, either using it later for the boss or using it later once they pull more trash on top.
Yeah, and on the side of Method NA, you actually see them chaining their first pull into that second pull, allowing for more efficient cleave, allowing for them to just be able to chain and pull quickly. So most of the time, if you're running a rogue, you don't want to be chaining packs, but these rogues are playing Outlaw, and they don't get a significant amount of damage just from their vanish or from getting in stealth outside of the pack. So being able to chain packs is not at a detriment for Method NA's damage.
Yeah, and we see them pretty much not pulling everything on top of each other, because mainly those Witch Doctors. The Witch Doctors, they constantly cast an ability on the tank, which if it's not interrupted, does a lot of nature damage. So you want your melees to interrupt as many of them as possible, and if some of them go through, you use your Spell Reflect or you use some big cooldowns. Now, on top of that, you also cast a Shadow Bolt Volley, which is very dangerous if you don't interrupt it, and then there's also Raging Affix, right? So if you have multiple casters plus champions rage at the same time and you can't dispel them, it can get very dangerous very fast.
Yeah, and after the champions end up casting their Vigilant Defense, which you actually see on the side of Method NA right now. It looks like a shield. The champions also have a passive enrage, which they'll end up enraging by themselves just normally, just as the mob normally does. You actually see it getting double rage. It should get soothed here quickly on the side of Method NA, as JB does soothe it right there in order to be able to cancel that enrage affix off the mob. We actually do see on the side of Method NA, they have been holding their Bloodlust. They're getting ready to pull Reap into the Golden Serpent, and it's a high likelihood that they end up pulling Reap into the Golden Serpent, popping Bloodlust there, ending up nuking down the Reaping and then doing the Golden Serpent with the Reap. And then on the side of 40K, you have seen the Golden Serpent being engaged by them. They're doing the exact same pull as Method NA, except they don't have Bloodlust for it.
Yeah, so 40K, of course, killing the trash a little bit faster than Method NA because they did have this Bloodlust usage on the trash. Now, other than that, Method NA should probably catch up on boss damage here because of their Bloodlust on the boss. Now, Reaping is a little bit difficult here on this boss fight because, you know, not only do you have this debuff to deal with that we see with on Igloo here right now and on Lighty on Method NA's side that does a lot of single target damage, you also need the healers to just dodge those swirlers on the ground, dispel the tank, and so on. So this team has so much damage that if you use your globals for something different, like using dodging or dispelling the tank, you might have somebody die. So definitely gotta watch out for the spit gold as it is in Wolf Disco for 40K right now.
Yeah, making sure that you also drop the spit gold near the previous animated golds is also very important. You actually do see JB on the side of Method NA electing to run mass entangling, rooting these animated golds away so that they don't end up having to deal with them. This is actually pretty good. I actually prefer this because you end up not having to swap to those animated golds ever. You have a little bit better space around the room. On the side of 40K, they end up having to deal with those blobs occasionally, and they end up having to make sure that they get stayed away using tools like Ring of Peace or Ursul's Vortex or something like that. But you do see the Golden Serpent actually has a rather large hitbox, especially for these animated golds that end up creeping closer towards them. So making sure that you do keep them at bay and keeping them far away from the Golden Serpent is imperative.
I'm not sure if I agree on liking the Mastered here because the Typhoon can be useful later on in this dungeon. But also one thing to note, I might be wrong here, but those golds, are they not spawning explosives at all? Because if they would spawn explosives, then of course it would be a very bad idea to just keep them up throughout the whole fight. But ever since I've been watching for the last 20 seconds, there haven't been any explosive spawning, so they must be not spawning them at all, which obviously increases the usefulness of this mastery strategy coming in from Method NA. Now when we look at the boss HP, 40K is 30% while Method NA is on 20%. So Method NA definitely getting a better usage out of their Bloodlust, I feel like, just because they caught up so much on boss damage, and they're killing the boss definitely approximately 10% faster than 40K here.
Yeah, so one of the major benefits of actually running the mass entangling is that your melee don't really ever have to swap off in order to kill the animated golds. They can kind of just keep tunneling the boss, not really worrying about what's going on, while your healer does make sure that the mobs do stay far away. But the downside, like you were saying, is later on in the gauntlet room, we have a king, he casts the lightning rod. You normally are able to use Typhoon to be able to cancel the lightning rod, but JB has elected to go with mass route, like we have been saying.
Yeah, so Matron downing the boss at this point, 5% ahead of 40K. Now, JB is going to drink up here, and then he's going to go back and kill those and pull those guardians as he waits for the doors to open, just running against it. Now, the rest of the team already moved on to this trash gauntlet that we're going to see later on, that you have to kill all 4 trash mobs, else the door doesn't open. So there's nothing you can skip in this gauntlet here. Now, on the tournament realm, there's a set rotation. It will start top left, and then it will go counterclockwise for everybody to, you know, just keep the integrity of the tournament, be fair for everybody. And this first pack here is a little bit difficult, mostly because of explosive.
Yeah, making sure that you're able to quickly down those explosives mobs, because the agents do actually spawn explosives, and it's about an 8 mob pack, so you're going to have a high likelihood of getting an explosive, but you do have the rogues that are able to easily swap them, killing them with pistol shot. And you do see the king pulled with the 2 animated guardians on the side of Method in A here, and making sure that they actually have a really efficient pull here. While they do wait for some of the RP in this gauntlet room, they'll be able to DPS down the animated guardians here.
Yeah, so the animated guardians, they do have a scary frontal, as we can see them casted right now on Method in A side. They will turn to a player and then have this long cast. When the cast goes through, there will be a frontal cone that does a lot of damage to you and stuns you if you get hit by it. So you definitely want to be careful about that. Want to make sure you're not getting hit. Once they go low, they actually also buff themselves with an enrage effect that cannot be dispelled by Arrested Druids or Hunters for that matter. So you want to be watching out once they're low HP. And as you can see, them just kiting them up around here as they start to raid.
Yeah, and on the side of 40K, we're seeing a mirrored pull here with the double animated guardians. A major difference to be pointing out is the difference in bloodlust timing. We do have 40K's bloodlust coming up in approximately 3.5 minutes, while Method in A's are coming up in approximately 5.5. So seeing the difference in if they choose to use it a little bit earlier, 40K would potentially use it on Machemba with the reaping, and Method in A would potentially use it on the pack after Machemba. You do get about 3 bloodlusts in this instance, as it is about a 25 to 27-ish minute instance normally, barring any like major mistakes here. You do see on the side of Method in A, Nerf ends up tanking the whole entire reaping on top of this pack, making sure that they get interrupts here on the queen, making sure that the king doesn't end up blade storming down any of your melee, and just kiting it out super well. On the side of 40K, we see the king and the guard captain here, making sure that they dispel that enrage on the guard captain is very important, because the guard captain does cast an axe barrage cast, ending up putting a physical dot on the whole entire group unless it is line of sighted. So making sure that they definitely dispel the enrage on that guard captain was actually very good by 40K.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Method in A will get their bloodlust back up on Machemba, and the last time they actually used it on the boss. They didn't save it for the pack later, and then they still did a pretty huge pull after the boss. They pulled the double Berserker, which other teams use bloodlust for, but Method in A did the same pull without their bloodlust, and they ended up having a lot of trouble, having some people die and struggle there. So we'll see if they this time around choose to hold on to this bloodlust, not use it on the boss, but save it for this bigger pull afterwards. Now, 40K, on the other hand, they played this dungeon before, and all of their pulls later after this gauntlet actually were quite a bit safer than all of the other teams. They wouldn't pull the double Berserkers, they would pull the whole droplet room a little bit safer. Instead of pulling them all together, they would pull them half and half. So we'll see if 40K will do the same thing again, which I assume, because they played it earlier today, and they're not going to switch up their strategy within 2 hours. So they're probably going to do the same thing, and it will probably make it or break it at that exact moment, because if Method in A does not play it safe and actually pulls it off without any mistakes, then they're just going to be faster. Yeah,
basically we do see Method in A here getting 1 full gauntlet mob ahead of 40K here. We actually almost did see Igloo go down on the side of 40K. He got seduced by the queen, ended up accidentally standing in a shadow smash as what he was mind controlled, but he ended up being okay in the end. And we do see Method in A here popping Shroud, running past the construct, and here they're going to be doing the embalming fluid pull.
Yeah, so the embalming fluid pull here is quite dangerous because of explosive mainly. Now, there's so many mobs, and the more mobs there are, the more chance of explosive spawns you're gonna have, as we can see them spawning here already. Now, of course, rogues are very, very good at dealing with them, and monks too in general. So as long as they switch them immediately, they can deal with this pack alright. Like, of course, if there's 2 or 3 explosives coming through at the same time, then everything can go wrong really quickly. But the rogues are very good at killing explosives because they can creep off of the explosive, which there's barely any other class that can do so. If another class switches to an explosive, they're able to kill them, but they're not going to do any damage to anything else at the same time. While rogues with Blade Flurry can actually creep off of them, so very, very efficient for these explosive pulls, and we see Matron dealing with it very well, moving on to this double construct here.
Yeah, something I also want to highlight, JB was sitting in cat form for most of that embalming fluid pull, while Nerf was ending up kiting out the embalming fluids, not being able to really face tank that many mobs for prolonged periods of time. JB ended up doing about 40k DPS on that pack, and you did see it also get chained into the double construct. Whenever the constructs end up entombing you, it ends up putting you in the tomb that you are nearest to. So that's why they have both constructs on the side here, and they're both standing near this near side tomb right here, and you just end up opening it up, and you end up coming right out. You don't have to move very much, you have very minimal downtime, and you end up being able to do both of these constructs at once. So this is actually a very good pull on the side of Method in A. On the side of Fourty K, they end up doing some of the embalming fluids with the construct here, which is actually a pretty scary pull overall, but as long as people are able to get out of that entomb, then it's also super good. You see Igloo here positioning himself on the far side near where that entomb was going to come out, as he didn't see where his player was positioned.
Yeah, this is where you see the slower or safer strategy coming in from Fourty K compared to Method in A's riskier strategy. As Method in A already cleared the whole room, already on the boss with the Reaping Wave, while Fourty K chose to pull half of the boss room and then the other half of the boss room. And one more thing to mention is that they single killed the construct that most other teams used to skip with Shroud. Because it's very inefficient to just kill one mob by itself, as we mentioned earlier. But for some reason, 40k chooses this route, maybe to get proper reaping timing, or maybe they can skip something later on. But yeah, just safer strat from them coming in. It works for them, but as I said, Method and A just are faster. So if they don't mess anything up, then they should be winning this dungeon just because of their faster strategy.
So something that's definitely interesting and of note is that 40k is actually doing reaping with one of the constructs, and they end up actually having Bloodlust available to them right now. I think they should have been looking to do reaping with Machimba, and if they are so scared of this reaping with Machimba, maybe they end up using Bloodlust on him in a second. But they end up killing about half the reaping and then pulling Machimba and separating out the constructs, like you were saying. Overall, I think that's a pretty slow pull unless they really believe that this reaping that they're getting is a little bit better than what normally you end up getting. On the side of Method in A, though, their Bloodlust isn't up yet. It looks like both teams are going to probably be electing to be using their Bloodlust to the pull after Machimba here with the Berserkers. The Berserkers obviously put a pretty hefty bleed on you, and being able to consolidate them in fewer pulls is very important for these teams.
Yeah, maybe 40k actually switching up their strategy a little bit here. As you see, Rentari actually go down here. We need to cast a Rebirth from Igloo coming in. Thankfully, they did manage to recover at this point. The Rentari is back up. They should be alright. But now they only have one battle rest left, of course. Thankfully, nothing more happened at this point. But one difference, okay, so now they're popping their Bloodlust on 40k side, because this is what they did last time as well. I was just thinking maybe they're changing up their strategy and doing a bigger Berserker pool later, but no, they're choosing to use their Bloodlust here, are continuing to play safe, even after this boss most likely, while Method in A is on 20% on the Embalmer here, and they're most likely choosing to do this big pull. And as I mentioned as well, this time around they're not going to use this Bloodlust. Last time they did use the Bloodlust on a boss. Then they didn't have it for the next pull, and they ended up wiping. So this time, safer play by Method in A, saving their Bloodlust, probably using it for next trash pack. Now, the Embalmer boss itself, you know, it shouldn't be a big deal for any of them. I'm not sure what Rentari died, I'm not sure if you paid attention, but in theory, it shouldn't be a big deal for either of those teams.
So Machimba actually melees, he's one of the hardest bosses melee out of any of the bosses in the game. I think Rentari ended up just getting meleeed down there by Machimba. Nothing like mechanically ended up killing him, but he just ended up getting meleeed down, got a little bit lower than Igloo was able to catch up while they were trying to deal with the entombs. So something also to note is I wonder why 40k ended up waiting so long on Machimba in order to be able to Bloodlust him. And on the side of Method EU, or Method NA, you actually saw something cool. Nerf ended up running in the middle of those two Hex Priests, and he ends up spell reflecting both of the Spectral Bolts back at them. Then he ends up pulling a pretty big pack, and they end up popping Bloodlust here, which is something that we've been pointing out. Doubling up on this pull of Berserkers is very important, and it allows you to make up so much time in this instance, just making sure that you're able to merge these two packs into one.
Yeah, this time definitely looks a lot safer on Method and A sides on this pull. Not having any explosives go through, not having too many Berserker bleeds on random members. The last time, I believe it was Lighty who had a double stack from the Berserkers, which is of course very dangerous. It's already dangerous on a tank, so it's going to be even more dangerous on a DPS that can't get rid of it somehow, like being a dwarf or something like that. So they managed to pull up this pretty substantial trash pull, so very well done by Method NA, cleaning up their play from the last time around. As they continue to pull even more now, there's some dangerous trash here in this pull as well, as we have the Beastmaster, which needs to be focused, of course, and needs to be interrupted on the Deadly Shot and on the Poison Barrages we see come out here. And the Brute, just a high HP mob, doesn't really do that much, except this huge circle AoE that if you get hit by it, you will get knocked and get a lot of damage. Other than that, the Brute is not very dangerous.
Yeah, but the Brute is dangerous in a different way. The Brute ends up doing a ground crush, which you have to get out of, but if there are explosives that spawn near the Brute during the ground crush, then we could see Method NA maybe have an explosive go off, which would actually be very scary for them as a whole. But overall, this pull with the Brute, the Raptor, and everything looks pretty good here. You do see 2 explosives spawn on the side of Method NA, and then on the side of 40K, they're finally doing their first pull after Machemba. It's just the single Berserker and the double Hex Priest pull, so they end up not being able to double it up like we did see on the side of Method NA because they did not have Bloodlust.
Yeah, so Method NA about to finish up this pull. They are triggering their 80% reaping at this point. They're most likely pulling the reaping into one of the next trash here. There's 1 Berserker left that they CC'd earlier. There's the Hex Priest and some, just some casters. Now, this is dangerous because there's a lot of things going on, and you don't have a lot of space if you tank it on this bridge. Now, you do have all the reaping mobs, of course, applying debuffs to nerf. You have those stones on the ground that need to dodge, and on top of that, you have the Berserker applying this bleed to you. You have the mobs just raging and explosive spawning everywhere, so definitely need to watch out here as we see the crowd control coming in with the AoE stun and of course the Ring of Peace from Lighty.
Yeah, the not being able to kite this pack because of the Berserkers and because of the reaping is actually the most important part. Most of the time you kind of want to be walking away from reaping as to not be like looking to face tank the mobs the whole entire time, but being in melee range of the Berserker in order to be able to absorb that bleed is very important. However, it is also important to note that both Shakib and Yoda are both playing dwarfs, and they end up having the racial where you're able to remove the bleed if you do get it on you. So the bleed goes on the person who's nearest the target if the tank is not inside of melee range. So making sure that if Nerf does in fact need to kite, making sure that the rogues are the 2 nearest people in order to be able to racial off that bleed is important for them. On the side of 40K, they're making their way through this hallway. They're pulling the Brute pack with the Raptor, just making sure that they're able to get consistent pulls with this Beastmaster Raptor pack, and they end up pulling reaping into it as well.
Yeah, so Method NA doing this pull that we've seen from Method U for the very first time, that a lot of teams have adapted to this pull, pretty much copying from Method U, which is a very, very good strat in my opinion, because they are pulling these 2 packs together, but they're not pulling all of them up. So you can see the Berserker and the Hex Priest are CC'd there in the back. There's one being in-capped, one being blinded by one of the rogues. Now what they're doing is they're pulling 2 packs together, but they don't need all of the percentage, because now they're already at 96% without those 2. And now they going to the boss, shadow melting away the aggro from those CC'd mobs, and now they have perfect percentage, only needing this last mini boss to get the 100%.
Yeah, and this is where those 2 mobs that we did see JB getting at the very beginning of the instance come back into play. This is how they're able to get the rest of their count that they need to where they don't have to pull those mobs, and they can just go back to the Shadow of Zul after this council fight. So for the first boss of this council fight, we have Kula the Butcher, obviously the most scary boss in this council fight, as she does put a bleed on a random party member. Additionally, she does have these axes whirling around the room. If you do hit them, they'll end up putting a dot on you. The dot's pretty scary, but by far the scariest dot is the whirling the axe dot that she ends up putting on a single member. Making sure that JB is able to heal that up, making sure that he has the group kind of pre-hotted and get ready for that severing axe to come out is very important.
Yeah, so we see the severing axe going on Yoda here. Now he is a dwarf, right? So he would be able to get rid of it if he wanted to. Maybe his racial is just not ready at this moment, so JB needs to heal it off here. It is a 20-second debuff that takes for a lot of damage, as you can see him dropping lower and lower, but it should not be a problem for JB to heal away. Now, the rotation on this council, that there's 3 bosses, and depending on live service, there will be a different rotation each week, starting with a different boss. Now, when the bosses die, they continue to cast one of their abilities throughout the rest of the fight. Now, I do believe that Kula being first is actually the easiest rotation, because Kula is the most difficult boss, and you don't have any of the passives from the other bosses while fighting her. So I think this is actually a pretty good rotation for the teams here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the easier rotations for this fight as well. In addition to that, we do see 40K having engaged this fight as well. They have Kula down to 35%, but something to note is the side of Method NA is at 96% count, while 40K is only at 86% count. So they are 1 to 2 trash packs behind the side of Method NA here.
Yeah, so Method NA will, as I said, will only have to kill the mini boss, which you have to kill anyway, because else you're not going to get access to the last boss. Well, 40K has to still do some trash right after this boss, meaning that even if they're on the same boss right now, they're still pretty far behind just because of this trash pack missing. Now, again, 40K didn't really mess up anything big. They have 2 deaths, of course, but they didn't have a big wipe or anything. It's just the difference in strategy here. Method NA just playing a little bit riskier, having those bigger pulls, while 40K just taking it a little bit slower on their safer side. Now, it did work for them the last time where they won against Puolukka, but this time Method NA just, you know, showing again that today they're just playing so clean, having their perfect strategies. Just a very good showing from Method NA here so far.
Yeah, the cleanliness of all the runs for Method NA that we've seen today has actually put them in a really good position here in King's Rest. King's Rest really, really punishes mistakes. It has a really far run back time as some of the checkpoints. There aren't really any checkpoints until you do get this council fight down, except for at the very beginning. There's also like a Gilded Loa that you can ride back towards the bridge, but that's obviously not the best checkpoint for a lot of the teams. Something also to be aware of as well is that Method NA's Bloodlust timing. Method NA has about 3 minutes on Bloodlust, while 40K has about 2-ish. There's not going to be any difference in the Bloodlust usage. Typically, people end up Bloodlusting on Dazar whenever both Raptors are out. So there ended up being a pretty big difference in the timer on this dungeon because of 40K's choice of using Bloodlust during Machemba, whereas Method NA ended up using it on the pack after Machemba.
Sorry, I just saw Lady jumping off the platform, and I got so hyped because he was dodging the ability from Akali here. So there's a barrel through, as you can see, being casted right now on Yoda. Now, what we can do with this ability, you can actually cancel it by using multiple abilities. You can use Vanish as a rogue. You can jump off the platform, because if you're off the platform, then he can't charge to you, and he will cancel the ability and use a different target. Now, we saw Lady just jump off and teleport back up to cancel it, which pretty much makes Akali not do anything. Now, I personally am not the biggest fan of trying to really risk delaying this barrel through, because I think Akali is not actually a very dangerous boss at all. This barrel through, if it goes through as you just saw on Method NA's side, really doesn't do that much damage as long as you soak it with the whole group. So, you know, risking it and jumping off, maybe not being able to get back up, I think is a little bit too risky, because, you know, this boss is not very scary at all.
But dropping a Transcendence for their Monk, I don't think it actually makes it incredibly... It doesn't make it too scary. You're able to easily get back up as long as he does place the Transcendence and doesn't end up outraging it. While the opportunity cost for that being is JB's DPS. JB would end up having to heal back up the group through the barrel through. Otherwise, he gets to just sit there in cat form and DPS for a pretty easy Transcendence on the side of Lighty. While it might not be it doesn't do a lot of... The risk is definitely... The risk is definitely not worth the reward, in case if Lighty does fall off, then you're not able to res him. Is like the reasoning behind why it's not super good. But you do see on the side of 40K, they are getting Akali down pretty low. They are at 86% on trash, while Method NA just needs to kill the Shadow of Zul, and then they are getting their final reaping of the dungeon. Yeah, so the Shadow of Zul, definitely a dangerous mini boss, but it's not fortified. So definitely a little bit of an easier time here by it not being buffed. But you can see Nerf Clap just dropping very low. You can see JB is not in cat form, not doing damage right now, because he needs to spam heal Nerf Clap, because he constantly has this Shadow Barrage dot on him, which just constantly ticks for shadow damage, and Warrior's not very known for dealing with shadow damage that well compared to physical damage, of course. Now, the other abilities that Shadow of Zul does don't really matter that much. They're not that dangerous. You sometimes see a zone spawn that will do pulsing AoE damage, but it only has a 15 yards range. Actually, we can see it spawn right now. Now, this time they can't actually outrange it, because, as I said, it's 15 yards range, the pulsing damage. But because it spawned right next to the Shadow of Zul, they actually had one of the rogues have to go in and soak it. Now, it only does a little bit of damage to them, so it was no problem. Man, that was actually super scary there for Nerf. We saw the Shadow of Zul enrage because of the enraging effects, and it ended up getting 2 of his casts off onto Nerf while enraged, and Nerf almost ended up going down because of that. Yeah, so JB a little bit slow on that Sooth. You know, mini bosses enraging is a little bit of a problem, especially if they're so dangerous like the Shadow of Zul. So
if you remember and if you don't forget about the raging effect, you definitely have to be ready as a druid. Just mouse over in your soothe button pretty much, and as soon as the raging comes in, you need to press that button to make sure it gets off. So Nerf Lab definitely good on him for surviving the raging debuff on him, as they're done with the Reaping Wave. They Shadow Melted the Reaping Wave off, so they have to 100% trash at this point while they engage the last boss fight. Now 40K still in the Shadow of Soul, so they're pretty far behind still. Of course, also having those 2 deaths while Method and A has 0 deaths.
Yeah, so basically we do see 40K dealing with the Shadow of Azul here. Just something important for them. They really need to make sure that they soothe that Shadow of Azul whenever it does hit the enrage at the bottom 30% of its health. We do see Method and A here on Dazar dealing with him quite well. We're going to see them popping Bloodlust as soon as Dazar does mount up on that second Raptor here in just a couple more seconds.
Yeah, we see Raban here already spawning. Now, Raban is not very dangerous. It just jumps to a player and casts his Hunting Leap, as you can see right now. So all you have to do is walk out of it. That's why we see it be alive for so long, because usually teams just don't focus it. They just keep attacking the boss just to get the boss down faster. As we see JB actually dropping really low from one of those boss leaps. But yeah, once the boss reaches lower percent, you will see a Salah spawn, and that Raptor is actually a lot more dangerous than Raban.
Yeah, and the blade combo is actually super dangerous to Nerf as well. You do see Nerf sitting here about 80 to... He's been sitting about 60 to 80-ish percentile health, but whenever the Dazar does mount up, he ends up casting a group-wide fear. Obviously, Nerf can end up Berserker Raging the first one to where he doesn't get feared, but the second fear cast will end up fearing him if they do get one off. You do see them popping Bloodlust here and trying to nerf down Dazala as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah, so that's why they're, of course, saving their Bloodlust exactly for this moment, just to get as a few amounts of fears as possible, because this group fear can just be so dangerous, not only for Nerf, but also for everyone else. Just having those tornadoes going around, those Gale Slashes, if you get hit by those, you get a nasty debuff on you, as both Ladi and Shakib had it and dropping very low. Then there's also the danger with explosive, right? You could get an explosive orb spawning, then you get feared and you can't kill them because you're feared, and then it goes off, can cause a lot of problems here. That's why they managed to use their Bloodlust, burst it down, and now they only have King Dazar left to deal with. And at this point, there's not that many things that can wipe them anymore.
Yeah, and we also do see on the side of 40K, they have finally got Raban spawned, as they do get Dazar to 80 percentile health. They dealt with the Shadow of Zul, looked like they only got a couple of deaths there, and they end up having 3 deaths overall in the dungeon. Overall, Method and A has actually had a really clean run, looking like they're about to finish this dungeon with 0 deaths.
Yeah, so Method and A definitely doing a very good job today in general. No mess ups here in this dungeon at all. 0 deaths, super clean run by Method and A, and also, you know, just having the faster route compared to 40K. Now 40K on the other side, they also didn't really have any big mess ups. They do have their 3 deaths, of course, but you know, no huge setback. They played their route well. They definitely you know, just did their route. They knew what they were doing. They chose to do the safer route, of course. They saw other teams doing King's as well, and they chose to play this route. Maybe they put some more practice to some more riskier strats in other dungeons. But yeah, shout out to both of those teams doing a pretty good job. Method and A, though, just, you know, cleaner strat, a cleaner play, and congrats on a clean win here.
Yeah, JB has also been doing an incredible amount of damage here on Dazar. He looks like he's about at 9.6k DPS here on Dazar for the whole entire fight, which is actually incredibly high for a Resto Druid, especially since you do have to end up healing those Quaking Leaps up, and that will do it for King's
this dungeon, because any sort of small mistake will cause a disaster. So we'll see how those teams clean up their play here. 40K and Method and A both had some problems earlier in Shrine, but we'll see what happens this time around.
Yeah, we do see 40K doing a pretty small pull here, pulling the initiates as they do apply a large amount of stacks of bursting to the whole entire group. It looks about 6 stacks there, as we do see the whole entire group getting pretty low. Method and A electing to not deal with any of those initiates, as they are high likelihood of wiping them, and they end up shrouding through, looking like they're prepping for a pretty big pull here as well.
Yeah, so we see some of the CC coming through here, because at the start there's a lot of casters, right? And the problem is you can do a big pull, and we see actually some people going down on 40K side dealing with this Templar here, probably because of necrotic and bursting at the same time, because having bursting stacks while you're not being able to get healed at all because of the necrotic is a big problem, especially in Shrine here, because there's so many small HP mobs that apply necrotics to you, as we see even Loafish just getting so many stacks here.
Yeah, we actually did see Nerf hitting about 25 stacks in necrotic there, as they are dealing with the Templar Templar, the double Spiritualist, and the double Attendants, Nerf ended up kiting those mobs back, trying to not deal with them, and just trying to line of sight them, getting them away from him so they're not casting on anybody, and they're moving towards him while the rest of his group is DPSing down the mobs, making sure that they kick the heal from the Spiritualist and making sure that they get the Protective Veil from the Templar, the damage reduction that he does cast, kicked as well.
Yeah, so MethodNA also did quite a big pull while having the CC go out. As I talked about, there's a lot of casters here. Now, pulling a lot of casters together, if they're really spread out in their original position, is very dangerous because you don't want to be pulling, running through them, getting shot in the back, and so on. That's why you started to see come out first, so a Nerf can walk on one side while one of the rogues walks the other side. You got the tricks in the tank, making sure it's a clean pull together. And now MethodNA pulling some more of those casters to this bottom side. Now you see those anchors come out as well, which actually get casted on ranged targets only. So JB is the only eligible target for those anchors. As you can see, those swirly spawn. He needs to make sure that he's not putting too many of them into melee, of course, because it will hinder the melee players and the tank.
So looks like 40 K actually ended up pulling that Living Current. You do see Wolf Disco here dying, but it looks like the rest of his group... Oh man, looks like the rest of his group might be in combat, just a few members maybe. The Living Current actually does have True Sight, so whenever they were shrouding past it, it looked like somebody ended up accidentally just face pulling it in the shroud with the mob just like turning, looking at them, engaging in combat with them, and then killing 3 members of 40 K. On the side of MethodNA, you do see the 4 Spiritualist pull that they were doing, making sure that they interrupt the Mending Rapids cast is actually very important on the side of MethodNA. It looks like Igloo is getting the mass res off on the side of 40 K though, so it looks like it's going to be alright, even though they did pull that Living Current, which actually is going to end up wasting them a significant amount of time.
Yeah, thankfully Igloo did not get in combat here, so usually it's Living Current, which some of you really do not want to pull, because not only does it have a lot of HP, but will also have this one ability where the whole group gets knocked into the air. While you're knocked, you can't do anything, you're stunned in the air, and it's just very, very dangerous, so you don't want to deal with this at all. That's why we see all those teams skipping it, but as you said, they messed up their skip somehow. Thankfully, Igloo did not get in combat, managed to rest them back up, but they still have 4 deaths on the board now, 20 seconds, and they lost a lot of time from having to rest and everything. While MethodNA already procced their Reaping Wave, Shadow Melted it off, while Shadow Melting also the rest of the trash, which is the usual skip that we see in Shrine, while 40 K actually chooses a little bit of a different route.
Yeah, so I actually like the strategy for MethodNA a little bit more. It makes that Living Current a little bit more consistent. If you don't get a great distract off on it, or if you accidentally kind of clip the wall while you're trying to do your Shroud around the Living Current, you'll end up accidentally pulling it like we did see on the side of 40 K. Overall, it's very good that we did not see a full wipe from the side of 40 K. They end up shadow melting off their Reaping as well. This Reaping obviously is one of the most dangerous Reapings in the game, as it is a full caster Reaping. So they end up casting Grave Bolts on you, so making sure that you actually shadow melt it off is very good. On 40 K, they actually have Bloodlust for Accuseer, while we did see MethodNA elect to use Bloodlust on the first pull of the instance. So that's going to be a little bit different here. We actually do see a lot of the Reaping falling in here for 40 K, as they're trying to deal with it while dealing with Accuseer.
Yeah, so 40 K doing a very dangerous pull here, as they probably did not have their Shadow Melt ready to skip the Reaping because of this failed Shroud pull earlier, right? So they had the Restorated Igloo use the Shadow Melt to make the rest available to them, and now they don't have the Shadow Melt ready. They have to play the Reaping with the boss. They thankfully did have their Bloodlust ready to deal with it, but this is just so dangerous because having all of these casters, as Tettles mentions, it's just so difficult to interrupt them all with AoE stuns and stuff like that, but they managed to kill them here, so very well done for 40 K, recovering from this failed skip here, while MethodNA is almost in intermission phase already.
Yeah, Accuseer actually does split into 3 different mobs whenever he does hit 50%, 3 Aqualings here. They need to be tanked by the members of MethodNA as well, having 1 person on each of them so they don't end up casting that Sea Blast, as you do see it getting cast into JB because he's not in melee range of that Aqualing. It ends up, so it's casting over and over again, and it finally gets interrupted and starts casting that Choking Brine. You do see on the side of Nerf, he ends up having to pop his shield wall there, as he does get incredibly low. You actually do see they have 1 Templar and 2 Apprentices that need to make sure that they're getting interrupted as well on the side of MethodNA. So that was actually very scary for them, and I'm kind of surprised that Nerf didn't end up going down. JB was just out of range of the Aqualings.
He still has 25 stacks, he's low HP. JB has such trouble keeping him up here because of the necrotic stacks, right? But now the stacks actually dropped, so it should be safe here at this point. The Aqualings are about to go down. Now in this intermission phase, it's just, there's so many dangerous things that can happen, especially because of necrotic, right? Because as Tettles mentioned, you need to tank them, and the tank can't, because you need to be close to them to be able to tank them. The tank can't take them all, so you need some either the healer or the DPS tanking some of the Aqualings, and they will actually melee you and apply necrotics to you as well. So you have 3 members with necrotic in your group while all those other abilities are going on, but very well done by Method and A, dealing with the intermission phase and the adds on top of it too. Now Shakib, I think, got meleeed by the boss there once he spawned, almost going down, but he still has his cheat death available to him, so it shouldn't be a big deal to finish off this boss fight here.
Yeah, and we're going to see 40K downing Acuseer first. Obviously, there's a major difference here in percent, as 40K is only at 20% on the trash, while Method in A is at 33% with Acuseer sitting at 4% health. They're also going to get a couple more count from those 4 initiates that they ended up pulling, and they're going to be looking to skip this very, very deadly mini-boss.
Yeah, so there's a lot of mini-bosses in this dungeon, which are not only dangerous to deal with, especially in a fortified setting, but they're also about so much HP that it's not really worth it for the percentage that they give. So we see Method and A doing the skip where you just kind of jump on the left ledge of the room to make sure you don't aggro this mini-boss, because it also has a true side, of course. And then both 40K and Method and A are in this tiny little hallway here where they pull a bunch of mobs together. Now, those mobs are in theory not that dangerous if you manage to kite them properly, but in this tiny hallway there's not that much room to kite, so you need to make sure you use the Ring of Peace properly, you need to make sure you use the AoE stun properly, and you definitely don't want to have a lot of necrotic stacks on nerf, because there's a bunch of casters who also deal a lot of damage on top of that.
We've seen multiple types of this pull on the side of Method and A. We've seen a bunch of groups doing 2 packs of these Iron Hull Apprentices, but we have seen a couple of groups doing 3 packs of the Iron Hull Apprentices. Obviously, consolidating your pulls and pulling a little bit bigger is always better, but on the side of Method and A, I think doing just 2 packs of these Iron Hull Apprentices is very good for them, because I think pulling 3 just puts you at an unnecessary risk, because if you do end up wiping for some reason, you actually struggle to get back past this point in the instance due to there not being a checkpoint at Acuseer, and you've already shadow melded off all that reaping, so it's all just standing there at the very beginning of the instance. So making sure that you do a safe pull and making sure that the Shrine of the Storm is clean is normally the reason that we actually see teams struggle so heavily here.
Good job, Method. Okay, so they managed to get their skip done here. They skipped the reaping plus this mini boss plus a lot of trash. So they did mess up this skip before. So thankfully this time around they did it perfectly. They did have Nerf wait for everyone else to go through, and then he leaps forward, and then everyone shadow melts to get rid of the reaping plus the mobs. Now this is a pretty significant pull. They're pulling a bunch of the reaping mobs that are left plus a lot of packs together. So we see Nerf just kiting here because of all this necrotic, and you can see just how much damage is going on Nerf here.
Yeah, and this is also very scary for Nerf as soon as Bursting comes out as well. Because he is sitting at 22 stacks of necrotic, he actually can't get healed to his full potential, and you actually still see JB running mass entangling previously from that King's Rest.
That was probably a mistake. Yeah, definitely a mistake.
So it looked like he needed to probably want to knock those casts right there, and he accidentally forgot that he was still running mass entangling as opposed to running Typhoon there. So that's definitely probably a mistake on the side of JB, but I don't think it's actually going to end up costing them anything. Nerf actually does get a reset on necrotic here before those apprentices do end up going down. On the side of 40K, it looks like they've ended up pulling the Rune Carver here, which is a mob that we don't actually see pulled very often. It ends up putting a protective ward on the ground, and it ends up carving your flesh. So basically the flesh carve is actually a very deadly cast, and you have to make sure that you're in the protective room for the duration of the cast, otherwise you will likely go down because it does do so much damage. That mob does give a pretty sizable amount of percent, but I don't think we've actually seen it pulled by any other team except for 40K up until this point.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Now they did pull this last trash pack here before this bridge mini boss, the Elemental. Now no one wants to pull the Elemental, so they definitely want to make sure they skip it afterwards. But Method and A doing the same shell skip that we saw from Method EU come out first, not dealing with these initiates. I like this adaptation by Method and A here, this copying Method EU strat, because those initiates, oh, we see Nerf drop really low, he might end up dying, SJB dies. Okay, this is a disaster for them. They do not have a rest for GB, so Lighty needs to survive here. Lighty needs to reset the boss and survive. Okay.
Man.
Okay, good. They managed to reset. They didn't lose that much from this pull.
That was so bad. Okay, so they ended up pulling the 2 packs of initiates into the boss, but one of them ended up fleeing as it did get low health, and then it ended up rolling the 7-stack into an 8-stack at the very last second after JB's Trank had already faded, and Method NA ended up wiping over it. On the side of 40K, though, you do see them ended up wiping to the reaping, so I guess Method NA really is in a better spot, even though it did have a little bit of a fumble there.
Okay, so 40K messed up their skip the reaping skip, right? Which we've talked about earlier. Method and A messed up in a previous game. So what pretty much happened is they killed this last trash pack. They wanted to go through the elemental, then Shadow Melt on the other side, skip the trash plus the reaping at the same time. But something went wrong with the skip. They all died, and now they have to go back, and they will have to re-kill some of the reaping that they skipped earlier because they have true sight, so they can't go past it. Now, Method and A still in their front seat here at this point because even though they had to reset, it didn't actually cost them so much time, at least not as much as 40K's mess up will cost them. So Method and A on their pull here, they do have their Bloodlust available to them now, so that is good for them to not have it lost early on their pull. Now this boss is pretty difficult, and we've seen them struggle in the past with this boss. Well, JB actually died on one of their pulls here.
Yeah, whenever 40K was looking to do that run back, obviously they killed most of that reaping because they didn't have their meld available to them earlier. But it looked like they accidentally pulled the... It looks like they've pulled the wind speaker with the initiates on accident. In addition to that, they accidentally pulled the living current, and then they ended up having to blow their shadow meld there. Now they're dealing with the wind speaker on the side of 40K, which is really weird because we haven't seen the wind speaker killed by any other team up until this point.
Yeah, so what happens is if you skip this wind speaker once, she will actually turn around into a different location. She will not reset and look in the same direction. She will look in a different direction. And then it's going to be a lot harder for you to skip it if you want to jump on the left ledge. Maybe they did not have any of their shrouds ready or no distract. Something went wrong, so they have to kill it now to also get their skip available. But yeah, so 40K very far behind at this point. Now, let's keep our eyes on Method and A as they're about to kill this second boss here. Galecaller Faye already dead. Now, you've probably noticed that Galecaller Faye actually had a bunch of casts that went through that were not interrupted by Method and A. That's because they don't want a lot of tornadoes spawning. Now, once in a while, she will buff herself, and if you interrupt the Tempest cast while she's buffed, then you will actually get those tornadoes, and they will at some point just cover the whole room if you keep interrupting her, right? And with this full melee lineup, just having everyone wanting to do damage, JB of course wants to do damage too, you want to have as little tornadoes as possible in the room.
Yeah, and we do actually see the mini boss going down on the side of 40K. Brother Ironhull at 17%. You see them kind of pulling trash into Brother Ironhull as he's not super deadly by himself. Most of the time, the reason that this boss is deadly is because of that Galecaller having that area denial that we talk about so much with the tornadoes, making sure that the melee don't have great use of the room. So once Galecaller Faye does go down, it's always a really good time to start pulling other trash into Brother Ironhull. Just making sure that they're super diligent about having cooldowns available for this bursting is very important, as we did actually see JB go down previously on this boss.
Yeah, so I did like the initial... Nerf Club actually died here as they have another 7 stacks of bursting, but the Necrotic just disappeared because he actually managed to get rid of the stacks. So thankfully he did manage to heal those 7-8 stacks bursting. Now they have to be careful with this bursting, right? Because we did see the initiate skip coming in just because of that reason. We saw Method U doing the strat skip, skipping the initiate because of bursting, because you don't want to kill it slowly, you don't want to kill him one by one, and he also, you know, it just takes too much time. So Method and A definitely has to be a little bit more careful here, as they only need 2% to skip their next reaping, and then we're probably going to see another Shadow Melt skip here.
Yeah, I actually think the pull by Method and A, whenever they initially pulled Galecaller Faye and Brother Ironhull, was actually pretty good. But the reason that it ended up going so badly is we did see that one initiate just fleeing at such low health, and it ends up accidentally dying to dots, and then just rolling them over from 7 to 8. It ends up wiping them. Overall, it's not going to end up costing them anything. On the side of 40K, they end up doing a pretty sizable pull, but they are just so far behind Method and A as currently. We do see Method and A here pulling these Abyss Dwellers and these other mobs inside of this room. We haven't seen this pull entirely too much with these Drowned Deathbringers and stuff like that, but overall, this pull is going to be looking to give them their third reaping of the instance.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting pull because they also have these enforcers here. You see Nerf Clubs running in a circle, trying to kite those enforcers because he doesn't want to get hit by it while having those two casters cast on him as well. Now, they did manage to proc their reaping with this exact pull. Now they Shadow Melted off most of the reaping mobs. The rest of them, you can see here, they have to deal with anyway. Now, you still have those two enforcers, which didn't de-aggro, so they have to deal with them as well. And then they still have to do some of the... We still have Shakib dying, but it's not a problem. They do have a rest available here.
Yeah, so Shakib just got deep smashed there by the enforcer. He was too close to that enforcer whenever it started casting the cast, because Nerf is looking to kite, not build up too many necrotic stacks as they are making their way through the instance. Like you said, it ended up not costing them too much because they just end up burning a battle res there, but it's a battle res that they're not going to be able to get back.
Most definitely, but they still have one left now. 65% trash for Method and A. They do not have enough trash yet to skip this whole bridge, so they definitely have to kill some trash here. As we see them pretty much engage those two cultists. Now the cultists spawn those two tentacles, as you can see. They are dangerous to deal with as long... but if you stay in range as a tank, it shouldn't be a big problem. If you go away as a tank, then they will start casting an AoE, which is very dangerous, obviously. So you also see the mental assault from those cultists coming through, which you have to dodge out of. If you don't, then you do get stunned.
Yeah, the scariest part of these tentacles is the fact that you actually have to be face tanking them the whole entire time, as we do see Nerf sitting at 30-ish stacks of necrotic here. So that's why he's dipping so incredibly low here. He might end up going down, but overall the pull looks like it's almost over, so it might not end up mattering even if he does end up going down here.
Is a Nerf just trying to cut here as the last tentacle died. He actually managed to go away out of melee range to not get hit by those cultists to refresh their stack. Now we'll probably see them go around these packs. Oh no, they're actually pulling the left pack together. Okay, so we saw the Ring of Peace coming out here. One interesting thing to note about Ring of Peace is that it actually does not put you in combat if you use it on enemy mobs. So we saw it coming in from Lady here on the right pack while also having a distract, so they can make sure to only pull the left pack and not have them both aggro at the same time. Now, these cultists here, as we talked about earlier, just have this frontal cast that is very dangerous that you have to dodge out of. Otherwise, all of the dangerous casts are interruptible. So as long as you have proper assignments, as we can see the mobs being marked with triangles and moons, as long as you assign them to each melee each, you should not have a struggle here.
Yeah, and on the side of 40K, we have recently seen them pull Galecaller Faye and Brother Ironhull, popping Bloodlust here, making sure that they are able to kill that third reaping that they ended up getting a little bit of. On the side of Method NA, we actually did see Nerf pop his Bwonsamdi's Bargain cheat death style trinket there on that previous pull with the tentacles. So that's something that he's not going to have it to his disposal, and he might end up accidentally going down due to tanking too much damage at some point, but I think it's highly unlikely at this point.
So the only thing left between Method NA and the last boss trash room is those two Dweller packs. Now those Dweller packs are pretty dangerous because once you engage them, they will randomly cast a lash on random members. Now if you get unlucky, you can get 6 or 7 lash casts on one player, almost one-shotting them. So you got to be a little bit careful with that. You can see them, of course, and interrupt them. So you want to make sure you use those AoE stuns and those interrupts as much as possible. Now we do see them engage the boss, which does have a little bit of a RP going on. So they have to wait until the boss is actually attackable. And once they dealt with the boss, they're going to go back, kill the other Dragapelk, and make sure they proc their reaping.
Yeah, so Lord Stormsong, something to note, he does have a Void Bolt cast that you're actually able to Spell Reflect back as a Prot Warrior. It makes Prot Warrior incredibly good on this fight, as it does end up doing about 20 to 25-ish% of his health over the course of the whole entire fight. He also ends up having an Ancient Mindbender cast, which you do see both of the rogues end up popping their... actually, JB ends up getting the Ancient Mindbender on him, and he doesn't end up being able to eat any of the balls, as he does get the Mindbender on him. Both of the rogues probably pop their cloak there in order to try to bait that Mindbender on them, because if you do get the Mindbender casting on you while you do have cloak available, the Mindbender just kind of goes away, and you don't end up losing any DPS. But as it did go on JB, the rogues used both of their cloaks, but they didn't lose any damage because it did, in fact, go on JB.
Yeah, they lost the 50-50 there, as you do not know who the ability is being cast on. Now you have 2 immune targets and 2 who can't immune. Unfortunately lost it, and JB got hit by this ability. But it's still better to have it on a healer than on Lady, because of course, you know, you want as much damage as possible. The damage coming out from this boss should not be a big deal for them to survive, because you don't have really dangerous affixes on top of this boss fight. Is also not tyrannical. The only thing you have to watch out for is this Rip Mind cast that you can see being applied to random players. You will apply a debuff to you. It does initial damage, and then it slows you, so it needs to be dispelled, as we can see it on Shakib right now. But you know, it didn't drop him that low. It dropped into like 70% HP, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and on the side of 40K, we actually see them dealing with the Ritualist here after they did kill Brother Ironhull and Galecaller Faye, while we do see on the side of Method NA, Lord Stormsong getting dangerously low here. And once you do kill Lord Stormsong, you get your first checkpoint of the instance here. So this is actually going to be great for them, because if they do end up wiping at some point, they will only spawn in this Lord Stormsong room, as opposed to having to spawn right back at the very beginning of the instance.
Okay, so JB getting the mind control while the boss died, so now they have to wait until it runs out, or they have to get him out. What you usually want to do if you get this last mind control is you want to jump into the water of the well in the back, because the well actually damages you. So sometimes if you get this last MC, you just jump in there. But they got him out of the mind control. Now they're pulling this last Dweller pack, which will proc their reaping. Then they will have to make sure that they use their Shadow Melt correctly. Now one thing to keep in mind with Shadow Melt is you need the right time with it, right? You need to wait until you're actually in combat with the Reaping Wave and then Shadow Melt. If you Shadow Melt too early before you're in combat with them, you will actually, the Shadow Melt will actually not do anything. We see a lot of travel for 40K. He has still 13 deaths. A lot of travel on the trash coming in, but Method and A are just having a pretty clean run so far. Of course, have those 4 deaths still because of this the mess up on the second boss. But now they're on their way to the last boss, and they're on their way to winning this trial.
Yeah, Vol'Zith, obviously one of the easier bosses. I think they have a lot of time to spare as well on Vol'Zith. Obviously, the boss is going to be pretty scary for them because he does put a debuff on JB that gives him increased damage, but it also gives him reduced health. And if JB ends up taking any damage from any of the casts getting off or getting hit by a tentacle or anything else, he will instantly die and then end up having to, you'll end up having to reset Vol'Zith because the boss ends up, because you don't end up having a B-res on anybody else except for the Druid class in this composition that we do see on the side of Method NA.
Yeah, definitely pretty dangerous, especially if you don't have a battle rest, as you mentioned. So JB getting this buff on him will increase his damage by a lot, and you want to abuse this damage buff as much as possible. That's why we see teams engaging the boss fight first, then kind of waiting until the intermission phase is over, and the boss just kind of stands there and does nothing, channeling a cast. Until he's interrupted, he just pretty much does nothing. So you want your team to deal with the rest of the trash while the healer has the damage buff to be more efficient on this fight, as we see them engaging the boss, and we'll soon see the intermission phase start here.
Yeah, you actually can dispel that Whispers of Power debuff. Do you actually expect to see JB maybe looking to dispel it off of himself?
No.
I mean, it's a little bit risky here but for him to have it, especially compared to where 40K is in the instance. And if he did end up going down, they would end up having to reset Vol'Zith, and it would actually be pretty bad for them.
Well, so the one reason I think they're not going to dispel it is because they want to one-phase the boss. They do have their Bloodlust ready, and if they don't have JB's buff, they will not be able to one-phase it. If they do get an extra intermission phase, that just adds extra difficulty. I don't think it's actually that much safer to have an extra intermission phase because there's more things that can go wrong. As we can see them doing the intermission phase right now, the 3 DPS will get sent into one realm while the healer and the tank get sent into another.
Yeah, we actually did see Yoda pop his cheat death there on accident. I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe one of the Denizens cast just went off while he was incredibly low, and he ended up proccing his cheat death. Overall, it's not going to end up doing too much. As you do see on the side of Method NA, they gear up to be pulling this double Denizen, double Forgotten Denizen, one Sunken Denizen pack. Making sure that you have to kick those Forgotten Denizens is very important, as if the cast does go off, it will heal both of the it will heal one of the Forgotten Denizens to full, but more importantly, JB will die because it does an AoE on the whole entire group, and he does have reduced health because he does have that Whispers of Madness debuff.
Yeah, it definitely shouldn't be a problem here with this full melee lineup, having this shorter cooldown on interrupt. Now, one thing you have to note, of course, is the bursting. Now, bursting does percentage HP damage. So, even if JB has this debuff on him, which increases his max HP, the bursting will not do the same damage to JB as the bursting will do to Nerf Clap, for example. So it's totally safe for them to have it on him, as long as it's not too many stacks, of course. Now, one thing to note as well is that these eels are very dangerous mobs because not only do you have Necrotic, but they also apply a stacking bleed debuff.
You actually see JB mass rooting all the eels there for a second after that Ring of Peace did end up going down. It would obviously be a little bit better if he did have Typhoon there, but you do see Nerf get a reset of Necrotic there while he does pull those eels, so that's actually very good. On the side of 40K, we actually do see them getting their 4-3 for the instance, kind of failing that Shadow Meld, and they ended up getting a decent amount of that Reaping. You do see Rentari and Lazzle going down there on the side of 40K, while you do see Method NA here finishing up their last pack of eels before finishing off Vol'Zith here in a second.
Yeah, one thing about this master, maybe it actually was intentional, because mastering those eels actually can help a little bit with the kiting. And one more thing to mention as well, this last boss in the normal phase, he will constantly cast those small ads that are spawning in at the side of the room that will trying to reach the boss. Now, you want to see them somehow, or because if you kill them, they do AoE damage to the whole group, and if they reach the boss, he will get energy and he will cast his intermission phase faster. So maybe actually having this master, just making sure he can deal with those ads a little bit better, maybe it was intentional.
I think it's unlikely that it was intentional, but it is actually decent for this last phase. He actually ended up using it on the eel, so he doesn't even have it up yet. So it doesn't seem like it was intentional, but using the Ring of Peace and the mass entangling whenever it does come back up for Vol'Zith, for you not to have to like frantically try to move the boss around the room to make sure the ads don't hit him is important. Because once the boss does absorb the ads, he will gain energy from each ad that does hit the boss and kind of do a pulsing AoE around him whenever the ads do hit the boss. But it does look like on the side of Method NA, they will be able to kill Vol'Zith here in one phase, and then they end up having to just kill one Abyssal Eel, and then the instance will end. And that is Shrine of the Storm for Method NA. Overall, a very clean run here.
Method NA washing.
Come up, especially in Kragmaw's room for both teams. We had Method EU have one of their kind of infamous wipes so far this cup so far with Kragmaw in one of the tantrum phases, and we know last week, or excuse me, last cup 2 weeks ago, JB had some struggles. In
Zelia died.
But Zelia, right off this is actually exactly what happened the exact same death the last time they did this massive pull here. Zelia about to go down again, barely hangs on at 2%, so right out the get-go, a bit of issue here for Method EU.
Yeah, so Method EU doing this really big pull at the start here. Method NA going a little bit smaller. So what Method EU does here, they pull the whole room plus the bridge patrol, which is double matrons. Now, double matrons means you get double the charge, as we just saw it happen on Method EU side. And this is most likely why Zelia dies, because he gets the charge from the double matrons, dropping him very, very low. And then we have the quaking on top of that. So there's also other casts that can go on him, like the nets, which do damage, and you can also get another marksman cast on you. So this is the issue here, but you can release immediately and be there again, so it didn't actually cost him so much time.
In typical Method EU fashion, they look to kill this mass pack and proc their first reaping, dragging it along to Elder Liaxa, so they're likely to follow suit there as Method NA 13% on the board with their own similar trash pack on the side, spreading out for that quaking. Just to remind those at home, of course, we are in quaking every 20 seconds. We'll get a pulse on the group that hits you for 20% of your max health. It can clip other players, and of course, Nagura, we have that teaming, so there are more trash monsters present in the dungeon. You also require more in order to hit your percentages. Method NA 19%. Looks like both teams are getting this first reaping right into Liaxa.
Yeah, so both teams saving their Bloodlust here to pop it on the boss while having the reaping and the boss active at the same time. Now, this boss doesn't really do much as long as you interrupt her cast. She casts those blood bolts constantly, which if they go through, do a lot of damage, especially in a +19 tyrannical. So you want to make sure you have proper interrupt rotation here, and sometimes you can just let one of them go through, because those tanks can spell reflect them as well.
Yeah, the spell reflect every 25 seconds is crucial, but you have to be careful not to be baited by the risen soul stacks that are coming in. So want to save that second round of spell reflect, because you use it right on the pull for once the risen souls are dead, so you don't get baited, and both teams do so quite well. Blood Effigy still at 60% for Method NA, as they have 5 seconds on their Bloodlust. Want to make sure those are killed off right away. Huge chunk of damage coming in on as that spell reflect comes up, and Method EU with the advantage here, as Liaxa is at 33%. Method NA trailing just a bit behind at 47 now, so pretty close between the two teams.
Now, definitely Method EU a little bit of an advantage for these pulls here because of the Unholy DK, right? You can see the damage meters. You can see Fragments is doing so much more damage than anyone else, just because you have this huge AoE burst at the start. You have those huge cooldowns that increase your strength by almost like 6,000 with Fastermind. Also, the Bloodlust coming in, just scaling so well with those mobs and this Bloodlust and all the cooldowns coming in. So that's why the boss is already going down for Method EU, while Method NA is still on 10%.
Right, Nagura, and they both choose to ignore the last effigy, the Blood Mirror cast there, as they can just safely interrupt it and focus all the remaining damage on Liaxa. Method NA following suit from their counterpart in the EU, killing that first boss and heading on down to Kragmaw's room. Now, again, this is the room where we need to pay close attention. Both of these teams had struggles with various aspects in their history. Method NA side, of course, with the trash, having some spot deaths on either Shakib or JB, whilst Method EU, Zelia fell a bit behind on the healing and got trapped by the quaking during the tantrum on Kragmaw. So, bit of pressure on these teams as we see Tree of Life get busted out here.
And it's actually a pretty huge pull by Method EU here. They did pull 2 Blood Swarmers, a lot of Living Rods, and a bunch of Lashers here as well. So you definitely want to watch out for this fixate from the Blood Swarmers. As we see, one of them on Sally and one of them on Gingy. Now those Blood Swarmers will fixate a player. They can also both fix at the same player, then it becomes even more dangerous. You want to make sure you kite it and don't get hit too much, but the problem is if you run too far away, they will actually charge on top of you. But very well done by Method EU, killing the pack safely and also proccing their second Reaping Wave.
Method NA not to be outdone though, Nagura. A huge pull coming from them as well. Equal in size, but only one Bloodswarmer decided to take it just a bit safer as Method EU pulled perfectly enough for that second Reaping Wave, as you mentioned. Not dragging it with too much, just one. I think there's only one Bloodseeker in there on top of the pack. Method NA just now at 30% as they look to clean up the remainder on the side, probably proccing their second Reaping as well. So we're going to have to see what they combine it with. I think both of the team's strategies involve proccing the third Reaping and then dragging that on top of Kragmaw. So likely expect to see that once we're nearing that 60% cycle.
Yeah, we saw Nerve actually almost going down there as the Quaking almost killed him, but he managed to recover. Now, what we saw the last time from Method EU that actually caused them to not have a full wipe, but they had to reset the boss because Salia died and they didn't have a battle rest available, was because they pulled some of the trash on top of the boss and then also have the Reaping on top of the boss, which is very dangerous on this boss if you have Tyrannical and you have Quaking as well. So we see Method EU just dealing with those skeletons and some more of those Bloodswarmers and the Living Rods.
Yeah, the Guardians themselves not too dangerous, the skeletons that Nagura mentioned, but the Death Speaker, of course, will cast that Wicked Frenzy that can be reflected, but also does cause one of the Guardians to enrage. So unless you soothe it, we'll do a ton of extra damage, plus add a Shadow Dot onto the tank if that Spell Reflect is missed. Now just moving a bit out of the way here, dodging a couple of those slime explosions and getting ready soon to proc that 60% Reaping, which we expect that they will take right into Kragmaw, the boss. Nerf Clap, just a bit of struggle here as he runs around picking everything up, sub 40%, letting those HOTS carrying him and trusting him that JB will be his safety net should any of those mobs connect while he runs around with the Swiftfoot Potion.
Alright, so Method EU is about to kill those last two Guardians off, which means they will trigger their 60% Reaping. Now, what's gonna happen if they do the same pull? Okay, so there we go. They pull Kragmaw, they pull the rest of the trash, and they have the Reaping on top of it. Now, pay attention to Fragnance damage here, to the Unholy Decay damage, because he's probably using his cooldowns here and just trying to kill as much trash as possible.
Yeah, so huge damage coming in from the Unholy DK, over doubling everybody else's damage. Mirrors tries to keep up, but just is merely not enough for their Method EU. Stomps a lot of these ticks as they come down. Now, three main abilities here for the boss. You want to dodge the frontal indigestion as a tank as well. You could just kind of step backwards from it, range it, and come back in. You have the charge as well that you sidestep as a member of the team. And of course, the tantrum at 100 energy, the most dangerous part of the fight. Each one of these abilities will spawn some ticks on the ground that you want to make sure you step on before they become full-fledged mobs. So we have the tantrum coming off here now. It could be poorly timed with some of the quaking, but I think Zale learned his lesson a bit earlier in the cup and has prepared well for it.
They actually did have a pretty unlucky quaking right at the start of this tantrum, so Sally had to interrupt the Wild Growth cast, but everyone managed to survive, probably using their personal cooldowns to not go down here. But yeah, you saw how dangerous this tantrum is, and also Sally dropping so low because they didn't manage to soak all of those ticks on the floor. That's why you can see some of those ticks walking around, and Sally actually had aggro, which meant that every auto attack will apply this bleed debuff FCC 1 on now as well, almost killing Salia here at this point. But if you soak them all, then you don't get any of those ads, and they want to make sure that the next time when there's a tantrum coming out, that they're a little bit cleaner with their soaking here.
Yeah, let's not forget the NA counterpart, of course, only 2% behind the boss. Now, there's a 7% difference in trash between the two teams, and one death on Method EU. With how close these two teams are together, can be a pretty big deal by the end of it, especially if the last series is telling in any way. Second tantrum is now finished for Method EU. Zayla heals well through it as the first indigestion comes out. Everybody does well to dodge it and stomp the ticks. 51% on the board for Method NA.
Yeah, so the difference in damage, you can pretty much tell that they're the same, right? 45% Kragmaw for Method EU, 47% for Kragmaw on Method NA. Now, Method NA did pull the boss a little bit later, though, so they definitely do have a little bit more single target damage, at least it looks like it for this boss specifically. Now, the comp is different, right? They do have an Unholy DK on Method EU side, while Method NA chose to not run the Unholy DK this time around. They used to run it in the past, but the last time they ran without the Unholy, they just seem to be playing a little bit better and a little bit safer. So maybe they just just figured out, you know what, we don't need this Unholy DK. We're just playing better. We have better pulls without the Unholy. Let's just go without it.
Both teams certainly pretty neck and neck with damage, as we saw cooldowns come up for Method EU, pulled right ahead of Method NA, and Method NA responded with their own set of cooldowns, catching right back up and keeping that gap 2 to 3% between the two bosses. Here comes the next round of Tantrum for Method NA. JB working hard to make sure everybody has a healing to overtime effect on them, and the group scrambling around, trying to stomp as many of these ticks as possible. Fortunately, they do have a lot of high mobility members, especially present in those Windwalker monks. 14% left for Method EU as the final Tantrum goes out. Unlucky quaking right at the end again, but does not finish anybody off as they reconvene and will likely commit to killing the boss at this point with only minimal movement for stomping the ticks should another Tantrum occur. Method NA's actually gotten slightly ahead here now.
This is actually very dangerous for Method EU because Sally is completely out of mana. If they get one more Tantrum, we might just see a couple of deaths coming in here for Method EU side. But the boss is really low, so they can maybe kill the boss before the next Tantrum, which, as you can see, the mana bar from Sally, they have to kill it before.
Yeah, should be no problem for them. They do down it indeed, as Method NA prepares to stealth and move right past this Danger Noodle, so aptly named as a Nope Rope as well. Moving down the hill here, getting ready for the Guardian pack, along with the Defiler and not the Reanimated Guardian, excuse me, the Death Speaker on the side. So plenty of interrupts need to be done here. You got to get the Raised Dead interrupt on the Death Speaker. Don't want another Guardian. And 2 people need to keep on par with the Defiler's AoE Bolt cast and also the Curse.
Yeah, so we see Method EU doing kind of a similar pull. They're pulling one of the skeleton packs with those 2 Defilers. And unfortunately, one of this Withering Curse did not get interrupted fast enough, and now we have this curse on the whole group. Now, Sally can only dispel one of them. It actually decreases your damage done, so it's not good at all to have this cast go through. Unfortunately, it did drop off of everybody now, so they can finish off the packs with their full damage done, while Method NA is actually dealing with this Danger Noodle, as you said, while Method EU is not choosing to pull it at all.
Right, Jarnagura, Method NA just finishing this off. We do know Method EU. In fact, I believe both teams. Ginji unfortunately procs his cheat death right before aggroing Sporecaller Zancha. We do know, I was just about to mention, that Method EU likes to proc their 4th round of Reaping into Sporecaller Zancha, which is exactly what they do here, as 80% hits, and now jumps to the other side, dodging the frontal shockwave while still allowing all the mushrooms to get hit, helping Xaylia out with some of that damage reduction and avoidance. 74% on the board for Method NA. They've already pulled Sporecaller Zancha as well, same percentage as EU.
Yeah, so both teams neck on neck here, definitely. Method NA a little bit less on percentage, but they do have these double Defilers that if they kill them, they will proc their Reaping as well, on being same percentage as Method EU. So this is pretty difficult to deal with this boss while also dealing with trash and also dealing with the Reaping at the same time. So you gotta watch out a little bit for the HP of everybody, as we see the upheaval go through on Lighty and Shakib on Method NA side. Now, what you want to do with the upheaval is you want to get rid of those mushrooms, because once the boss reaches 100% energy, he will cast the Harvest, and depending on how many mushrooms there are left, you will actually gain a stacking debuff that does a lot of damage, so you want to make sure there's no mushrooms when he casts that.
Yeah, but a danger here for Method and JB having just a bit of struggle catching up. Now, after the Festering Harvest goes off, it's not too dangerous to heal everybody else in the group as long as they don't take any of the avoidable damage, but the boss actually melees quite hard, and not to mention the Shockwave hits pretty hard too, so unless you have that Heroic Leap available on the Warrior, you will have to eat the Shockwave frontal, so you want to make sure at least the tank is healed up quickly. Another thing to note on the Festering Harvest is he does melee during it. Now, Method and Method EU pretty close together, but that 2% is actually a pretty big deal at this point, Nagura. We've already had the 4th Reaping over for Method EU. They've dealt with it and will manage to get away.
Yeah, so they have a Death Speaker here that they actually succeed earlier, because with teaming, you don't only have 2 Defilers in front of this boss, but you also have a Death Speaker. Now, what they did at the start is they were succeeding the Death Speaker, crowd controlling it, and only pulling the Defilers on top. Once they dealt with the Defilers, they pulled the Death Speaker on top, but they didn't proc the Reaping still. I thought that it would proc the Reaping and then they have it on top of the boss, but now, as you said, this actually matters quite a bit, because now they'll still have to deal with this Reaping wave or use their Shadow Meld to get away with it. Well, Method EU is on 26% of the boss. They dealt with the Reaping wave, and now they only have to deal with the last one to trigger the boss, which they're most likely going to use their Bloodlust for.
Yeah, they're likely going to stealth right down to the remaining Guardian pack, and then afterwards go along the side over to the final Abomination pack. But Sporecaller Zancha 22% for Method and as they look to likely get one more Festering wave before they're able to finish off the boss. Method EU at 10% now, starting to widen that gap between the two teams. They kept it at around 3 to 5%. Now we're looking at at 7%. Method EU just looking to crush this off and finish up, start heading down the hill to that Guardian pack.
Yeah, so once this boss is that, as you said, the Guardian pack, the Skeleton pack, which they will probably pull with one of those Defilers on top, which will be the last percentage you need before you go to those last Corruptors in front of the last door, which give in total approximately 5%. So you want to be at 95% before you go to this very last spot. We can see the Shroud coming out of Method EU and both Method and A also getting the Shroud out, as we see the Death Speaker plus the Guardians being pulled, and there's also a danger noodle as well on the teaming affix.
Yes, Method EU making sure to pull everything on top of that Hazard Spaghetti along with the Corruptor that comes in from the side. Now, the Corruptor has some area denial. It does have the frontal maddening gaze that you want to make sure you move out if it snapshots in a direction and does a fair bit of shadow damage whilst fearing you for 5 seconds in a random direction. So you definitely don't want to have that happen and pull some extra trash as a result. Bit of defensive play coming out of now here as he kites the Guardians back to the Defiler so that the melee can support, not only to interrupt the Defiler, but get away from these shadow tentacles spawned by the Corruptor.
Yeah, so one thing to note, of course this is teaming, right? So 95% might not actually be enough once you go to the very last 2 Corruptors, because teaming everything gives a little bit less percentage because you also have more trash available to you. So that's why we see them pull those Corruptors here on top of this Death Speaker pack, which those Corruptors, they do have quite a bit of HP, and they're also very annoying to deal with because they spawn these tentacles that are annoying, and they do have the frontal, the Maddening Gaze Fear cast. So that's definitely something they have to be careful about. And Method EU already moving forward, pulling those last 2 Corruptors on top of one of those Danger Noodles again.
You're so uncomfortable saying that. So Method EU indeed at the last 3 mobs that they need, as they paralyzed one other of the Danger Doodles, or the Horror, the Grotesque Horrors, in the back there, making sure that it doesn't start casting on the group. They finally kill the first one and move over to the second, as they need all four of these mobs, the 2 Corruptors and of course the 2 Noodles, to make sure that they proc their 5th Reaping Wave before they can head downstairs to the Unbound Abomination, the final boss of the dungeon. Method and A with an equally aggressive pull here. Looks like they actually opted to go for a triple Corruptor pack with one of those Danger Noodles, so these should be the last 3 mobs they need, but they're certainly playing on the coattails of Method EU right now. Only advantage they have is that 5 seconds worth of death penalty for Method EU, but I think Method EU is well over 5 seconds ahead right now.
Yeah, definitely. This is very close between those 2 teams, as you see Method EU proccing that last Reaping Wave, and Yoda actually dropping very, very low here. He does have cheat death available, so he should be still fine. But yeah, Method A doing this pull just a little bit slower than Method EU. Method EU already on their way down. They do have their Bloodlust available. They will proc the Reaping on top of the boss, of course, and their Unholy Decay is just going to be able to do so much damage here. Now, Method and A proc their Reaping Wave as well, but I think they're more than 5 seconds behind, as you mentioned, and it's going to be tough for them to kill the boss faster.
Bloodlust comes out, Army comes out, all cooldowns come out as Unbound Abomination, the final boss of the dungeon. Game 1 here of the finals between Method EU and Method NA. EU just taking the upper hand and getting as quickly as they can through their first wave of energy on the Unbound A-Bomb. We do know that, of course, you need to get that 100 energy in order to spawn the 2 Blood Visages, each one dealing a 1/6 of the boss's health. They will be killed off by not the Corruptor, but the Construct rather, the friendly Construct that we have will stun and channel them down, which is why you see the players kind of just ignoring the Visage on the side and continue to do as much damage to the boss as possible. Method and A now following suit, popping their Bloodlust as well and getting onto the boss.
Yeah, so there's one thing to mention as well, is that this was applies a debuff on the whole group. As you can see, this magic debuff just stacks up on both Method and A's and Method EU's side. Now, this debuff can be dispelled, but you can't dispel all 5 players. So what you want to make sure is that you see this lightning buff around Frag right now, around Frag Decay. He needs to make sure that all the team members are inside the circle, because once it depletes, it will remove all those debuffs, all those stacks, and it will also remove the gray pools on the floor. So you want to make sure that you position yourself properly, and you can see Method EU handling this pretty well. Now, the Quake was actually a little bit of an unlucky timing because people had to spread out as the lightning debuff was about to deplete.
So both teams, of course, baiting the breath either to the left or towards the side of the room. You want the spores, kind of the goop on the ground that forms into spores, to come from the same general direction as much as possible. There are some classes like the Prot Warrior that benefit from stomping it, and the DK as well, getting some free procs on, I believe it was Dark Sucker, if Jack noticed earlier, and of course the Victory Rush for the Prot Warrior, helping with some of that healing that otherwise the healers would not only struggle with, but allows them to get a bit of damage in on this boss. Method now has dealt with the second 1/3 of the boss's health, looking to push the final round of Blood Visages. Method and A still on the back heels playing catch-up. As we can see, the Visages have spawned for them, and they'll soon be hitting their 33%.
Yeah, Method EU is about to kill this boss. As we see the last 2 Visages spawn, they are going to make it here. 5 seconds, definitely not going to be enough for Method and A here, as Method EU is probably going to take this very first game with only 1 death at the very start of the dungeon, as Maris actually does really low, but he manages to survive here.
5 seconds, certainly not enough on the board. Method EU with, I don't want to say a commanding first game, because it was pretty close for Method and A, but
Clinch their second grand final tournament as we dive into the Motherload.
certainly no double DK coming out of Method EU here, as we have a complete mirror comp, surprise, between the two Method, surprise, and EU teams coming in here. Big pull rearing up for now as he pops that Swiftfoot potion, grabbing as much as he can, collecting it and planting it in the middle. Gonna see, I assume, a Bloodlust coming out, as we see coming out of Method and A side right now. Method EU waiting likely for that Peacekeeper, as Mirrors get a double charge from the Thugs right now. A lot of damage on Gingy and on Now. It's gonna require a lot of cooldowns, but they still commit to not using that Bloodlust, Nagura.
Yeah, so all eyes on Method EU here just to see what their secret strategy is here. As we can see them come in, not using a Bloodlust, but committing to such a big pull anyway. They do have the triple Peacekeeper. They have a lot of Thugs in there too, or 4 Peacekeepers even. And we saw Maris actually almost going down at the very start just because... Oh, and Sally is almost dying too because he actually gets hit by this zone on the ground that will disorientate you. So thankfully he managed to get out of this SC and heals himself back up. But yeah, Maris got hit by double Thug charges, which is random what target they charge to. So definitely a little bit of RNG involved here, and definitely can go wrong if you get too many abilities on you at once.
That was almost disastrous with that disorient on Zale. He got down so low, but fortunately the puddle wore off and he was able to heal everyone again as they proc their first Reaping Pack and grab a bit of extra trash with it. Frag, of course, gets one of the charges from the Thugs, but no deaths rather over on that side. Method and A still hasn't procced their first Reaping Pack, and they committed their Bloodlust to the pull as well, so not even as dangerous of a pull as Method EU, and they committed their biggest cooldown as well. So Method EU already moving well ahead as they pump as much damage into this first Reaping plus combo as possible. One of the Flesh S casts does get off, but they manage to CC it properly just before it gets too dangerous. Method and A now dealing with their own first Reaping wave.
It is just lots of control that needs to come into those pulls. We do not have something like Bolstering or Sanguine. You don't have to deal with that kind of stuff here in this dungeon, thankfully. But there's still a lot of mobs that you have to deal with. They need to be interrupted. You have the Thugs that buff and rage on themselves, which need to be soothed by Celia. You have those jockeys that will throw bombs at you randomly if they don't jump into a Peacekeeper. You have the Vendors that need to be interrupted. You have the Assassins that need to be interrupted. So a lot of control that needs to happen here from these teams, from those big pulls.
Triple Peacekeeper coming in again for Method EU. Frag did get hit by one of the Shadow Smash zones from the Lost Souls in the Reaping Pack. Finally falls off of him. That is a 1-minute debuff for 20% max health. Fortunately, that vulnerability is gone for Method EU, as Method and A has now climbed above the trash count for EU. 34% for Method and A as they round around the house, preparing to pull another pack. Now, we do know Method and A's pack, unless the patrol rather, unless they changed it in the past 24 hours, which I really doubt they have. They'll actually quite early go on to coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, and then even deal with some of the R&D wing after Azarok. So expect less trash than we saw in one of the previous series today in Motherload from Method and A, as they're already starting to creep up to that last pack before the Pummeler.
Yeah, so Method EU still holding on to their Bloodlust. They probably have a bigger pull up their sleeves at some point. Maybe they're waiting for the DK cooldowns to come back up, or at least some of them. Now, as I mentioned, there's just so much trash in this whole dungeon in total, right? You can probably do 200% trash percentage if you wanted to. That's why we see a lot of teams just getting so much percentages at this very first room before the first boss, because this trash is not only easier to deal with than later trash, but it also is so much more efficient because of those Peacekeepers. Now, the jockeys, if you pull them, they will jump into the Peacekeepers, and once you kill the Peacekeepers, you not only get the percentage from them, but you also get the trash percentage from the jockey that jumped into it.
Nagura, and here we have that massive Peacekeeper pull that we saw from Method and A the other day that, you know, it is very certainly optimistic. The problem with it, there's actually 6 Peacekeepers this time. Last time it was 5. The kind of issue with this pull is that they do so much damage that the tank needs to start playing very defensively, meaning you need to start running around in circles. These Peacekeepers, as you can see, periodically just stop and either cast their shield or an AoE Disorient on the ground, which means that they're vastly separated a lot of the time, and the team is just not getting as effective cleave if the tank can't just plant and tank some of these to the face. It looks like they hear me talk, though, as they try to group them all up together for some effective cleave. So better here from Method NA as the second Reaping pack comes in. Method EU busting out that Tree of Life on Xaylia, 52%, looking to proc their third Reaping here at 52 trash.
Yeah, so I was just staring at this Bloodlust. I figured they would use it here on Method U side as they pulled quite a big chunk of mobs here on the left side of this roundabout pretty much. But no, they're still holding on to their Bloodlust. As you can see, just the Unholy Decay coming in with this big damage here on those huge pulls with those Peacekeepers and Death Thugs. Now, of course, all those small mobs that are dying very fast, whoever does the most damage to them is not actually, doesn't really matter that much, because the big problem here are, of course, the Peacekeepers. They have much more HP than any other mob. So the pull is not going to be over until you kill the Peacekeepers. So killing those laborers faster a little bit or slower is not going to make or break it. So it really, the only thing, or the thing that matters the most, is the Peacekeeper single target damage.
Here comes the 60% trash wave, not trash wave, but Reaping wave for Method EU as they combine it with some more trash. A relatively bashful pull compared to some of the other pulls that they did prior to this. It looks like they're going on a more traditional route, so to speak, a higher percentage of trash before the first and certainly the second boss. They're just doing it at a very, very high aggression rate. Method NA has finished off their 6 Peacekeepers, procced their third Reaping as planned, and pulled on over with the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, the first boss of the dungeon. We are in a tyrannical setting. Very important for this boss that they control the foot bombs properly in order to debuff the boss for 50% damage taken per stack up to 3 with those bombs, extending it as much as they could and minimizing movement away from those coin piles in Nagura.
Yeah, we see Method EU also engaging on the first boss here, still holding on to the Bloodlust. Maybe they will use it for the boss, I don't know, we will see what happens. But yeah, Method NA dealing with those lost souls from all those Peacekeepers. Of course, the lost souls, the Reaping, will have 50% HP from the initial mobs that they are coming from, so the Peacekeeper Reaping, of course, surviving for a pretty long time because of this amount of HP. Now, Method EU finally popped their Bloodlust on this boss, almost 6 minutes into the dungeon, holding onto it for a very long time, while Method NA kind of struggles a little bit to deal with the Grievous here.
That's a crazy amount of burst damage from Method EU. They've already caught up to the raw percentage of the boss as Method NA has. Just through that sheer burst, they pulled some neutral mobs to help frags damage out as well for the Unholy DK. So clever move by them. Doesn't add any trash percentage, but certainly bolsters that single target damage from the DK, which you can see take advantage of as they're about to try and pass Method NA on this boss. A bit of struggle as well as earlier while Nagura was talking. Yoda got cheat death proc because he stood in some of the green swirlies that were killed from the Lost Soul mobs, all those Peacekeeper mobs, and that means he had 3 stacks of it. That's 30% damage reduction for the Rogue for 30 seconds. Huge amount of time lost.
Definitely very smart play here by Method EU, as you mentioned. Not only do they have 10% more trash than Method NA, but they also are almost ahead on this boss here just because of this clever play with pulling the small mob, saving their Bloodlust all the way up until this boss. Just because this boss gets a damage increase, of course, if you throw those bombs, the foot bombs that spawn around the boss throughout the boss fight into the boss. And then with this damage increase, getting the Bloodlust and having this multiplier by the Unholy Decay coming in, just worth so much. And as the boss is on 12% HP for both Method EU and NA.
Mears has just been sitting in that 4-stack, finally gets out of it as Xaylia cast that Tranquility a moment ago. 10% left on the Crowd Pummeler here. Excuse me, whilst 4% for Method NA, they're about to finish it up. Now, we know Method NA has a pretty aggressive pull coming out of this in the next room. A lot of damage coming in on Method EU. Frag just hanging on to that 4-stack, plus the static shock, but the boss does go down. Fish Feast will likely go down in a moment for the team to get out of that health and help the healer out.
Yeah, so Method NA moving on to the next trash pack. Well, Method EU as well. Now, sometimes, like, both of those teams actually don't have as much trash percentage as we're used to. Like, a lot of times in the past, we would see teams have almost 90% trash when they go to the first boss. But both Method EU on 71 and Method NA 61. So there's still quite a bit of trash left for them to do. As we see Method EU pulling a bunch of those sappers and those rocklets, which actually the Earthshapers deal quite a bit of damage in general, and also those rats. So you gotta be careful to control this pack properly and interrupt the Rocklands, I believe it's called.
Yeah, and I mean, Frag just absolutely annihilates the pack. Zelia supporting as much as he can with that tree form. We have the 4th round of Reaping proc here for Method and A's. They carry it up into another group of casters. Now, we are in teaming, so I believe there's 3 Earth Shapers in the pack that just pulled. Got to watch out for that Rocklands. Does a ton of damage to your tank. You can Spell Reflect one, of course, but the rest will leave a nasty dot plus healing debuff on you. Method and A stealths all the way back, all the way not back, but up to Azarok, getting ready to pull here as their Bloodlust will have 50 seconds on it. Now, we know Method and A gets past this initial difficulty on Azarok. We saw them do it yesterday, after which they'll kind of pour some extra trash on top of the boss during that kind of snooze phase, we like to call it, when the danger really stops once the 4 Earth Ragers are killed.
Yeah, so this boss definitely lasts a very long time, especially on Tyrannical. You can see JB being targeted by 2 of those Earth Ragers. Now, if you get targeted by them or you get fixated rather, then you want to walk away from them, because if you get melee attacked, they will stack a pretty nasty stacking debuff, bleed debuff on you, which does quite a bit of damage, especially on Tyrannical, and especially if you have Grievous as well. Now, Grievous, we didn't really talk about it yet, but if you fall below 90% HP, you will get a dot on you that stacks up to 4 if it's not healed away, and the only way to remove it is to heal the player above 90% HP.
Yeah, now Method and A is now at 75%. Really not that far ahead of Method EU, who also has that 13 trash percent advantage. The 13 itself a bit arbitrary. The important point here is they've already dealt with their 4th Reaping Wave, something we know that Method and A is going to want to pull during the boss here. So they finally dealt with their Earth Ragers. We can see them just moving a bit over to the side as JB goes off screen to likely grab. Yeah, there it is. So likely the trash pack is coming in right now along with the Taskmaster. In this one, there's 3 Sappers, but also 3 of the Earth Shapers. So they have to be careful with their interrupts as Bloodlust finally goes off for Method and A.
You see the nerf level actually dropping very, very low here. You have to be careful with all this trash on top of the boss. You also want to make sure that you definitely do not get hit by the frontal. The boss has a big frontal that actually stuns you and does a lot of damage to you if you get hit by it. So definitely want to make sure you dodge that one, as we saw it coming out on Method and A's side here. They did pop their Bloodlust, which Method U does not have available to them because they were holding onto it for so long. They're probably just going to save it for the very last boss here.
Both rogues getting a bit low, and neither rogue has that cheat death accessible to them. Yoda finally getting it off cooldown first, but Nerf Clap just getting so low right now, cannot get taken out of this 4 stack of Grievous. JB having some struggles, healing him up above that 90% threshold. Finally, most of the trash goes down, and Nerf Clap is healed healthily back to 100%, so he can restart, if needed, his Grievous stacks, which is now at 1. Method EU, 32% on the boss. They've caught up in terms of raw percent, and I believe have pulled some extra trash, the Stone Furies, from down the hill as well. Those are not the Earth Ragers that are part of the boss. Those are separate trash mobs.
Yeah, so they pulled those trash on top of it, as you can see, increasing the enemy forces here. Now those Stone Furies, as long as you interrupt them, are not very dangerous mobs. They do cast this Quake that can just be interrupted with a normal interrupt. If you let, and that's a pretty long cast time too, so not very dangerous to deal with. Just want to make sure you get them down and you get the interrupts through. Now, boss HP-wise, Method U actually on 8%, while Method A still is on 12%, even though Method A had the Bloodlust. Now, of course, they also put a lot more trash on top of it, which, you know, they had to deal with as well, and that's why they're a little bit slower here. But Method U still has quite a bit of trash left to do, and maybe they're pulling something in this room as well, and with this very dangerous mob, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah, the R&D wing, we'll have to see exactly what they do, but Method EU started, I think, 20% behind Method and A on Azarok, something like that, and finished off the boss first. Method and A has killed Azarok, but is dealing with the 80% Reaping Wave that we know they like to pull on top of the boss. It maybe spawned just a bit late here because they're certainly wasting a bit of time dealing with that and absolutely nothing else but that. Method EU, 87%, is indeed pulling some of the R&D wing, as we see now run in with his Swiftfoot Potion, pulling as much as he can. I believe there's only one Mastermind in there, but there are a ton of casts and frontals that need to be taken care of by the team. They're looking to have a similar strat to Method NA, where they just burst and CC everything down as quickly as possible before they run out of gas. We already see Tree of Life popped on the side for Zelia.
Yeah, there's one Mastermind and a couple of Alchemists here in this pool, so very dangerous, of course, to deal with all of those casters. Need to make sure you interrupt the as we see now actually go down here. Now everyone else is aggro. We see one of those kind of near casts going through, knocking back and hitting the whole group. Now Mirror's going down as well. They do have a battle rest to get now back up, but everything is kind of falling apart here.
No, they're letting all the these casts go through, all the transmutation casts as well, which transforms some of the low health members, and poor Azalea getting run over with the cart, but transforms some of those low trash members into full-fledged goo mobs, essentially. At max health is the key here. Mears dies off as well. Azalea unfortunately takes one of the mines to the face and has to release back into Azarok's checkpointed room, runs downstairs and unfortunately gets hit again. It is just not going the way of Method EU right now. This is an absolute disaster as Method NA looks to capitalize, doing an equally large and dangerous pull here down in the R&D wing, but they're just struggling to stabilize. Now does not have his trinket available as he falls again. That's on a 6-minute cooldown. Gingy goes down again. No cheat death available. Azalea down again. This is an absolute white fest here, whilst Method NA cleans up the rest of the pack and gets ready to move on to the third boss.
This is just costing him so much time. They probably should have called a full reset just coming in. They only need 3% trash at this point. Just all these deaths coming in over and over, releasing, dying again. This is just costing him so much time. Maris already on the verge of dying again. I do believe they should have just tried to reset, have everyone die, release, and just pull one mob by itself. It's really only like 3% that they were missing, so not a lot at all. When Method NA just dealt with this pull so much cleaner, still have 0 deaths on their board, so definitely just much cleaner run by Method NA here as they're pulling their third boss here, Rixa.
That was the Motherload of all wipes there for Method EU as they look to finally stabilize. Tranquility comes off from Azalea. They're looking to proc their last reaping finally as Frag, one more insult to injury. Death goes down for him. Now struggling to stay alive and goes down again on the way to Rixa. Method NA comfortably have pulled the third boss here, making sure to bait all of the goo to the side and getting that propellant blast in that direction baited so that they can keep their platform clean, having a nice rotation of 2 closest proximity target for the chemical burn, whether it's to deal with either the tank eating it. Of course, they have Spell Reflect, they have AMS, they have Diffuse Magic, they have Cloak of Shadows, they have a ton of things that they can deal with that, Nagura. But Method EU, never thought I'd see that wipe count on their team.
Yeah, unbelievable. 19 deaths at this point just from this one pull. That's why we speak about this wing just being so dangerous. There's just these mobs that if you don't control it well, disasters are going to happen. Now, they try to...
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Unfortunately for some of our technical difficulties here and due to inclement weather in the studio area, we did lose power as we did lose the stream. So some of the observing, as you saw at the very end, we have our observers in the studio as well, and they're following around the players in the dungeon here. So when we lost power, we also lost our observing. The players were not affected in any way, shape, or form on this one, and Method NA did seal their Motherload victory here. So that will mean that we're moving on into the Game 3 in Temple of Sethraliss. But before we do that,
to say, if I'm not mistaken,
many marbles here.
The many marbles indeed, as the two Method teams square up. All power is restored here. Power to the teams, both rushing down the left stairwell, getting ready for a pretty substantial pull, likely looking to get ready with their first reaping wave, maybe even onto the boss, Nagura.
Yeah, we actually see the pull of Method NA having some of those pups in this trash pool, which we haven't seen from other teams so far. Other teams used to just CC the pups because they have so much less HP than all the other trash. So we saw some saps, some prisons coming out, some blinds coming out, just to not have these pups in the trash group. Well, Method NA is just kind of pulling it on top of it, trying to not bolster those mobs too early.
Bit fortunate there for Method NA's Nerf Clap, dodged one of the cheap shots that actually ended up going up on Yoda, who did get down to 10% health, but better than having your tank get cheap shot with all those mobs on top of you and stun for a few seconds. But Yoda once again dipping low and proccing that cheat death. JB immediately shifting attention over to him as the Quaking's about to come out. Shakib quite low as well, dipping to 25%. JB struggling to keep everybody healthy as Method EU finishing up their Bloodlust as well. So a bit stingy but tactical here for Method NA as they actually held on to their Bloodlust.
Yeah, so Method EU, those last 2 mobs that are left, they are so bolstered. You can see this Dust Devil and this Stonefish is so high in HP and high in size because of those 4 or 5 bolstering stacks that they have. Now, they did manage to finish those mobs off, but we saw now just trying to kite here because if you do get hit by one of those mobs with a couple of stacks, it's definitely trouble. Now they're going back and clearing those pups here, just pack before that they skipped earlier, while Method and A actually chose to engage the boss fight here.
Engage the boss fight and at a higher percentage on what seemed a better managed pull and a certainly less dangerous one. Adder is now down to 50% for Method and A, who still has access to their Bloodlust, probably saving it from either thinking the first Reaping Wave or some kind of large trash combination in Merektha, the second boss's room. Should keep proccing the cheat death there as well. Nerf clap down to 1% health as they rush over to Aspects. The lightning shield has changed bosses, so quite dangerous there. They do have the battle res active. Certainly don't want to be using it this early into the dungeon. Method EU predictably proccing their first Reaping Wave as they grab it over into the first boss.
That almost spelled disaster here for Method and A as their tank almost went down. But this boss fight here, there's a bunch of pretty dangerous abilities that come out that can definitely kill you, even on a fortified setting, especially the lightning shield, which jumps from one boss to the other from time to time. If you do attack the boss with the lightning shield on him, then you will get reflected damage on you that can definitely kill you if you hit it at the wrong time, or you get hit by another ability on top of it. As we see, Aspects right now constantly casting those jolt casts, which are lightning bolts targeting random players that need to be interrupted, because if they don't, then can definitely die on top of some other abilities.
And speaking of burst damage, Nagura, Fragments right there proccing that cheat death with just a ton of damage coming in with that static shock as they swap over to Aspects. Finally, Adderus dies for Method and A, who does a similar pull that we saw in the previous series with Fourty K. Some of the trash on the side on top of Aspects in order to, well, first kill Aspects before he gets bolstered, and then proc that first Reaping Wave, which they will likely combine with one more trash pack prior to going to the gauntlet with the one rider on it.
Yeah, so Method EU, of course, already on 23%, so they already dealt with their Reaping Wave. They only have to deal with the boss here. I'm not sure if Method EU will also choose to pull this trash pack, because we've seen a lot of teams doing it, and it seems pretty efficient as long as you kill the boss before you kill any of the other trash, making sure to not bolster it. Well, but Method EU does have quite a bit more percentage than Method and A, so they might just kill a boss, make sure they deal with it properly, and then skip to the next trash.
Bit of mismanagement for bolstering there on that large Stonebreaker, but nonetheless, Method and A do chew through it and run right over to the same pack. So similar pull pattern, like I said, that we saw in the previous series in the lower finals, as Method and A runs up. Actually, they run straight through. They avoid completely the first Reaping pack, rush down as quickly as possible, straight into Shadow Meld, and then straight into the Rogue Shroud, skipping everything, getting the sap up, true CC, and moving past towards the bridge leading to Merektha's second room, as Method EU spreading out here for another Quaking whilst they finish Aspects at 10%.
Yeah, so Method and A using their Shrouds here as they come out of the Shroud, they pull this Rider. Now, some of the Reaping Souls, they didn't manage to de-aggro with their Shadow Mail, so they will have to kill those too, but it shouldn't be a problem as there's only a couple of them left. Now, those Riders are a little bit dangerous, not only because they do a lot of tank damage and they have a frontal breath that is pretty deadly if you get hit by it as a non-tank, but also because they just have much more HP than the rest of the trash mobs around here. So you need, because of the bolstering, you don't really want to pull them on top of anything else, because they just need so much focus damage.
Yeah, certainly Lieutenant-style mobs in those Growlusk Riders, as you see them get them just low enough at about 50 to 60% health, after which they move down into the tender area with the incubators. But Mirror's having a bit of a death here for Method EU, as we need to spend the time now from Zalia to res him. Fortunately, that came between two Quaking Pulses, so they don't need to waste any more time than needed. Heading down Method EU now into Merektha's room, something that Method NA is already well working on, with a fair bit of mobs here that they have to babysit properly for that bolstering. Tree of Life already out for JB.
Yeah, so Tree of Life, a very talent that we see often in Temple. Again, with bolstering, you can't really do those huge pulls that we see without bolstering. We see Mirrors die again, actually, for Method EU, so they need to use a battle rest this time around. They're out of battle rests at this point. They do have 2 deaths, meaning 10 seconds difference here, and they definitely need to shape up their play here, because we saw them struggle in Motherload, and we saw them struggle today in general, so they definitely need to shape up their play. No more battle rests left, and this is the last game, so this is about winning this tournament.
I mean, they're merely falling behind here. Method NA still has not used their Bloodlust, but pulls the entirety of the room, and finally we see their first Bloodlust go off. Now, this is a really dangerous pull, just in general. Of course, a lot of the damage going out, as with Fortified, you have the poisons going out on various members, only limited access to dispels, but really it was going to be about the bolstering management at the end of this. The final few mobs are going to have a ton of extra damage from these stacks, and if they mismanage it, a ton of health too. That Nerf Clap is just going to be kiting around in circles on a boss level mob, but Yoda goes down, not having access to that cheat death earlier. Battle Res immediately comes up, so Method and A not having access to that either, but they handle it quite well as the final tender gets stunned and goes down before causing any more despair to Nerf Clap. Here comes the 40% Reaping Wave just as Merektha spawns.
Such a shame. You had only had a couple of seconds left on this cheat debuff as it ran away right now. So if he would have died a little bit later, his cheat death would have been back up. But nevertheless, they did have a battle rest ready, so they managed to recover, got him back up as they're engaging the boss here. Now this boss, not very dangerous on a fortified setting. The only thing you have to be careful about is the control of the breath, because it will target a random player back towards it and leave those green pools behind. That can be annoying later on in the fight, especially in the intermission phase, as we see it happen right now.
Big pull coming in here from Method EU to follow suit on Method and A. In it, of course, is the second Reaping Wave. Now, moving a fair bit slower here in terms of pull pattern. This is, I suppose, what Method and A saved their first Bloodlust for. So, well strategized by them and really efficient as well, as we've already answered this first transition phase, as Nagura mentioned. Not too dangerous with these venomous Ophidians, but the second transition is really where you can make up or actually lose a lot of time just because of the sand-encrusted snakes that come out. Want to make sure you're constantly moving out of those clouds or crowd controlling AoE, stunning them before they get that cloud cast. Once again, as we've seen with other teams in this dungeon, Method and A opts to pull the Nimbus through the wall, making sure that they kill it whilst the second transition is happening, else you will actually bolster the boss, and you certainly don't want that.
Yeah, so Method EU dealing with the last trash here. They did bolster some of those mobs quite a bit, so losing a lot of time here because of this extra HP that they do gain from the bolstering. But now they managed to engage the boss fight as well. They, of course, do have their Bloodlust up earlier than Method and A because they used it on their very first trash pull at the start. But still, only 2% trash ahead on Method EU side, while engaging the boss fight so much later. Method and A definitely in the front seat right here, as they do have the Nimbus to kill here before the boss comes back up, as you mentioned, because if they don't, then they will bolster the boss, and that will definitely be a disaster.
And certainly bolstering these sand-encrusted Stalker is not really a big deal, especially when they're such low health. Non-elite mobs, they just flop over as long as they're kept out of those clouds so you can actually hit them. Method EU following suit with that Nimbus pulled as well, wanting to make sure to get it low enough before that 40% transition, something Method and A has already surpassed and is now dealing with their last phase where the boss gains both types of abilities, has the frontal breath, the venomous breath, but also has the blinding sand. If they spend too long in this phase, she will summon an extra 4 snakes, something you definitely want to avoid, because at that point the fight can actually get kind of nasty.
Yeah, definitely do not want to get hit by this blinding set, and I don't think we've seen any of those teams have those snakes spawn in the last phase, because this is a 45 setting and most of those teams have enough damage to just skip them. As we also see Method and A kill the boss before the snakes even spawn. And now we're going to see a Shroud come in. Thankfully they did have the Quaking right before they pulled the Shroud, else they would have had to wait for it, because getting the Quaking in the middle of the Shroud can be very dangerous, because not only do you have to dodge the Lightning Gauntlet, but if you hit another player with your own Quaking, you will get broken out of stealth, and it can be dangerous because you can pull mobs and you can get anyone out of stealth as well.
Nerf Clap getting ready for the 6th Dervish pull here as he collects everything together. These Dervishes don't move, but they can be displaced with Typhoons. Of course, JB is very busy healing in that tree form. Just tons of damage that goes out onto the group. You can see the group just dipping so low. Nerf Clap not moving too much for the Swirlies. That's what I was getting to. These mobs only move by teleporting to their active target and then splashing a bit of lightning damage on that spot. So you don't want to move too much as the tank, as you want to keep them grouped up together for the rest of the melee to cleave, but you certainly don't want to take too much damage, as Yoda dipping quite low, having a bit of struggle here for JB to heal him through it, and he's just run out of that tree form, but there are still some Dervishes up. They work to kill 4 of them, I believe. No, there's 3 left in there, so half of them are gone. It should be a bit safer, but Nerf Clap still in that lower region of percent.
Yeah, definitely a very hard job for JB to heal the group here. As you see JB dropping solo, both of the rogues do have their cheat death back up available to them, so it should be okay for them to deal with the rest of the mobs. But if they kill those mobs, they will proc the Reaping. And one thing to note, those Dervishes actually do not bolster at all, because they're a little bit weird. They interact weird with the affixes, because those Dervishes actually spawn the boss once they die. As you see, those sparks actually reform in the middle of the room right now, and then they will spawn Galvas, the next boss.
But what will spawn first, of course, is the 3rd Reaping Wave, as they go up and grab some extra trash with, looks like they will. Yes, indeed, they will grab some extra trash just to make it as efficient as possible. Now, we see 2 different strategies with this Reaping Wave. We'll see what Method EU does with theirs, but they have popped their Bloodlust and committed it to this Dervish pull. There is an extra Nimbus in there for them, so they were comfortable enough to pull that very dangerous mob with the release charge on top of all this extra damage from the Nimbuses. From the Dervishes, rather. Now, a bit dangerous here for Method and A, as they have to deal with a double Nimbus. Want to make sure you interrupt all those release charges, else that will buff them. The accumulate charge will buff them by 100% damage done, meaning their release charge is going to do a ton of damage. Method EU opting, I believe, to likely pull this Reaping into the boss, or at least kill it off, so that Xaylia can have a drink first.
Yeah, so Method EU catching up quite a bit at this point, but just because of those different pull patterns. Now, pulling this Nimbus on top and having this extra 2% from just having more percentage in the very first room just means they only have to do one pull here and then pull a Reaping, while Method NA had pulled the Dervishes first and then pulled the Reaping back on top of this Nimbus and the Stormcallers. So Method EU on 66% trash and engaging Galvest, while Method NA still having to deal with a couple of those mobs in the back and then engaging Galvest themselves.
Yeah, and that was just an unlucky timing for nerf clap right there. As a Quaking came in, JB was trying to heal me. He was already quite low from the Nimbus or the Nimbi, and it procced his trinket as a result with that. So they grab the boss, reset it real quick so JB can have a small drink, get the group healed up, and they will get started on the boss. So Method EU certainly starting to get a fair bit ahead there, regardless of the 3% trash difference. Now, Nigger, I'm not sure if that 69% for Method NA is actually enough for them to skip the channeler at the end of the bridge. That could be the make or break for the two teams, assuming they get safely through Galvast, who is now at 50% for Method EU.
Yeah, this might actually mean exactly what you said, that they can skip this one mob. Now, Method NA is on 70%, Method EU on 66%, dealing with Galvest. Now, that could definitely make or break it, even if Method NA pulling the boss later. This one mob, this channeler, just costing so much time if you have to deal with it by itself, just so inefficient. But let's talk about Galvest a little bit, as it is a very dangerous fight to deal with, very healing-intensive fight. Even in a 45 setting, if you get bad Quaking timing, something can definitely go wrong, as we see those pillars spawn on the side that casts this lightning thing onto the boss. If it's not intercepted by a player, then it will give the boss energy, and if the boss reaches 100% energy, he will explode and do a substantial amount of AoE damage to the whole group.
And that energy is gained fast. I mean, you screw up for a couple seconds with one Spire and it's pretty much over. 9 stacks that you get per Spire into the players, increasing that damage taken. Not to mention the AoE pulsing on the group. Trying as much as they can to not rotate it onto the tank, which would be the obvious target, but it does a fair bit of damage to the boss melees the tank for a fair bit of damage. Method EU has now moved past Galvast, 66%, meaning they will likely need to deal with this channeler, as now kind of just cheats and jumps over the electric gauntlet here, moving down the bridge as quickly as they can to get to the channeler so that he stops sending these balls of lightning. Here comes the spark channeler. They will have to chew through this before moving on to the gauntlet, something that Method NA will have the luxury of skipping with a shroud.
Yeah, so Method NA on 30% onto the boss here, as Method EU dealing with this channel. Now this gauntlet later with the ice, not very difficult to deal with, but we saw teams mess it up. We saw teams lose the orb to one of the orb guardians to cut it back, so you definitely have to be careful to not do anything wrong with that. What you usually see is we have the tanks just kind of pick up all the mobs in the whole room, just making one sweep around, and then we see the rogues just pulling, taking both of the orbs on the left and the right side, and just getting it to the snakehead at the very end of the room. Now, you still gotta be careful, because some of those orb guardians are trying to get your orb away from you. They are stealth, so you gotta be careful that you don't pull them on your way.
Method EU's definitely still a bit ahead. They've already dealt with their channeler. That Method NA will be able to skip, but Method NA still needs to make their way through the gauntlet, down the bridge, stealth past the mob, and then start the gauntlet. So the 5-second difference in favor of Method NA is not enough. They're about probably 15-20 seconds behind Method EU at this point, as they do the head-eye combo for the gauntlet perfectly. Method EU goes right by, gets ready with the Shadow Meld, and will mass stealth through the trash down to the Hoodoo Hexer ×4 room before pulling Avatar of Sethraliss, the final boss. Method NA finally gets their shroud up and is moving past the channeler, looking to do the same thing, but Nerve Clap unfortunately gets clipped by the lightning on the bridge and dies on his way. An absolute disaster. They will be able to stealth on the far side of the bridge and have JB pop his 100-yard mass res, but what a waste of time here, as Method EU's pulling further and further ahead with these Hoodoo Hexers.
Yeah, definitely a disaster coming in by an A here. Now they do have, both of them do have 2 deaths. Now, the 5 seconds difference that we had before Nerve died actually might have helped Method NA to just get a little bit closer, but now they're same deaths. They don't have a time advantage anymore, and I think he's also out of range for the rest. So JB actually had to go all the way back, had to use his battle rest, and now they will have to do the skip again. So disaster for Method NA here. Even if it was just a small mistake, this is just costing them so much. Method EU already on the trash here to spawn the last boss.
Yeah, I mean, this has pretty much cost them the match and any potential to win it or get close to it, unless Method EU has a hiccup here and fails. But we know Nagura, as soon as we get the Avatar healed up to 100% and that debuff comes on the players, it's all over at that point. And it's just a matter of them effectively cleaving everything down. So we'll have to see how they do here. Xaylia certainly can hold his own in terms of pumping out the heals necessary to get the boss from 0 to 70 and then 70 to 100 to proc the 3 phases of the fight.
Yeah, so we see Method EU, of course, still needing 11% trash. Now, this will be done at the very end in the last phase once the buff gets applied. Now, the gist of this fight is that you need to kill those Hoodoo Hexers to be able to heal the boss. Now, the Avatar needs to be healed in order to proc those next phases, and in order for the Avatar to be healed, you need to kill the Hoodoo Hexers, which there's 4 of them in each phase. Now, other than that, the only thing you have to deal with is the Heart Guardian. It does quite a bit of tank damage, and you also have to deal with the Plague Doctors, which do constantly cast abilities that need to be interrupted. That's why we sometimes just see them being hard to seed with an incap or a blind coming out from a row.
And more problems coming in for Method NA as one of their eyes was not successfully thrown from the side, and a Guardian got a hold of it, wasting a ton of time. Once the Guardians take a hold of that eye, nothing will break it from their greedy little hands except killing them. Doesn't matter if you stun them or not, so they needed to chew through that Guardian's large health pool and then finally get everything going as Nerfclap runs downstairs, I think with an Invis pod, just to make sure he can get safely through everything. Didn't have the Shadow Meld available, likely just because of some of the issues that they had there. Shroud wasn't available either for the players. Method EU now onto the second phase of Avatar Sethraliss. Hoodoo Hexers dying left and right as Method NA looks to scramble and pull these first Hexers, but Nerfclap getting absolutely smacked in the face by those initial casts.
This crucial mistake coming in by Method NA here. Now, Method EU definitely their games to win here. There's barely anything they can do wrong. They even have 1 battle rest left available to them, so if anyone dies except Xaylia, they can get them back up. So that's the only thing Method NA can hope for here, is that Xaylia dies. Because if Xaylia dies, not only can't they rest him back up, but they can also not heal the Avatar, right? So that's the one thing they can hope for, but they're already on their last Hoodoo Hexer here, and they can then heal the boss to 100%. And once they have the buff available to them in the last phase, then there's not that much that can go wrong anymore.
I mean, absolutely. Xaylia getting ready to pump the rest of the healing up to 100% on Avatar Sethraliss in just a moment here. They will pretty much achieve soft victory, if you will, just because they'll get that buff coming from Avatar. The rest will just be grabbing all of the trash down the hallway and cleaving it down. Method NA doing what they can to scramble and catch up, starting the final encounter here. But here comes Method EU. Avatar has been healed. She buffs the players with the debuff. Mass amounts of damage given and 90% reduced damage taken. Right up the stairs goes Xaylia to grab the rest of the trash and bring it back in to the players that are cleaving everything down.
Yeah, now the only thing you want to be a little bit careful about here is the bolstering still, because you don't want to be inefficient, right? You don't want to be bolstering everything, especially not if they're high HP. So you want to make sure you deal with the bolstering as best as you can, and you also do not want to kill all the Hoodoo Hexers before you kill the 100% trash, because as soon as the boss fight is over, you also lose the buff. So definitely want to make sure that everything dies somewhat evenly. As we can see, Xaylia just working on this last Hoodoo Hexer here to make sure that he's low. Once they reach the 100% trash, they can just finish up the Hoodoo Hexer, and they're going to be the winners of this tournament.
That's right. Hoodoo Hexer is now down to 55% for the last one that Xaylia is just getting his claws sunk into right now. The rest of the trash getting cleaved down effectively by the players. A lot of hard stacks on now the tank, but shouldn't be an issue for them as they finally cleave the rest of it down and head over to the final Hexer to try and close out this match and claim victory for a second West Cup in a row. Method EU have done it, and they've stayed alive. 2 cups.
And right here, as they dropped Method NA down into that lower bracket, barely. Method NA then rises up, takes down Fourty K, who had previously beaten the #2 seed in Abrakeydabra here. So Fourty K will definitely be a team to watch going forward here. And Method EU just sealed that out in the grand finals there. And while they didn't play perfectly and they had a very shaky Motherload, they definitely deserve to be up at the top there. So taking a look at our standings where all the points are being awarded today, with Method EU winning their second cup so far. They are going to be at that very top level with 280 points here. We are having a tie for 4th right now between 40K and Team Puolukka. So important to know that there will be a tiebreaker if at the end of week 3, we have a tie still remaining there to decide who will be going on into that LAN. So at this point, we're looking at some of the teams like Learn to Fly or Copenhagen who would just need an immense amount of points and for opponents to do incredibly poorly to be able to get into it. So at this point, 40K, Team Puolukka here, Nagura, really got to be the teams we got to watch for as to who's going into the LAN.
Definitely. I think both of those teams improved their performance quite a bit on this second cup here. And one thing to note as well, that Method EU just showing that they're human as well. Like in the first cup, they